You don't have to go miles. Just come inside that colour, that top two, and then come down here.
to the U.S. We rockin' this contagious, monkey business outrageous. Just confess your girl admits that we
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill, and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualized care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners for life.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements. Extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
To realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now, that name evolves. Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research, driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on.
Check this out.
From deep in the dust comes something built for the toughest. Where contractors, farmers, and tradesmen meet grit. Tested by the land, trusted by the legend, carried by a man who knows what tough means.
Are here, don't take advantage of our leniency. If you are here and available, please make yourself available.
Good morning, viewers. Thank you so much for joining us. This is the South African Championships, sponsored by Westtown here at the Shongweni Club. Joined as always in co-commentary by Sten Mukna.
Morning, viewers. Kicking us off this morning, it looks like we're going to have number 3 on our program, Ronnie Healy. He brings in Verdant Capital's Delmar for owner Verdant Capital. This class sponsored by Bradcore Armature Winders. 76 competitors in this class, fighting it out for top honors in this Kevin Spratley designed 2-phase competition. 130 division, always super competitive. So let's see what Ronnie Healy has in store for us here this morning at the Shongweni Club.
All the Gauteng horses are going to be enjoying being down at sea level. It's a little chilly here this morning. We had a bit of rain in Hillcrest last night, so the arena is going to be beautiful for show jumping this morning. As we mentioned, this is a 2-phase class, so the beginning half of the class not under a huge amount of time pressure. See here Ronnie going around, setting himself up for number 3. 8 strides on the curve.
I think our viewers, I don't know if they can pick up on the camera mics here, but the arena a little bit wetter than what the show holding body would have wanted today, the ground staff would have wanted. They have mentioned that if they do need to, they'll rake more regularly this morning just to make sure everyone's competing on a level playing field. This horse's usual jockey, Tanya Strauss, unfortunately had a really bad tumble the other day. So Tanya, if you're listening and watching your horses, Brendan and I are wishing you a speedy recovery.
Absolutely. It's a really testing game this. We put our bodies on the line all the time, so unfortunate for Tanya, but nothing like having Ronnie as a work rider to get your horse a little bit of show mileage while she's recovering.
Yeah, just the single rail down in the second phase for Ronnie Healy and Verdant Capital's Delmar, finishing in a time of 39.26, score of 4 faults. But a really good round. You see Ronnie wiping some of the rain out of his eyes there, looking down to see that his breeches are still clean. I think Tanya's getting some serious medical treatment at the moment, more than what Ronnie suggested she needed in the arena when she fell off that day. So yeah, really wishing her a speedy recovery. Next up, looks like we do have Sarah Kate Capazorio. She brings in number 5 on the program. It's Millbrook Enough Said. Can correct me if I'm wrong, Brendan. Spicy little son of Aldo is Enough Said.
Sarah's been diligent about getting some training in all around the country, is often up in Joburg competing. Hails from Natal.
Can hear her using her voice a lot to try and keep Enough Said under control here towards the latter stages of this course. Clear through the first phase.
Huge stride.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Brendan. This horse really has big step for such a small guy. Eats up the ground.
Uses his scope to good effect at the vertical. Chamber praises him and apologizes as she goes around the turn. Maybe not the distance she wanted to the Hollard.
There you go, and it's our first clear round of the competition, coming home clear in a time of 40.70. That fancy son of Aldo out of an acclaimed mare, really setting the bar rather high here in that second phase. 40.70. It saw Ronnie Healy go around at 39.26. It's a competitive division, is this 130 level, so for sure they're going to have their foot on the gas.
I do think that horses are going to go inside number 3 to number 7 in the speed part.
So next up, it looks like we do have number 1 on our program. It's Kelly O'Connor riding for Brett Latimer, Oxford Cobain. A very new ride for Kelly. Brendan, I think you saw her last weekend? Oh, sorry. Correction. Next up, we have Helen Kritikos riding number 9, Callahoo Faith.
I think the running orders are going to be a fraction different to what we have on our program. I think there was a little traffic for everybody getting to the horse show this morning. A little bit of rain on the roads making things a little difficult.
These oxes riding away from the corner here by us, Brendan, can ride quite big. Going up the hill here at Shongweni, our viewers can see from left to right there, there's quite a slope up this hill. There's quite a gradient to the arena.
Yeah. I think more than people sort of take note of. When you ride in this arena, you really feel the gradients, and I think that's where the course builders can make things quite testing by putting jumps in specific places, using the gradient, and then obviously having a back rail, like you were mentioning, Sten, there. The jumps can take a lot more jumping than expected.
This horse, just reading between the lines, I mean, Callow Faith has been such a super competitive horse for so many years, has obviously not been in the finest of form of late. I would imagine that's why Helen would be riding her for Amy Cave, just to give her some confidence again. You can see the horse a little sticky, but after a shaky start, sees the finish line, gets a big pat, and I think a job well done.
I think that's also the name of the game, is creating confidence between horses and riders, combinations, all that type of thing. You know, it is a confidence sport. The horses need to really believe in that type of thing, and often rounds like that under show pressure can really help horses get back to their best. So as we mentioned before, next up, Oxford Cobain, Kelly O'Connor for Brett Latimer.
Spicy 10-year-old gelding by Consuelo out of a Glucks Cup mare. Would I be right in saying this horse was bred or purchased in the early days by Alwyn van Breda?
Bred by Alwyn van Breda, absolutely.
Bred by Alwyn van Breda. Okay.
He had Conquest first, and then full brother Cobain. Just again, we chat about how useful Consuelo has been to the South African markets. An unbelievable stallion. Gave all his progeny so much care and class. As we mentioned, a new ride for Kelly. She had these horses out at Kumusha last weekend, which I believe was, I think, probably their second show together. So
sure, she really doesn't hang about. Their second show together, she's only had the horses about 3 weeks, I would imagine. Cobain showing a big expressive back end there. I did see owner Brett Latimer standing at the far side of the arena. I think he was with Govert Triggle.
Was well ridden from Kelly there, a little bit inside line, made the job at the Rustic easy for Cobain.
So leading time at the moment, still 40.70 in the early stages of this class. Kelly won't have her foot on the gas too much, but she's a naturally quick rider. Look at the time, 37, 38. There you have it, a lovely clear round, time 40.92. And a very promising start for what looks to be a lovely partnership there.
Absolutely smooth from the beginning to the end. Kelly, a very professional, well-rounded rider.
Looks like on our screen, it's number 8, Campino. Christy Lynn Davis up next. She's trying to show them her.
Showing her that she's number 7.
Oh, sorry. So I'm reading the wrong program here, folks. If I keep reading the wrong numbers. Sorry, I have got the names, but the printout here is a bit different to what the judges have. They love to keep us on our toes. I think Aiden plays tricks on me on purpose.
Also a fairly new partnership. This was purchased from Catherine Neal.
Christy rides with Nicholas Syme Riley out of Sunny Park Stables. Wow. And let me tell you, it's looking like a very good purchase at the moment as well, Brendan. This horse really gets off the ground.
Super 8 strides down to the E-pole double there, middle to middle.
Horse answering in a very good way when Christy puts her leg on. Campino stamping off the ground.
She's got really organized short range, so as she presses the horse into the contact, I think he answers with that sort of scope canter.
Am I right in saying her other horse quite a lot hotter, smaller stepping? It's amazing how well she's made the change, because this horse completely different, but
Absolutely.
looking really suitable as well, Brendan.
Yeah, super jump there at the Hollard Oxer.
Time is good. She's also good to finish in round about that 40-odd second mark.
What a beautiful round. Excellent. Big cheer there from the crowd.
Both of us say it because I think it's a new partnership. Like, we're a little bit surprised how easy they're finding it.
Yeah.
But I guess Christy, such a class act. I shouldn't be surprised at the end of the day. But it's just always amazing to see people pick up a new ride and make light work of a pretty testing track.
I would say testing track, testing conditions here this morning. I think the horse looked calm and relaxed from start to finish. I'm sure she's going to be over the moon with that round.
So from one Nicholas Riley pupil to another. Next up, number 14 on track, Rivendell Limitless with Marlene Greef riding. Lady that we saw recently step up to Grand Prix level, Brendan, at the ranch.
Yeah, I must say she really has impressed as of late. She's got some newfound confidence in the bigger grades.
And I'm right in saying we keep talking about new partnerships. Rivendell Limitless, usually piloted by Nicholas Riley, her Marlene's trainer.
He's not a horse for everybody, I wouldn't say. You know, he's
full of blood, full of energy,
but
very
I must
exuberant.
Say, she's got him quite calm. She's staying light, not getting too hectic with him. He's got enough blood.
Holds him away from the side there really well. Yeah, she's getting a fantastic tune out of this horse early days.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good ground speed as well. Look how she eats up the ground. Look at that, 38.67. I know the early rail at fence number 1.
Sure.
But I mean, wow, in the speed section, without even trying, she had the handbrake on. She was a good 2 seconds faster than anyone else that we've seen go around this course so far. So really good effort there.
Naturally
by
fast.
Marlene Greef. Hunley's Comfort goes next, riding for Afrigard. She brings in number 10, Afrigard Capital Capella. Horse that you've been keeping your eye, a close eye on, Brendan.
Yeah, I remember her on the auction. She is beautifully bred and was produced impeccably by Emil Egan. New ride for Hunley's.
So Brendan says she's impeccably bred, a 9-year-old mare by Capital Colnado out of a Lansing mare. In fact, we were chatting about this horse on the way down here yesterday, Brendan. Wow, big expressive jump over that mustard-coloured oxer.
Yeah, she's always looked like she's enjoyed her job. She's quite a big mare, but still can be fairly light in her way.
Throwing the most remarkable shapes over all of her oxes. I wonder if Emil would be tuned in from the Congo, where he's now training and riding.
I'm almost sure he would have checked the running orders this morning and would have tuned in.
So if you are watching, Emil, good morning to you. Hope the Congo is a lot warmer than Shongweni here this morning. Finishes on the 8 faults, time 41.04. Another new partnership. It looks like the riders, everyone in this class basically so far, sort of with new rides. One that's not a young man who's not riding a new ride for him. Chris van der Merwe riding next for the 334 Sport Horse stud. He brings in 334 Don Rato. Don Rato, 7-year-old stallion by Diamante Simile out of a Caratino mare. Chris has done an amazing production job with this horse. Lovely for him to be working with such talented young horses.
Yeah, you know, and I think just what I'm always amazed by is you know, these are definitely breeding stallions. I think bringing breeding stallions off the property to these big busy shows is something that they've definitely got to mature to. I think that Chris is so cool in the way that he sort of presents the horses to the jumps, and the trip that he gives them around is so educated that they can definitely give of their best more often than not.
Brendan, I mean, Chris has done a fantastic job with this horse. I was saying, I don't think owner Govert Triggle would mind me saying he looked over the smaller fences like he could cramp a little behind. And like you say, Chris's sort of easy way of just approaching the fences and giving the horses such a nice ride always. This horse's jump has improved tenfold. He's looking better and better as the jumps get bigger, doesn't he?
I think he's almost relaxing into his job. You know, I think that's something that definitely comes or can be improved through the rider. You know, that's sort of just like our organized Chris is, as you see him going to the last.
Look how quick he is. 38.74. Flies into the lead by some 2 seconds. Easy as you like. Young Chris van der Merwe, 334 Don Rato, putting on a class act here this morning. And like we say, looks to be getting better and better as the jumps get bigger. And that's what we like to see. Terrible when they look very flashy over 110
yes,
and
absolutely.
then he's flats in the 130s. We don't mind it the other way around. When they're a little bit sort of crampy or not themselves in the smaller classes and the bigger fences start to use their bodies, I think that's the way forward.
Number 4 on track now. This is Optima Capital Layla. Amy Jane Gempele in the saddle.
See Amy's mom front and center there on the viewing deck near the VIP section here at the show. I mean, I remember her from our young days. I grew up here in Natal. She's been one of Amy's biggest supporters. Her and her dad, I mean, Amy's mom and dad have just been in her corner since day dot. They are horse mad. They've got the most beautiful horse property in Summerveld. Big grass arenas, big Faber arena, Derby stuff. I mean, they really do love the sport. It's a lifestyle, and it's a lifestyle that they've got fully involved in, and you can see just why. They've produced a daughter who rides exceptionally well, has fantastic feel with her horses, and obviously has a very good eye for a good horse, because when you watch her at the moment, these are all horses that she purchased as youngsters. She took her time a little bit, has started a family, and wow, with the team that she has behind her, Brendan, they really are coming to the fore, these horses.
You know, you sort of mentioned that she bought them young, and sort of they all seem to be coming up now. She looks like she's sort of built a string of 4 or 5 really impressive
6
horses.
or 7,
yeah, maybe
probably.
even more than that. Yeah.
And you and I were chatting about it yesterday on our way down here. Just how we feel it's good to purchase young, produce yourself, and know them.
Absolutely.
I see so many people who've come short trying to purchase going horses. I'm not saying it never works.
No, of course.
Just lovely to see when people build a partnership and really know the horses inside and out from their early days. I think it puts you in good standing for these bigger classes.
I think for the longevity side of the sport as well. You know, like this is such a long game. You know, it takes ages to produce the horses, so you've got to really love the journey. And I think that's where the joy comes in, when you can produce horses. I think, look, it takes time. You've also got to have an eye for a horse. You've also got to have a little bit of luck involved, whatever it may be. But it's definitely most of the reason as to why I fell in love with the sport. I think it's definitely it's the most rewarding part of the sport. More rewarding than winning, because you get to do it a little bit more often.
Anthony Eckerold on track now. He brings in number 12. It's Tackentog's Pilgrim. Talking about new rides, a little background story for our viewers. Anthony is really good horse. Optimist unfortunately passed away recently, and his good friend Lisa Williams, I mean, just showing how big her heart really is. Pilgrim belonged to Lisa Williams, has jumped around Derby with Jonathan Clark, has jumped, am I right in saying World Cup level with Lisa Williams?
Definitely.
And she gave this horse, viewers, she gave the horse to her friend Anthony, signed the ownership over to him and said, here you go, my friend, that was terrible luck. I wish you all the best. So really nice story, and Yeah, you get little goosebumps when you
Yeah,
think of that.
really.
And what a nice horse for Ant to ride. And I think he's doing a fantastic job. I haven't seen too much of them. Lovely big scopy horse for him, and he looks to be getting a great feel out of Pilgrim.
Yeah, I mean, Ant's a big guy, and I think a big horse like Pilgrim would really suit him. I think it would just be working out which distances are going to suit the horse.
Yes,
better.
absolutely.
And Anthony would just get to work that out and get to practice that a little bit more. But as you mentioned, new ride and looking like it's going to be an easy, fantastic partnership.
Shame you see him giving Pilgrim a big pat and shaking his head. He obviously feels like that rail was maybe his era. I wouldn't put too much pressure on yourself, and just yet. I mean, he barely ridden the horse. And I think he trains out of the Langley Equestrian setup. They're a competitive bunch, so he'll be right up there in no time, I'm guessing.
Absolutely.
Back to where he belongs at 150 level, and wishing him all the very best with that new horse. Lovely partnership being formed. As we see Heather Mostert starting her way on track. Number 7 on our programs, Masculine Z. Do you believe that we saw Heather maybe taking 1 or 2 shortcuts on the way here through the traffic with Masculine Z?
She's also really been building a quality string of horses. She very much likes them in that orthodox way. She rides very elegantly, and it definitely suits her when they...
Yeah, Brendan, I think she wants the horses to be as smart as her, basically, when she rides, don't you think? I mean, she picks horses that suit her way,
Yeah,
and she's...
agreed.
I see she's been getting a lot of training at Farnham Stables over the last few months. Just with the people that she's trained with, I also think back to Anne-Marie, who she spent some time training with. She's got help from Max Bonamy down here in Natal as well recently. Yeah, she aligns herself with people who ride very professionally, in a very orthodox way.
Which would suit, yeah, absolutely.
And I think it suits her, the training.
Yeah, copy.
Brendan, just a word on the footing here this morning. I mean, we heard mention of it's a bit wet. There was more rain overnight than expected. I must say, the horses are kicking off the ground,
I think
jumping
it's beautiful.
for fun.
I really do. I think that it drains well, this arena. There are a couple little watery patches here and there, but...
Exactly what I was looking at, but what I was just thinking, if you look down at the footmarks on the arena, they're very shallow, so the arena party have done a great job in preparing the arena possibly a little firmer.
Yeah.
Predicting that there might be some rain. Horses jumping exceptionally well this morning. Our neighbour up next. It's the turn of Alex Leith. She brings in number 17, PWM Wealth Amazonas.
I must say that it's great to see Alex getting some proper mileage in these open classes now. She's been doing a fair amount of traveling with her partner, Andrew. Both of them suffer from the disease that we all suffer with, horse sickness.
For our viewers at home. I mean, Alex, this would only be about her 3rd show at open level, maybe 4th.
Yeah,
but
around there.
Alex has been riding for years and has been there and thereabouts, and so nice to see her so well mounted. Her boyfriend, Andrew Olaf, competed this horse up to 150 level. He is by no means a schoolmaster type.
No,
he is
for sure
buzzy,
not.
electric, he's careful, but when he's good, he's good. And I think Alex gets a fantastic tune out of him. She's trained by Dominique Alexander at Sellerhof Stables, or Sellerhof Stud. And you can see that she's trained by Dominique. Look at her lower leg position, her balance. You mentioned that Alex and Andy have horse sickness, Brendan. I mean, for the viewers at home, we often, if we have a dinner in the evenings, Andy and Alex probably only get to us at 8 o'clock at night because they like to ride in the evenings. Andy, a very busy businessman as well.
Alex just electing to go around there, setting herself up for this. The horse can sometimes be a little spooky at the white planks, but gets a big pat and clear through the finish there.
46.70, good enough to go into 5th place. I'll tell you what, equitation from Alex Lead there.
Yeah,
Very,
beautiful
very
round.
classy round.
And I'm sure a big confidence giver going into the championship.
I don't know
rounds.
if you're aware of the fall that she had about a week ago.
Yes, yes.
Split her helmet basically in half. So Alex showing some good BMT there to come back firing from one Sellerhof stud pupil to another. It's a turn of Olivia Myrtle up next, number 16, KP Quintali. KP stud really coming to the fore with their breeding program these days. It's lovely to see, as we've seen with some of the bigger studs that were established slightly earlier, their progeny just making their way through, and you see so many good KP horses coming through the open ranks these days. Something a little closer to your heart than mine, Brendan.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 2 KP horses coming back next week from the stud farm to start their working careers, and yeah, it's exciting for Ryan. I must say, I think that he's done a great job in picking his horses, picking his mares, picking his sires, that type of thing. So he's hugely passionate about it. I love the way this horse canters. It's so modern, uphill.
And I think Olivia's done a fantastic job, Brendan. I don't think she would mind me saying this horse, his eyes were on stalks as a youngster. Yeah, there you go. He can do that a little bit. You
Well
can
ridden.
See, by Quintender out of a Brannock Bellini d'Or mare. He has fantastic care, but with that fantastic care often comes a little bit of sensitivity. And Olivia and Domini have done a fantastic job in producing this horse and just making him more comfortable with his surroundings.
That was a gutsy round. She needed to work a little at 7 and 8.
So finishes 4 faults for jumping, 2 for time. But like I say, a horse for the future for Olivia. Big jumping horse, lots of care, lots of quality.
Just cantering him past that little area where he was a little nervous, preparing for her next class.
So a total score of 6 for Quintelli, just to recap, 46.95, the time in the first phase, time allowed there 45 seconds, 2 for time in the first phase. Next to go, number 6 is the Diabab Ashley.
So next up, it's number 6 on our programs, is the Diabab Ashley Taylor.
We've got Conray, Equine Minty.
Taylor family have done a fantastic job at mounting Ash on such good horses. I saw her with such an exciting youngster for the 334 Sport Horse stud the other day, Brendan. Chestnut Mare.
Chestnut Mare.
I'm trying to think. A United Way.
Yes. Kornet Oblensky.
That's the one. Wow. And I mean, this another Chestnut superstar, SD Diabab. SD Diabab, 8-year-old by Diamante Simile out of an Abab de Rev mare. We've seen Ash already campaigning this horse in the Young Riders Grand Prix, so like a 140 level. I think she jumped at the ranch with this horse and had 1 down in that. I remember her dad posting the video, and if Barry John Taylor posts a video, believe me,
There we go.
he's proud of it.
Oh, first one to try and go inside. She's got no canter. Wow.
And shows good care. She had grit there, stuck it out, rolls up in the distance to that big brown oxer at number 8. Now for a bit of care down the hill to that blue vertical.
All right, she's going to be quick if she leaves these 2 up. Come on, Ash.
Oh, she's quick. Look at that. Leading time 38.74, Chris van der Merwe and Don Rato. Team member here,
Super
Ashley
riding.
Taylor, comes in just ahead of him, half a second faster, 38.25. So team 334 showing off here this morning. Currently occupying first and second place are the 334 riders. Next to go, number 22 on our programs. It's Callagho Conray with Utman Minty riding for owner Mohammed Minty. So this, again, a new ride, a new partnership Conray, previously campaigned by Utman's brother, Hamza. Utman has recently made the move to RH Equestrian. All roads lead to Ronnie Healy at the moment. And Utman looking like he's really enjoying his time at RH Equestrian. I would enjoy my time as well if I was riding Callow Conray. A chestnut Concoriano.
Isn't he a special little horse? I must say, he really has proven himself time and time again in the ring. He really is a tiger of a horse.
6, 7. Eats up that distance on the way to 8. Utman looking sharp here.
Super right to that
across the ground. Lovely camera angles brought to you there by the EquiLive team. Always looking to up their game. Look at this. It's going to be in and about that 47 mark. 40-second mark. 42.42.
Super
good
round.
Competitive time for an early partnership.
Excellent
Here a big
round.
woohoo from the crowd there. He goes into 5th place, does Utman Minty and Kalaho Conray. Looking rather fancy, young Utman, and that's a big smile from that young man. I don't think he'll mind me saying he's had some tough times in the sport, and
absolutely
lovely to see him being so competitive. Job well done to him and the RH team. Kelly O'Connor, she returns, this time on 334 Cinderellos, number 18 on our program. Cinderellos by Brannick Consuelos out of a Cashmere mare. So Brannick Consuelos by Consuelo, and look at that. I know everyone teases me, but it's another big grey with a flashy back end.
Can be a little spooky.
The horse that is. Kelly's still very blonde, not grey yet. Lovely expression. Oh, and a late rail. It fell so gently, that rail, as she makes her way into the time section of this class. Sorry, Brendan.
She looks like she's trying to get the horse a little quicker in its body. I think that's definitely part of the training aspect of where she's at. And look,
we've seen a few horses sort of prick their ears jumping down into that corner.
It's quite a lot going into that corner at number 8. It's the rustic. It's got the little wagon wheels underneath it, jumping right into the corner where there's a whole lot of shopping.
Absolutely. I mean, I dropped off an old horse of mine yesterday to be retired at stud. And he definitely won a class here in this arena. And the very next day, cantering up into that corner, I was cantering up on a 6-stride distance, and on 5-stride was facing the other direction. So yeah, they do spook there in that corner, and especially when that bank starts to fill up with a crowd, as we can see that grass bank just to the left of our screen becomes rather vibey here on the weekend. We saw the guys warming up here last night already, some of the locals, looking rather festive. As we move on to Paige Lee Gage, she goes next. She brings in number 24 on our programs. It's the turn of Callao Vandango. Saw Paige and her team enjoying some good dinner there at Olive and Oil last night.
I really think that these two suit one another. Fandango's fiery in his way. Paige is so good at keeping them level.
Oh, and I'll tell our viewers at home, I'll let you in on a little inside info here. I don't know Evie will be too happy with me or not, but this Vandango by Callao Victory Forever out of a Lord Petsy mare. And on their upcoming auction this year, Brendan, there is a horse called, I think it's Vincero, also by Victory, who wasn't used a whole lot by the stud.
Yes.
Out of Leantos's mother. Let me tell you,
that's interesting. Huh?
He's an absolute rock star.
Wow.
So if you're watching and you like the way that Vandango goes, or the spunk and the class that he shows around this 130 track here, designed by Kevin Spratley. If you're enjoying the look of him, tell you, I think the videos are due to come out tomorrow for the auction, for the Callao auction. I think their auction videos are due to come online tomorrow, so that'll be one to look out for.
Looking quite pleased with himself, does Callao Fandango.
He travelled all the way to Robberg recently and stood on a stone on day one, had a bruised foot. So he had a week's holiday there and eventually was sound enough to jump on the last day, came out and gave an exhibition, just showing his class. Talking about class acts, number 11 on our program up next, it's a turn of 334 Malvera. Leona van der Merwe riding for the 334 Sport Horse stud. .334 Malvera, 8-year-old mare by Carrera VDL out of a Diamant Simile mare. And as you start to speak about breeding like that, you see the mare flick her tail and throw a big extravagant jump over that orange and white vertical.
I do think though she's hypersensitive, this mare, and takes a heck of a lot of Leona's field to get the best out of her. She really has like cat-like reflexes. If you see her there land in the double and back her whole body up, she's so powerful and elastic both ways. So it's definitely a professional ride, and I mean, who else to get the best out of her but Leona?
I was going to say, you're talking about cat-like reflexes. We saw some of those cat-like reflexes at the ranch show recently on the dance floor with Leona. Very well matched are these two.
Oh, exceptional. She's still quite green there, going around past the tent.
But look at the ground speed that she allows Leona to ride her at, just because of that care that she has.
Without even really trying, she's going to be
handbrake on in third gear. 38.76 goes into third place. So I'm just saying, Team 334's riders showing off here today. They're filling the podium, led by the youngster Ashley Taylor, currently in pole position with SD Deerbub 38.25. Chris van der Merwe, the old school master, he's in second place with 334 Don Rato 38.74, and Leona van der Merwe just gave an exhibition on 334 Malvera to go into third place 38.76, so half a second separating the top three riders. Our only three riders to break the 40-second mark barrier and come home clear. As we move on to Kayla Nordia, she brings in number 13. It's Idlewild Curioso. Another flashy grey by Consuelo.
And another fairly new partnership, to be fair. Kayla does.
That new?
Yeah, I would say that she started Maxwell's, maybe beginning of the year.
Oh, but for these professionals, that's 6 months old now, Brendan. That's not new.
I think it looked like the horse they needed to get used to one another. I think he can be, as we mentioned always, if they're a little as careful as the Consuelos are, they can be a little quirky and sharp and just take a bit of time to work one another out. And as you mentioned, Kayla, the professional that she is, didn't take her long to work him out. She does think a lot of this horse.
Another rider trained by Gonda Beatrix these days. And boy, is she a stylish rider. I mean, I feel like I say it too often almost, but leg position for days, balance, class, feel, and BMT, basically unmatched. And lovely to see her with a fantastic string of horses at the moment, right up to 150 level. Big day here for her today. I would imagine her first time in a while being in a South African Championship qualifier.
Yeah, absolutely.
But lovely to see Kayla Nordia back where she belongs. The new surname suiting her well. Racy Tracy, she goes next. Tracy Carney, she brings in number 19. It's Grande Chantilly. What she lacks in tail, she has oodles of inability, does Chantilly.
And personality, I think.
Personality to match Tracy's. I must say, Trace, one of my very favorite to watch. She's such a class act and has such amazing feel. And a lady, it's just so nice about everyone. You'll never hear her with a bad word about anyone. She's always encouraging. She's been at the very top of the sport. She's been at the very bottom of the sport as well.
I think that's why she's so real. You know, like she's so cool to talk to.
I think that's the word. I think you've just hit the nail on the head. Real. Tracy is the realest rider basically out there. She knows it all, and such a humble rider as well for someone who's so good.
Yeah, absolutely, who has so much feel.
Trains with Dominique Alexander now for probably, like, would I be right in saying nearly 20 odd years, Brendan?
I think
it's been a long partnership.
Absolutely. They also suit each other.
Dominique and Tracy. I'd love to see the Instagram memes that get sent back and forth between those two.
Absolutely.
Oh, as the sun starts to peek through the grey clouds here at Shongweni this morning.
And the ground looking like it's holding up beautifully, I must say. Big Pat going through the finish there.
And well after the finish as well, Tracy very impressed with Chantilly's efforts here today. Big smile, big pat. Super production job done by a fantastic horsewoman, Tracy Carney. Number 15 on track next. It's the turn of 334 Chimera, Kyla Brains. Chimera, 10-year-old mare by Comil Faux, Arpeggio mare. This horse was brought into the country by the Neal family originally, then purchased by Aisling Triggle. And then Kyla has taken over the ride. Probably nearing on a year now, between 6 months and a year, and she gets a fantastic tune out of this horse. Lovely to see Kyla in the open grades on a horse that she is so competitive on. Seen her go absolutely wild in 120 jump-offs.
She can be quick, this mare. I think she's deceivingly fast.
And I think
she's
another
a big
horse,
mare.
would we be right in saying, allows Kyla to ride at that speed, the same as Leona is able to ride at that speed with Malvera.
Absolutely.
Just because of her care. She barely touched that front rail and it rolled off that rustic oxer. Fantastic hand position there by Kyla. Any of our youngsters watching, that's what you want. Forearms almost parallel to the ground.
Look at the time. Without even trying.
58.22 would have been good enough to go into the lead. The softest toe on the front rail of number 8 there, that rustic oxer, and it goes down.
23 is next, Nicole Bates. Good morning, Brannick, always special. That is your bell.
On screen next, number 23, Nicole Bates brings in Brannick Always Special. Another naturally quick horse. She wouldn't have to bustle him along very fast. Sorry, her 16-year-old mare by Always One out of a Rival d'Or mare. I do think, Sten, that we're fairly early in the show still. Some of the riders had a little trip around here yesterday, but the horses are definitely still getting used to the goings-on the edge of the arena and that type of thing. I do think by championship day everybody would have settled a little more.
Oh, and I think also another thing, we've mentioned it earlier, but a big thing for me is always the horses come into this arena and they might make 1 or 2 green errors going up or down the hill, touch a back rail going up the hill on day 1, or touch a vertical coming down the hill on day 1.
Yeah.
But they sort of figure it out during the show and they come out guns blazing usually on championship day. The horses really do jump well here.
And I think also just down at sea level, definitely the horses that travel down from Gauteng are always full of beans.
So finishes on a score of 4 faults, 39.94. So So with 22 having started, just 8 clear rounds so far. Clear round percentage sitting at 36% with 54 horses left to go. First of those 54 up next, it's a turn of Chris van der Merwe and 334 Casarimo riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Team 334 currently occupying first, second and third in the lineup, so in some fine form are the locals.
Beautifully bred stallion by Casal out of a Clarimo mare. And again, I think another horse that's benefited from Chris's smoothness and calmness.
Am I right in saying the rock star that was Clarissimo, that Leona van der Merwe rode, was a Clarimo?
Clarimo, definitely.
So how exciting to have a son of Clarimo as a breeding stallion in the country.
So well ridden there from Chris the Stallion, almost looking a little green at number 3, and Chris was so quick just to get on the gas, get up the distance there, so he didn't have to bustle the horse too much at the jump.
He really is an absolute master at what he does, Chris.
Couldn't
Gives
agree
the
with you
horses
more.
every chance to show off their very best.
And again, just Chris is one of the best in the country for me with that outside rein control through the turns. He's so naturally slick. He's never adding strides. On the contrary, always dropping them, not by being fast and long and open, by just being really slick and smooth.
Yep. Naturally quick across the ground.
Look at the time.
39.50 goes into 4th place. So Chris van der Merwe currently occupying 2nd and 4th. Separated by Leona van der Merwe in 3rd with 334 Malvera. And still leading the class, young Ashley Taylor, SDD above. They sit on a time of 38.25. So that is a time that these riders are going to have to chase down. Looking to do just that in a very stylish way, probably too. Up next, it's Heather Mostert. She brings in number 26. It's the turn of Calaho Chavello.
34, Alice Comet, Sydney Swanson.
Chavello, 9-year-old son of Choletto, out of a Lisbon dam line.
Also very orthodox in the way that he goes, so similar to Masculine Z.
Wonder if we were to take it back a few years and watch these horses in their younger production, if they are that orthodox, or if it's also got a lot to do with Heather's training, and if she just sort of molds them in that way. It would be interesting to see.
Well, people do generally say that riders have a way of making horses go similarly.
How cool was she round that corner? That horse canted, cross canter or disunited round that whole turn to the Mustard Oxer. She never changed beat. There you go. Now he's made a change here.
Whoopsie.
And that can be a little spooky for the horses. We see Heather's husband, Anton, standing directly behind that jump videoing. The horses can often have a look at the public on the bank there or up at the restaurant viewing the arena. Oh yes, Brendan's just mentioned to me off air, this horse at the Ranch Equestrian Centre recently, there was a treble combination, I think, on the long side where we were sitting, and this horse booked away from that. There was actually one of the arena party was running down the bank, and this horse ran away from that. So obviously a very sensitive horse who's very aware of his surroundings, notices the goings on around the arena, and like you mentioned, Brendan, they often just take a couple days here at Chongweni to get used to the activity.
And you know, I think it's also something that just comes with time. You've got to just you can't prepare for anybody moving down a grandstand, or for a pram moving, or for somebody making a noise for whatever reason. So
I've got a 2-year-old and a 4-year-old at home. I'm telling you, you can prepare for it. Just let them come run around the arena while you're training during the day. I can lend my daughter to you if you'd like. Boundless energy. She never stops, and there's a lot of sound activity that comes with it as well around the arena. Sydney Swanson goes next, number 34 on our programs. It's Haley's Comet. Sydney, daughter of the great Graham Swanson, a man who has bucket loads of feel, superstar equestrian himself, top show jumper, trained many top show jumpers up the ranks as well. He had a very successful partnership with young Oliver Bishop for many years. Lovely to see his daughter campaigning so successfully these days.
I must say that she's really been through the ranks, this young lady. You know, she started out in the children's, went up to the juniors, now moved up to the adult classes, and she really has had her dad's feel for me. She's just made it look easy always.
And she's produced horses always. She's
Always.
never stepped up to a new division on a horse that she hasn't produced herself. And that to me speaks volumes to someone's horsemanship, to their ability.
I think that just adding on what Sten said about producing horses, I think it's hugely important to have that ability in your riding skill to be able to produce horses and take the time and learn to think a little bit like a horse, because it definitely does help when you produce horses, just to be able to understand them a little better and really solidify a relationship together. Super round there, so 4 for jumping, 2 for time for Haley's Comet and Sydney Swanson.
Sydney Swanson. Going now to Wilton Ford and 25.
Right, on screen now, it looks like we have
39, Rendaro
Marlene Greef. She brings in number 39. This is Rendaro.
Rendaro and Marlene Greef. Horse that we've usually seen piloted by Nicola. We're going to try to get the inside scoop there.
Wonder if maybe Nicola's injured. This is a really fantastic horse. I've watched him most of his career. He's always caught my eye just by sort of his natural, easy way of galloping and springing into the air. So there's definitely a new partnership. Oh, oopsie. Yeah, she was really trying to get up that distance. Unfortunately, the pole looks like it's at the back of the jump, so she's going to let the arena party move that pole there and she can continue.
So, viewers, news just in. It sounds like Nicola Sam-Riley has done herself an injury. She's injured her groin in the familiarization class. Something that I know all too well about. I've had 2 groin surgeries, so Nicola sounds like is going to sit out the show. Her focus is more on trying to be in that Nations Cup team. So she's thinking of the future, and she's probably not going to ride the show. She says that. I said to her, so you're not going to ride at the show? And she said, well, I think not. But we know what that means with her. She'll probably get ants in her pants during the qualifier today and like put her white breeches on, boot up and come out in the arena. So Marlene Greef got a few catch rides here at the horse show. And doing a great job too. I mean, on horses that she probably hasn't ridden all that much. And And when I say probably hasn't ridden all that much, probably for the first time today.
And
or maybe she jumped a cross or two in the warm-up yesterday afternoon.
Yeah, but definitely never at a show, I would say.
Yeah, so job well done by Marlene. Number 25 goes next. It's a turn of young Hilton Ford. He brings in Forsyth Leolin, riding for owner Janlyn Robertson. Spoke earlier about Kyla Brains and how quick she's been in the 120 divisions with Chimera. Let me tell you, I think Hilton has won, the last show I was here, he won 3 for 3 in the 120 level. So lovely to see Forsyth Leolin stepping up to the open division. I know he has been in the 130s for a few months now. Hilton gets a fantastic tune out of this horse. Does it a little bit in his own way, can go a little left and right in front of the fence and uses his body sort of in his own way, but I must say looking a lot more orthodox now at 130 level.
I think you were saying that the horses have got to work it out sometimes. You know, that they find out which best way that they can use their body, and then they've got a horse and rider have to work out whether the horses prefer the room or prefer a little bit of pressure at the jump, whatever it would be.
He just goes round in like a seemingly easy way.
But you can see how he could be quick. He was just from 8 to 9, they're just cruising.
Look how quick he is.
Yeah, he's going to be so quick.
No hassle, no fuss. 30.
All the time.
Clock hasn't stopped. Let's see what the official time is when it comes in. 37.69, knocks some 6 or 7 tenths of a second off Ashley Taylor's time. Local boy Hilton Ford, riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup, goes into the lead with 27 horses having started. We have 10 clears in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting at 37%. 49 horses left to go, and Hilton Ford, Forsyth Leolin, they lead the class. From one Langley member to another. Next up, it's a turn of number 29, Callahoo Enzo. Grant Langley in the saddle. Enzo, 6-year-old by Callahoo Equinox, out of an Argentinus mare. That Argentinus mare, I'm sure, would either be Alchemy or a daughter of Alchemy. So Grant would have had a hand in producing this horse's mother or grandmother. So like we see so often from Grant with his horses, he's often ridden the father, ridden the mother, bred and then produced. So
I mean, he's just
another horse, but this one bred by the Callahoo stud. But I'm just saying, another horse that he's been involved in the horse's predecessors.
Sure. And I mean, Grant has always produced his own horses. Always bred and produced horses for himself and the sport. The sun definitely trying to make its way out here this morning.
Yeah. Your wrinkles
Thankfully.
showing your age a little bit as you squint towards the arena there, Brendan.
And how?
And again with no fuss, Grant skips around. I know single rail going down, but that horse, no hassle, no fuss, 43.03, skipping around. And this horse very new. I mean, I saw him at the beginning of this year. I'm pretty sure in the 110s at Maxwell's with you. That horse leopard crawled around around that indoor arena.
For sure.
Now, just, you know, here at the South African Championships at Shongweni, in the 130s, making light work of Kevin Spratley's course. Job well done, Mr. Langley. Amy Gempele returns, this time on number 21, Optima Key West. Optima Key West, 9-year-old son of Action Pure Z, out of an Agano Sitter mare. Big flashy horse with an expressive back end through that E-pole double.
just looking, Brendan, you know, we notice different trends with different riders or different studs. You've spoken about so often how the 334 Sports Horse stud, they produce horses at shows, and they produce the horses up the grades relatively quickly with no fuss, no hassle. The thing with that I've noticed with Amy's horses, a lot of them are a year or two, maybe slightly older than the other horses at that division. She gives them the time just to come into themselves, develop their bodies, develop their brains. And I really feel like she's starting, you mentioned it earlier, it's like she's got a whole new string of horses out of nowhere. And I think she's starting to reap the rewards of her patient system that she has with her horses.
And a really solid string at the end of all the hard work.
I mean, lovely clear round, time 42.77, and goes into 9th place. So the moment sitting in the prizes with 20 places on offer for this class. Number 35 goes next, Callagho Leary, Liam Duffy, another super competitive young man. He was looking rather sprightly here yesterday evening.
Before his bell went, I saw him rehearsing the very tight inside turn to number 7. Let's see.
Oh, he's never one to shy away from a question by the course designer, and often rises to the occasion when it counts most. This horse has impeccable technique.
But I must say, I think he's a tricky customer, is Leary, and I think Liam gets a spectacular tune out of this horse. He really does. Okay, he pricks his ears and locks on there. Come on, Liam. Here's the inside turn.
And nails it.
Good shot.
Oh, no. I was about to say, I mean,
unlucky.
Lissabon's progeny known for their fantastic front-end technique. The horse possibly running out of a fraction room there at the vertical. I mean, he'll take his foot off the gas, and I think you're still going to see his time lightning quick. I mean, look at that.
Good training.
33.30.
Good training round for the jump off, or for the championship round if you can get into it, right?
And I mean, also not hassling the horse to get home in that fantastic time. The fastest that we've seen go around this track, unfortunately 4 faults. So it looks like we're going to have 2 more horses before the rake break. 2 of our blonde bombs from Langley Equestrian Setup. What does Grant always say to you, Brendan? They're not going fast enough unless their ponytails are horizontal to the ground. Next up, it's a turn of number 31, Callagho Let's Fly, Helen Kritikos in the saddle. So from one son of Lissabon to another speedy competitor too. Callagho Let's Fly by Lissabon out of a Baluduruwe mare. I will never ever forget this horse with Jethro Bauer, I think at Burlington Cup in the 135s. Him and his good friend Ryan Warbridge. The 2 of them were breaking the sound barrier there at that show. They went so fast in the 135s. This horse an absolute out-and-out speed merchant.
I think he's got such good natural balance. You can make him go quicker than usual because he does it so easy, I think.
And with that fantastic Lissabon technique in front, always has good care. See that white belly underneath there. It's a superstition amongst riders that when the horses have a splash of white or something like that on their bodies, that they have that little bit of extra something special in them. See, this horse is eating up the ground, lands at the back of the hollard at 30 seconds flat.
She's got sort of progressively quicker as the round's gone on.
Also not a horse that she knows all that well, Brendan, and look at that, 38.60, good enough to go into 3rd place. So puts herself onto the podium, nearing the halfway mark of this class, does Helen.
So I wouldn't say that the ponytail was horizontal, but it was getting there, definitely at 45 degrees, so she's not that slow.
They're still building, are the Langley girls. They know when it's championship day. They know when it's time to win. Another lady who really does know how to win. Next up, number 27, Courtney Webber. She brings in Foresight Bator
for Shelley, owner Shelley Ann Moore. Courtney and Shelley have really struck up a fantastic owner-rider relationship.
Yeah.
They know each other well, they trust each other, and they are reaping the rewards of that mutual trust and the fantastic horses that they have together, ably trained by the master himself, Grant Langley. And lovely to see all these horses, Brendan, from Langley Equestrian Centre that we've seen sort of going through the ranks. You feel like when they get into the open division, it's your first sort of stamp of approval that you've made it, kind of.
Yeah, that they're good enough.
I know
almost,
that they're good enough to be produced on, and I know they're going to jump bigger fences, but it's like your first tick in the right way.
Absolutely.
That, guys, we've done it. We've bred it, we've produced it, and we're now here campaigning with the big guys. Well, in actual fact, I think the big guys get to be campaigning with the team from Langley Equestrian Centre these days. They're
Or
so
have to
competitive.
compete against the team from Langley Equestrian. They are always there and thereabout when it's podium time.
She's landed 29 seconds at the back of that hollard, so she'll be good to come in round about 37. Called it 37.39. Look at that, easy as you like. Courtney Webber, Foresight Bator go into the lead. Pole position in a time of 37.39. So the Langley girls coming in hot here. Actually, that's rude of me. The Langley team, because Hilton Ford currently sitting in second. Sorry, Hilton. So the Langley team now occupying 3 out of the top 4 positions. Young Ashley Taylor, SD Dearbub, currently in 3rd. Leona van der Merwe doesn't like to be outdone. She's just been knocked down into 6th place with 334 Malvera. Let's see what she can do now on number 33. It's a turn of 334 Diamantine, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. Diamantine by Diamante Simile out of a Quidam de Reval mare.
A lovely way of going, does this mare. Beautiful energy.
It's always interesting to see as well,
footwork.
Brendan, like the horses we spoke earlier, that the team from 334, they produce their horses at shows, and they seem to have horses that are almost sort of on the same level as European standards. Like when they're 6, they're jumping their first 130s kind of thing.
Yes.
And this mare, I've noticed, is 8 years old, so probably speaks to the care and the ability and how much they think of her, or how highly they think of her, that they've given her a bit of extra time to just produce on.
Yeah, you know, I think that, again, I'm sure that Leona has a heck of a lot to do with that. She's got so much feeling. She would know these horses so well. I think that when they have their team talks, I think that it would always be to give her a little bit more time. As you say, she does look like she's super careful the way she jumped number 1 almost over the wings and then settled down into her jumping, and maybe a bit green at number 7, just looking down at that very open, gappy, spooky wall.
Can I tell you how my team talks would go with 334? If I was sitting there and everyone was discussing what they were going to do, I would say, so guys, just watch what Leona does, and then all of you do the same like Leona. Chris, especially you. Just copy your wife. I think that would be my team. That would be my pep talk for the team. So these riders seem to be sneaking in here, Brendan. They keep coming. We got told there was like 1 left for the rake break, but the going is that good here at Shongweni that they've elected to just sort of push that tractor out a little longer, as we see Christy Lynn Davis return, this time on number 30 on our programs. It's the turn of Cruz Can Do It, and Cruz can definitely do it. We've seen that on regular occasion. This horse super quick against the clock. So if Christy Lynn Davis can leave these fences up, that time set by Courtney Webber and Foresight Bator of 37.39 is definitely going to come under the pump here.
Just looking at this horse in comparison to Campino. We saw Campino a little earlier with Christy. She's ridden this track already. She knows that that's a cantering distance. He's a fiery little horse, this, but he does have huge ability and a real willingness to jump.
Yeah, so Cruz would be the horse that I was talking about earlier when I said a smaller, hotter, buzzier type. This is the horse that I had pictured in my mind that we usually see Christy on. You can see her versatility. It speaks to her horsemanship, that she's able to swap between the two so effortlessly. And look at the time.
What a beautiful, beautiful round. 2 exceptional rounds from Christy this morning. She'll be over the moon with that.
A job well done. She's in some fine form here at the South African Champs at Shongweni. Comes home clear 40.95. Puts her into 18th, sorry, not 18th place. Puts her into 10th position. My eyes not as good as what I thought they were here this morning. Hunley's Comfort goes next, number 32 on our program. It's the turn of Whitewater's Olavi Shalai. Should have let you pronounce that one. I hope I'm there and thereabouts.
Hanley's is going to be a busy lady at the South African Champs. I think she's got 6 horses here that she's going to be competing.
All right, and saying Hales Farm. White River.
White River, definitely.
From a family of equestrians. Hunley's his mom and sister, both super competitive riders as well.
I'm sure both will be here this weekend.
I wonder if Jess is here with the team from RH. Oh, there you go. And Brendan's just pointed Jessica out there in the VIP section. Jessica Comfort, soon to be Jessica Dunias. Shame, bless her. I hope she understands what she's getting herself into. Marrying the farrier extraordinaire, who is Peter Dunias. His knees have got a bit old and creaky these days, but he managed to bend one recently. Very exciting times there for Jess. Next up, it's the turn of the superstar herself, Holly Smith. She brings in number 37, Fran Laren Bodaloon. Holly, our newly appointed junior South African champion with a dual license.
Absolutely. Again, that's a title that she's now won twice. We mentioned Clarissimo a little earlier, and then she's struck up an amazing partnership with Pollyanna as of late. This horse definitely a horse that she would know much better than Polly. I saw her rehearsing that inside turn to number 7. It looks like she's not here to make up the numbers today.
Bodaloon, bred by the Fran Laren stud by Beauvenier, and the Beauveniers have been such competitive horses.
Oh, that wasn't really the distance she would have been after. She almost got to come off that turn with a bit of leg rather than being in your hand.
Yeah, I think so. And like you say,
risk and reward as well, I guess.
and a little bit of luck out the turn. The distance has to be there.
I thought she did everything right. She even added one and did 6 down the cantering 5 there to set her up for a sort of nifty inside turn.
Oh, but just probably feeling the buttons out, seeing where the horse is at. She'll know exactly what to do and what she has come championship day.
Oh, absolutely.
Holly trained by Dominique Alexander at Sellerhof, so always well prepared for these shows. Class act that she is. Our current junior South African champion, showing us some equitation around the 130 level here.
Sure, we will be seeing more of Holly this weekend.
So young Ashley Taylor returns. She currently sits... Sorry, am I wrong?
No, you're right, sorry. I think you're right.
Number 36.
No, you were good to correct me. Number 36 goes next. It's the turn of Callao for Quita, Kim Erasmus.
I must say, viewers, if you ever want to see a horse that's really not in any book at all, I think this would be the one. He's a really, really sensitive horse. Quite worried in the warm-up arena. Very blood, very fast. Kim has to manage his sensitivity really well. Sort of doesn't bustle the horse in the warm-up. Sort of stands in the corner of the warm-up arena, waits for her moment to get to a jump. But I must say, has stuck it out with the horse, and good for her. I mean, she's really produced him up the grades. He's a winner.
Yeah, I was going to say, she stuck it out and is reaping the rewards. Callao for Quita, bred by the Callao stud, by For Joy, out of a Quidam's Reuben mare. I think Kim and her trainer, Raina Korba, have done a fantastic job, like you say, Brennan, just getting through this horse's little quirks, while surviving this horse's little quirks. But when he gets into the arena, he means business. Sorry, she means business. A fierce competitor, and like you say, you often see her just standing quietly in the corner,
just letting that mare's engine idle a little bit before letting her loose on these courses. But you can see just, I mean, she's a show jumping machine. She really wants to leave the poles up. She's so quick across the ground.
Lands 30 seconds behind the Hollard, so she's going to be in there and thereabouts on the leaderboard. Look at that. Breaks the beams at 38.95. Good enough to go into 7th place. And that was in third gear for that horse.
Absolutely, 100% third gear. She could have been 4 or 5 seconds quicker than that without even trying. But with championship day in mind, definitely wants to keep the lid on that mare for the title classes. Next up on screen, we have Ashley Taylor. She brings in number 28. This is 334. Callao, Stand By Me.
Out of the same mare as the horse we've just seen, for Quita.
Isn't that amazing?
And
sisters.
And Callao Stud have another sister on the auction this year. I'm trying to think of her name. But she'll be coming up on the auction.
Wow.
That is run over Derby this year. So that Quidam's Reuben mare, showing that she's a producer of show jumping talent here in South Africa. For Quita, a spicy, quirky, quick winning machine. I think this mare, 334 Callao, Stand By Me, has been showing that she's got much the same in her.
She's
Ash
gone
makes
inside.
that inside turn in a hackamore.
Come on.
Riding for days. Look at that technique.
4, 5, 6. Rolls down on this. Oh, unfortunate front rail there. She looked like she was in it to win it. Newly in a hackamore, I would say.
You and your friends with your hackamores, Brendan, far braver than me. Four faults, time 39.28. Mare's going to be one to watch come championship day, though.
Absolutely.
334 Callao, Stand By Me. She'll be asking them to stand by her on the podium come Sunday, I'm sure.
Yeah, she's got a lovely attitude. I must say, Ash turned her up to that vertical on the roll back and didn't have the best distance. And that horse really made a plan, wanted to clear them, tried her best. Gets a big pat from Ash as she goes out the arena.
That's exactly what we need, talented, careful ones. Kelly O'Connor has got herself just that in Oxford Super Deluxe, number 40 on our programs. Riding for owner Brett Latimer. Very new partnership, a very new ride for Kelly. You said you saw her training at your yard at Kamusha the other day, Brendan.
Yep, absolutely. I think she was making sure that she had all the buttons in the right place coming down to the South African champs, having not a huge amount of time to get organized.
So it does look like this is going to be the last horse that we take before the arena rake. I've just heard the tractor warming its engine up here next to us in this cold, breezy weather Thursday morning at Shongweni Club. It's amazing how different a horse can look with different people. Barry Taylor, this horse's previous jockey, obviously a much taller man than Kelly. This horse almost looks massive with Kelly. Oh, and another one, Risk and Reward, turning quite tight to that build-it fence, but unfortunately the top rail goes down.
He did look a little distracted, almost like he looked up into the restaurant there. It is starting to get a little busier here at Shongweni Club this morning, so something that the horses have to get used to.
Oh, and that to me is just indicative of a new partnership.
100%.
Sometimes you take a little feel on the way to the fence, the horse reacts more than what you'd like or less than what you like. That's just still learning each other's buttons.
And you see how Kelly resets there, just strokes the horse's neck, no stress.
I mean, she's a class act. She's got nothing to prove. She knows she's got herself a superstar there in Oxford Super Deluxe.
Sure.
So she's just going to learn the gears, learn the buttons. They're going to learn each other here at these bigger shows for a while. I'll tell you what, though, she'll be right up there in no time at all.
Finishing off quite relaxed there.
So we have reached the halfway mark of this class, our 130 two-phase competition, sponsored by Bradcore Armature Winders. Just a quick few thank yous to go out here. Our advertisers list for the live streaming for the show: 334 Sport Horse Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Cheval Liberté, Country Life Properties, E-Pole, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White Nissen, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winks Brokers, and Torquecraft. Massive thank you to all of those advertisers for bringing the live streaming to our viewers, allowing you guys to watch from the comfort of your very own homes or offices. So viewers, while the tractor makes its way in, we're going to take a short break, and when we return we'll have the second half of this 130 two-phase competition up next.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualised care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners for life.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
To realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research, driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Real tools for real work. This is the DR9 Precision Max drill bit. Clean, fast, built tough. Put it to the test.
New look, more comfort, same feeling. What else you need?
Right, we are just about ready to get going with the second allotment of horses. 29 at 136 still to come, 15 clears, 38% clear rounds. So we should now be back in program with the riders. Should you still have a problem, please do let Cindy so our marshal know. We will relay the information to us. We are who's on his way down, who's on standby, really does help with the timing. So we should be looking for opportunities.
Welcome back, viewers. We have 36 horses left to go here in the 130 Bradcore Armature Winders sponsored competition in 2 phases. Another big shout out to all of our advertisers of the live streaming, to 334 Sport Horse Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Chevelle Liberté, Country Life Properties, Epol, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White, Nissan, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winx Brokers, and Torquecraft. Big thank you to all of those guys for getting on board and bringing the live streaming to our viewers in the comfort of their very own homes.
I mean, we'll talk about comforts of your very own homes. I'm sure you will be enjoying being on the couch with a nice warm cup of tea or coffee. It's pretty chilly here at the Shangweni Club.
A little blanket wouldn't go amiss here in the commentator's booth that has half a one side. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, if anyone's listening. Current leaderboard. Courtney Webber, Foresight Baytor, they are in pole position, clear round 37.39. Stablemate Hilton Ford Foresight Leolin, currently in second, 37.39. Ashley Taylor, SD Deerbub, they went out early, currently in third, 38.25. In fourth, Helen Kritzkos, another Langley member there. Callahoo Let's Fly, they're in fourth, 38.60. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Don Rato in fifth. And rounding out our top 6, it's the lovely Leona van der Merwe and 334 Malvera.
On screen at the moment, we have got number 41. This is Capital Nightfire, Clinton Delahunt.
We've heard it from the show box that now riders are expected to come in program order. No more hangover excuses will be accepted here from the officials. So these guys are going to have to bring out their A game now. Remember their numbers as we see Clinton Delahunt starting on track. Like you said, Brendan, number 41, Capital Nightfire. Clinton trained by coach extraordinaire Jonathan Clark. Saw him looking a little frosty here this morning. Wet shoes. Smooth as you like there to the Winx Oxer at number 1.
Nightfire, a 12-year-old gelding by my Lord Carthago out of a contender mare. Beautiful pedigree.
And he's been such a lovely find for Clinton. Clinton's trailblazer up to this level. I think this horse has jumped Clinton to heights that he's never been at before. Lovely to see someone who's so horse crazy, show jumping mad, to be able to enjoy the sport right up to this professional level on the class act that is Capital Nightfire. Gets away with a little rub there at fence 7. Presses up to the Rustic Oxer. Big jump from Capital Nightfire.
He really is so solid in his way. Is Nightfire just keeps rolling to the jumps.
2 fences from home. Come on, Clinton. Sure, Clinton's wife, Hayley, will be watching on closely from the sidelines. Ooh. Oh, horse just spooked away from the side of the arena a little bit there to the last. Spells 4 faults. Time was good, 40.99. Would have been good enough to go into 12th place.
But I think all in a super round.
Oh, look, he says, oh dear. Let me tell you, Clinton, good effort. Clinton new to this level and making light work of it too. So great outing for them here today. Young Jenna Gilchrist goes next, number 42 on our programs. It's Fiji Durusay.
And viewers, don't blink because you may miss it.
I wouldn't say may miss it. You will miss it if you blink during her speed section here.
Oh, she's had number 1 down. That's unlucky.
This horse has been in such fine form of late. She'll just chalk the rest of this round down to a bit of training.
I would say so, absolutely. It's something that I've tried to master over the years with my own riding, that if things don't go according to the plan A, there's always got to be a plan B in mind, where sort of under pressure show training is so important for horses, ring mileage is so important for horses, confident rounds are so important for horses, so there's still a lot to do if you're not going to be super competitive.
Oof, my wife used to get rather angry with me on Lord Jack. He was such a competitive guy, much like this horse, a very quick, fast customer. If I had a fence down in a track, even if it was number 1, we could be at an away show and I'd retire straight after fence 1. She'd say to me, we've travelled all this way, could you not just jump the jumps? I think it comes down to where you are with the horses that you have and what you're up to. I mean, look at this. I mean, she had number 1 down, so she wouldn't have been going against the clock, Brendan. And look at the time, 38.33 would have been good enough to go into 4th place without even trying.
Absolutely.
So Jenna showing exactly what she's going to have in store come championship day. She's a young rock star, is Jenna Gilchrist. Talking about young rock stars, Zandy Elcock, she goes next at number 43. Her superstar Favor the Bold, another Jonathan Clark pupil.
Already a winner at this show, I think.
Yeah, and you've used that phrase, Brendan. They're never here to make up the numbers. Our Team Clark.
Yeah, and I must say, I think Zandy also super competitive in just her general way. She's very professional in her production of her horses. Very diligent about her lessons. She's often at Kumusha to train with Jonathan.
I think much like Kevin Vessels would be the head boy of Team Clark's training program, Zandy would probably be head girl at the moment in their training scheme. No, Brendan?
Absolutely.
Look at this. The lovely ladies from Western Shop heard and answered, Brendan, bringing us one of the fanciest. Equiforce cozy blanket. It's a 165, so they reckon.
No, I'm more worried that we're both going to get squeezed into this blanket together.
You go, ladies from Western Shop telling us they'll be gentle though.
Zandi piecing together a really nifty round here. Look at the time. 35.62. Zooms off into first place at this stage. Zandi Elcock favor the bold. Again, without even really trying. Fantastic riding from Zandi. We're getting really good service here today, Sten. The girls from the Western Shop looking after us with a blanket, and the ladies from the restaurant looking after us with some coffee. It's great to be down in Natal, isn't it?
Hospitality at its very best. Nice to be home. Ashley Healy goes next. She brings in number 44 on our program. It's Hausberger's Eldo. We've seen some of his progeny competing earlier on in this class, so lovely to see the master himself back in action, making his way back up the grades with Ash.
She's been meticulously piecing together his recovery. She's was so diligent about walking him out on the and trotting him on the tar roads, and then went down to 110 and then went up to 120, and now got him back up into the open levels after a little injury.
I think the word you used there, Brendan, meticulous, and that's exactly what Ash's production with this horse was, and it's her management of him as well. Just absolutely meticulous. As we see her trainer, Raina Korba, sitting at the end gate. Ashley obviously trained by Gonda Beatrix and Raina Korba. So she has the very best team in her corner. Glad she chose some good trainers to help her. Left Ronnie Healy to RH Equestrian.
And great to see Eldo back looking so confident around these jumps, as we see the whole RH team in the background there.
Ronnie front and center supporting his wife, who he loves so dearly. She's going to be given a lot of opportunity to miss him in the years to come while he goes and campaigns in Europe. Absence will make the heart grow fonder, I'm sure, as we see Eldo giving an absolute exhibition here. 44.94. Good enough to go into 16th place with 20 prizes up for grabs. Jean Korba, she goes next on number 45. It's a turn of Wilberg's Classy Boy riding. Ooh, we have to turn the page here. Riding for owner Rochelle Klook.
It's been a class of new rides then. So many new combinations.
Wilberg's Classy Boy, a horse that was found by Michelle van Eck for Rochelle. She campaigned this horse right up to 150 level, jumped around the South African Derby. Had a foot perfect round to the last. This horse showed some real class, true to his name. And a lovely ride for Jean to have, while Rochelle is possibly out the sport for a little while. She's such a busy businesswoman, so successful
really
in
is.
everything she does. So obviously not being able to get to the horses at the moment. But again, like you said about Ronnie Healy, not a bad work jockey to have in Jean Korba.
Absolutely. And I think just getting some good show mileage back in Classy Boy would be the name of the game for this entire show, I'm sure. As you see Jean not hurrying this horse at all.
You speak about it so often, Brendan, the horse is going up and down, gaining confidence, then being in full form, then gaining confidence, then going in. And I think someone that did it so successfully in his time was Liam Stevens with Wonder.
Sure, absolutely.
You'd see her win the World Cup on a Sunday, and then the following Friday she'd be skipping around the 120s at Burlington in a gentle round. So Jean just putting some pennies back in the tank there for Wilberg's Classy Boy, and a lovely round by that pair. Another new partnership, like you say. Number 46 on track now, the Berg's Opaline VDB. With the young superstar himself, it's Jethro Bauer. Young man who gained valuable mileage, experience, tuition at Langley Equestrian Setup for so many years, was a successful part of the team. Now freelancing or working on his own at the moment. And he really has struck up a fantastic team of owners, horses, clients. And I mean, you can see just why. He's a very likable man, a very successful guy.
Yeah,
and I think that success is bred on the talent that he has and the drive and passion for the sport that he has.
I think the passion and the diligence that goes with his work ethic is something that people are drawn to. He is a likable guy. He's got a huge smile and a very friendly face and quite a light outlook on life, but I think at the same time incredibly hardworking and diligent.
That's the word. There's a diligence to his work, I think, that doesn't go unnoticed by many owners.
I think that would have been instilled in him at Langley Equestrian. I think that's something that Grant is
managed to instill in Jethro. It obviously slipped by me in my years there. Jokes aside, Grant is a producer of very diligent, very hardworking riders. And it shows, if you look at the leaderboard at the moment, Courtney Webber in second, Hilton Ford in third, Helen Kritikos in fifth, all part of that Langley Equestrian setup. Currently leading the class, Zandi Alcock Favor the Bold, time 35.62, so that's what they're looking to chase down. Kaylee Passaro looking to do just that next. She brings in number 47, it's 334 Giselle, riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. They're also in and amongst the tickets are Team 334, Ashley Taylor in fourth, Chris van der Merwe in sixth, Leona van der Merwe in seventh, Chris van der Merwe in ninth. So they're a busy bunch here this morning. Great to see Kaylee surrounded by such a successful team, such a confident team at the moment.
And sitting on such spectacular horses. I think Giselle's really caught my eye as of late. I think on pedigree, I love how she's bred by Casal out of a Kidam de Revel mare. I think and then how she goes about her job, maybe not the biggest horse sort of in stature, but
maybe
massive step.
I'm sort of drawn to those smaller, hotter horses. I love them. And this horse has scope beyond her size. She's got massive step, massive jump, and just loves the sport. She's so uber competitive, and I think they've got the training right with her at the moment. We watched her. She had a great show at the ranch, that Ranch World Cup show that we were at recently.
Yeah, super Kaylee. Beautiful riding down there, 2 number 8s. She's really striking up a fantastic partnership with this mare. They're understanding one another more and more each round, and I would say that Kaylee's probably in third gear at this stage. She's just letting this mare have an easy trip today.
I think she's just tipped into drive, barely.
Yeah.
And look at that. Easy as you like. Clear round. Time 40.73. Good enough to go into 12th place, so well into the prizes with 20 prizes on offer here. Big pat for her.
Yeah, mare's looking relaxed. Like, I don't know, I think, as you said, I think the training definitely looks like they're getting it right. It's
going to be interesting to see. I haven't looked on the program, but it will be interesting to see what Kaylee's got 334 Nunu in. We saw that it was giving an exhibition in the 140s, I think, at the ranch. Must be touching on the cusp of 150s. It will be interesting to see what the team has in store for us. Lauren Pretorius, she goes next, riding the superstar that is Capital Coretta, number 48 on our program. There you go, Brendan's just pointed out to me. Nunu still gaining some mileage in the 140s.
And when you want to speak about people that have produced their own horses, I must say Lauren is definitely another person that comes to mind.
I would go a step further than saying a person that's produced their own horses. A person that has produced their own horses immaculately is Lauren Pretorius, Brendan. Someone that you had a lot to deal with just geographically, because you guys were at the same Sinisa shows a lot, I would imagine, hey, and the same shows at Maple Ridge a lot from when you were at Blair Athol. So you've had a lot to do with her riding and her production of her pupils.
Yep, she's a really busy professional lady, is Lauren.
She runs a super successful setup. Is it Millstream Stables?
Big ask at number 8, Millstream Stables, correct. I mean, Coretta also a fairly young mare. She's been sensitively produced up the grades by Lauren, but in a very competitive mindset. I think the horse is
Absolutely. I mean,
naturally quick.
At one point, I think Coretta had jumped something like 13 clear rounds in a row at 130 level.
Incredible.
Look at that. It's another quick one. 38.33 clear for Lauren and into 5th place. I think trainer Ray Corber, he'll be proud and pleased with that round. Shame Ray's got quite a few pupils in his class, Brendan. We haven't seen him be able to move from that spot. He just has to watch everyone.
He hasn't done much riding yet, unfortunately.
He's saving it for the big stuff, for sure.
Absolutely.
Robin Shaw, she goes next, number 49 on our programs. It's the turn of Lawlock Havana, riding out of the Nova Stud setup, trained by Arnold Buerter. I'd go as far as saying part of the family there at Nova Stud.
I would say
Robin.
main organizer too at this stage of the game.
Someone has to be switched on there at Nova Stud.
I don't know about you, Sten, but my legs are much warmer after this horse blanket was so nicely lent to us by the girls at the Western Shop.
If you're looking at keeping your favorite animals warm, folks, let me tell you, the Equiforce blanket here from Western Shop
winning
is a true out and out warmer. Not just warming our legs, warming our hearts as well. The generosity of Daryl and the team. Dion, thank you, team. And Robin, as we've come to expect, giving an exhibition of classy riding here. She really just does turn everything that she touches to gold. Am I fair in saying, Brendan?
I think just that very smooth, easy way of riding. She's a tall, elegant lady. She uses her long legs to good effect.
Lawlock Havana, an 8-year-old mare by Hummer, out of a Rival d'Or mare. These are very dark sunglasses for this shadowy weather.
I hear her, don't worry. Robin's got very blue eyes. I really struggle. This is my worst weather in the world.
I'll tell you, her eyes are much prettier than yours as she comes home. 4 for jumping, 1 for time in the first phase.
I think
And
just
4
2
for
little
jumping
green
in the
errors
second.
for me.
In the second, yeah. So a total score of 9.
And she did look like she was taking her time. She sort of on the sweeps.
This horse must be very new to
Yeah,
that
yeah,
level, and
yeah,
I
yeah.
think a mature round by Robin.
As we see on screen now, number 50. This is Fitsports Lab Struben. Katie Syme in the saddle. At least one of the Syme girls is fit and ready to ride today.
I think Nicola took one look at the weather and thought, oh, I'll save it for championship day. She's just having us on, telling us her groin is sore.
Giving everyone a chance in the warm-up classes. But I must say it's great to see Katie in the 130 level, traveling to all these away shows, getting mileage around the country. Goes on 9, down to the double, big ask in the middle. But Struben answers, no problem.
Pretty sure I just heard her sister Nicola shouting, come on,
Yep.
from the sideline.
Nicola's-
They're a competitive bunch.
Yeah, she's got her pink beanie on with her arms folded, is Nicola.
I can see her skull from here.
Yeah, she is strict, boy. I know that she's always very strict.
We were
with
just
Katie,
talking
her
about that
sister.
off air, actually. Her sternness. Am I right in saying her daughter, the current children's South African champion, so following in mom's footsteps,
I
is
must
young
say,
Jamie?
Jamie had an exceptional
She's had an exceptional career to date.
career. She's had a great year, but she had an exceptional show at SA Champs. Wow, she really is a brave, gutsy young lady. You can see how it runs in the family.
Exhibition there, by Katie Syme. Finishing with 2 rails down in, sorry, 1 rail in the first phase, 1 in the second phase. Score of 8, but a really classy round. Like you say, Brendan, she's gaining valuable mileage at this 130 division all over the
Absolutely.
country.
Absolutely, and the word invaluable is correct. You know, I know that it's a lot to come down to these shows, being away from home, the businesses, the expense that's involved, but there is a flip side to it, that the confidence that the riders can gain and the confidence and the mileage that the horses can gain, you almost take a different horse home with you if you can get it right.
Absolutely. As we move on to Govert Triggle, number 51 on our programs, he's riding 334 Lady Diamant.
Great to see Govert with his white breeches back on. I'm sure he doesn't get a whole lot of time to ride, being the busy businessman that he is.
So I heard some exciting news last night talking about Govert being back in the saddle, which is lovely to see. He's just acquired a very, very exciting young mare, Kokaluba PS, from Joanne Roberts. I was lucky enough to ride Kokaluba in her earlier days, I think when Joe had an injury last year. And a fantastic mare to add to their breeding program, Brendan, because for sure she'll jump right up to the 140, 150 division.
Oh, absolutely.
She is by Cornet Obolensky out of a Choco Blue mare. I mean, better breeding you won't find.
You're not going to find, absolutely.
I'm really, really excited to see Govert campaigning that mare in the ring. An exciting addition to his string of horses.
And, you know, I hope that Govert gets a bit of time to invest in his own riding. You know, he's been so heavily invested in 334 and in the sport and in the development of everything else.
And Chris van der Merwe and Leona van der Merwe and Aisling Triggle and Kaylee Triggle and Thomas Triggle and Carla Brains.
The list goes on and on and on.
And yeah, Brendan, I hope he's listening when he or comes back and has a watch on the live stream.
Sure.
Brendan McNiven says you need to put more into your riding, Govert. You deserve to be back in the World Cups if your back's going to allow for it.
Absolutely.
Would be lovely to see.
52 on track now. Nicola Kona brings in Calaho Valdez.
Valdez by Victory Forever out of a Lissabon mare. So I said that Victory wasn't used a whole stack in their breeding programs, but let me tell you, the Victories that are on them that are in the sport, have really been good ones. Was unfortunate that his career was cut short, but his progeny are really proving to be superstars in the making.
And I mean, with this horse's pedigree, with the Lisbon on the dam side, just gives it such correctness for me. Oh, expressive jump out the E-pole double there.
Just racking my brain, Brendan, talking about the Victories being so successful in the sport. One name that springs to mind, 334 Calaho Vedante.
Absolutely.
I mean, a rock star mare through and through. So
we saw Fandango a little earlier.
Yeah, so those Victories, definitely ones to watch out for. I know there's one or two, or one at least, on the upcoming auction. Nikki, a local lady from just up the hill here. Elveston, Brendan, right?
Absolutely.
Sparkling personality that Nicola has. Much like her good friend Tracy Carney. Unfortunately, just the early soft rail. Sometimes I wonder, you know, that can be down to the horses getting to the arena at the wrong time. There's a scratching, there's an addition. You don't get to jump your last jump exactly when you wanted to. Horses possibly either get to the arena a little switched off, or they get to the arena in a rush and sort of not settled yet.
Yeah. I think also, I mean, look, everyone sort of had the same test, because obviously the jump hasn't moved, but sort of right near the edge of the arena there, jumping towards the in-gate, that type of thing, could be a little distracting. But again, I think that this entire arena is distracting. The slope, all the distractions on the outside, the restaurant. It does take a fairly mileaged horse to be able to handle, or a very level-headed horse to be able to handle, being here in this big Jane Latimer arena.
Absolutely. Talking about level heads, Tegan Brains on track now, number 53. She brings in Cameo. Brendan, talking about new rides. I haven't seen much of this horse before.
At all, actually.
I was
to be
hoping
honest.
maybe you knew a bit more. By Consuelo, out of a For Pleasure mare, is Cameo, 10 years old. Very diligently and stylishly piloted by young Tegan Brain. She is a riding phenomena, is Tegan. She's so talented, Brendan. She gets, I mean, she's had horses in her string that people sort of thought, oh, what a sweet 130 horse, that have skipped around Riders Grand Prix and 150 classes. So
in that smooth, easy way that she just sort of, I don't know, you always say it, that she allows the horses to go and she creates that smoothness.
Oh, we're going to have to speak to her. I saw her took a pull. She took a pull there. For about the first time in 7.5 years, Tegan Brains just took a pull. Record that, guys, because it's not something you're going to see too often. It was the right pull at the right time as well, I might add.
Absolutely. I think the horse in a hackamore sometimes can be tricky to steer them in the hackamore.
Big smile from her, looking very pleased with that horse's round. A horse with a bright future. Number 54 goes next. It's the turn of the master himself, Jason Phillips. He brings in Calaho Colato, one of my favorites on the show circuit at the moment, and you can see just why. By Corinth, out of a Pedinas dam. I've been involved in quite a few Corinths and their production, and enjoy working with them. And obviously Calaho Le Padre was out of that same Pedinas mare, Zidria, I believe her name is. Jason campaigned this horse through the Young Horse Performance Series, was a winner there on regular. I think he won overall with this horse. I stand to be corrected, but if not overall, he was a winner of many of the legs. This horse owned by Jason Phillips. Owned by Christelle van der Merwe. But Jason really gives this horse the stamp of approval, the Jason Phillips stamp of approval. Let me tell you guys, that takes a lot.
Yeah, that's quite a stamp, to be fair, and I must say
he
that
rides a lot. He rides so many different horses, so when he gets one that he really thinks highly of, you know it's a good one. Look at the inside turn.
That's a good shot. That's the one you want.
7 years old, this horse.
Come on, Jake, keep moving.
Just hooks back into equitation mode there for a moment after the inside turn. He's not looking to run this horse off its feet.
Yeah, watch Jason's hand support. He's got his hands up always. He rides leg to hand, always creating the support for the horses on takeoff so that he can allow them to be as careful as they possibly can be.
Look at the time. 37.26, good enough to go into second place behind the young gun Zandi Elcock. Calaho Colato giving a fine showing of himself here this morning. A job well done by Jason Phillips, who we saw was stuck in the traffic this morning. Little lion that he pretended to blame on the traffic has worked out well for him. Second place for Calaho Colato at the moment.
Yeah, you called it. You said that horse has been sort of solid in its production job, and you see, for me, if they can be winners when they're in the 110s and the 120s, there's no reason why they're not going to be winners in the 130s.
Absolutely. I think it's something that we've seen the Langley Equestrian Centre team do so well. Their horses win from day dot.
Sure.
They're competitive
Not
in the 90 centimeters.
not aggressively, not hectically.
Not to the detriment of their production, but to the improvement of their production.
100%.
Horses learn how to win. They don't surprise them in the 135s.
Agreed.
One horse that definitely doesn't need to learn how to win, Moon Zapper. He's on track now, number 55 on our programs with Alexandra Wexler Snow. I saw on social media, Alex was saying that this horse took probably 4 or 5 hours or something to get on the truck the other day. Coming down to the show, she said, she posted there that if he wins the championship class, Barry Taylor said he can go home on her truck. He can go home on his truck.
His truck.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, big expectations from Moon Zapper here at the show. Alexandra going around there, so she's got that free trip home on the Farnham Stable truck in mind, not running this horse off its feet here on day 2.
And that would be the name of the game with Moon Zapper, is definitely keeping a lid on him for as long as possible. Alex would know that when she needs him to win, she can hit the afterburners and really let him fly.
I mean, she's been barely in the drive gear, barely in the forward gear here, and look at that. 38.80 goes in to 10th place. So top 10 finish without trying. Barry, let me tell you, your trucking bill's just been decreased by one horse this show. I'm telling you, she's going to be one to watch in that championship class. 54 horses having started. We have 22 clear rounds in the bag, Mr. Kevin Spratley. Good percentages here for the young horses. 40% clear rounds with 21 horses left to go. Charlie Ann Barford is up next. She brings in number 56. It's Baptiste van der Wolvenhoek Z. I saw Baptiste going for a Sunday afternoon hack with Charlie's clients the other day. Obviously in preparation, just easing off in the training with his body for this show.
For me,
Always
this horse
immaculately turned out by the team from CC Equestrian.
He's a real athlete for me, this horse. He's a horse that caught my eye as he came in the country. He looks like he's just got the makings of a Grand Prix horse. He's got that big, elegant canter. He's lightning off the ground. He looks like, I think, obviously, as he develops, will have a little bit, I mean, look at this. Little inside turn.
Well, easy as you like.
Backs herself. You know, we talk about producing horses and teaching them how to win. For me, that's a little how you could do it. Not gallop the legs off, have one little inside turn.
She's not running him off his feet around here. She's kept the ground speed relatively calm. And ooh, there you go. Just to shut me up a second. Charlie booms down to the Hollard Oxer. Look at the time. She landed at 28 seconds.
I think she progressively
Zundi's under pressure. Zundi's under pressure here. 35.76. She goes into second place. Does Charlie Ann Barford. Brendan, something that I've just noted. So she was Charlie Ann Crockett, CC Equestrian. Now she's Charlie Ann Barford. Should they be moving that to CB Equestrian? And then, with all in store, when she wins her first World Cup, she can call it Charlie Ann, CA Equestrian. We used to compete in children's. You had CAs was the top level, CB, CC. So she started CC. Now she's married Roy. She can be a CB for a while. And when she wins her first World Cup, it's got to be CA Equestrian. You don't think?
Moving up the ladder.
Carla Kilder goes next, number 58 on the program. A horse previously campaigned and produced by Charlie Ann Barford. It's Nemesis H.
This horse came into the country, a stallion. I think he's recently been gelded, and what a kind gentleman of a horse is Nemesis.
And a lovely horse to look at as well. Carla gets a fantastic tune out of him. Very stylish rider to match a stylish horse.
He's got such a lovely canter. Carla just taking her time to set herself up for this spooky vertical. Leaves it up.
This little Equiforce rug here from Western Shop, Brendan. My sunnies are even misting up a little bit. Bringing the heat our Western Shop. So is Nemesis H jumping a perler of a round here. Clear round. Time 43.83. Good enough to go just outside the places. 21st place. Let me tell you, for a young rider on a relatively new horse, giving an absolute exhibition there, Carla and Nemesis H.
Lisa Williams, that is your bell, 59, 334,
On screen next, it is the turn of Lisa Williams. She brings in number 59. This is 334, Count on Me.
Let me tell you, the 334 team definitely do count on her. She's an organizer of note, is Lisa Williams. Show jumper extraordinaire too. Valuable addition to the team there at 334. Sounds to be really enjoying her time in the Midlands these days, having recently moved.
Yeah, I think, and for so many reasons, you know, Lisa not only has...
So what would that be? So many reasons. So the good food on offer, the trout fishing, the weather.
I'm saying why Lisa would be at 334. Not why we'd be down here. She's had so much international experience, and Stan, you mentioned how organized she is. I think just meticulous in her production and in her management of her horses. I'm sure that the team at 334 would be benefiting a heck of a lot from that organization, A-type mentality.
Count on Me, a 7-year-old mare by Comte out of a laptop mare. So a young horse at this level who would also be benefiting from Lisa's organization and her that A-type personality that you talk about, Brendan. She really does produce horses in such an amazing way. We saw it earlier with Anthony Eckerold riding Pilgrim, that she's handed over to Anthony. Horse so rideable. I think after the schooling and the production that Lisa does, sort of makes the horses rideable by so many people. She does such a good job. It's not around that they'll be looking to bank. But like you so often say, you get days where you win and you get days where you learn. And Count on Me would have definitely learnt a little bit there.
And I think just all the sort of errors near the edge of the arena. Maybe the horse, we mentioned only 7 years old, might be a little green and distracted by the equipment on the side of the arena. So definitely banking a whole lot of ring mileage today is Lisa, and 334 Count on Me.
So it says on our list that is Philippa Baxter and Costello Z, but it is definitely not. That would be Carol Ann Nurden. Unfortunately, not 100% sure on the... Oh, there you go. Capital Chaplain with Carol Nurden. Maybe if you just give me a minute, I'll put that up to the judges' box. Jokes aside, Capital Chaplain, Carol Nurden on track at the moment, riding out of the Bergview setup, Bergview Stables setup. Runs a very competitive yard up in Hilton, does Carol.
Interestingly bred horse. He's a 7-year-old by Capital Colnado out of a Capital Conlank mare.
Yeah, and I've said it so often when commentating on this horse's rounds. A fantastic example of true Capital Stud bloodlines. Two of their, I guess they've been around for too long for us to call them their foundation stallions, but two of their most successful stallions in their breeding program and in the sport, both nationally and internationally, with Colnado being sold back to America. And easy as you like, 39.40, a crowd favorite there, Carol Nurden. They go into 13th place with just 16 horses left to go. Clear round percentages sitting at 43%. So for me, Mr. Kevin Spratley, our course designer today, has hit the nail on the head. These younger horses, you often want, I think, round about 40 to 50% clear rounds. You want to build horses, not destroy them as youngsters. So really nailing the course design here. We've seen rails falling all around the track. Always a good sign of fantastic course designing by Mr. Kevin Spratley, as his wife likes to remind him. So Martin Manette, he goes next at number 62 on our programs. It's Brandenburg Keep the Faith, a horse that Martin has produced so meticulously from a youngster right up to this 130 division. 7-year-old mare by Canun out of a Clarinius mare. I don't know where Martin finds the time for all the work that he does, Brendan. On Monday, and I love Martin. I mean, we know that I love not to be organized and just to be told on the day something's happening.
Yes.
And Marie's worst that she can't ask me to ride a horse on Wednesday morning. You have to tell me on a Monday. Martin felt it was sufficient that he phoned me when he was on his way to the airport on Monday to try horses at me on Monday at lunchtime. Couldn't understand why I was slightly irritated. Jokes aside, I mean, this guy is horse mad. He's from South African horse show jumping eventing royalty, am I right in saying? I mean, Rick and Corin, I mean, they're eventing gods in South Africa.
And Martin is taken to show jumping like a fish to water. I mean, he is a master. He has feel, he has horsemanship.
Feel and balance, incredible.
And a wife who keeps him in check as well, Lorianne. Good round there by Martin. That young horse has a lot of learning still to do, but she's in the right hands with Martin Minette. I wonder these youngsters also, they jumped yesterday, sometimes run out of a bit of puff on day 2, Brendan, because that horse, I'm not sure I've seen her have a rail before, to be fair.
Sure. On track now, it looks like we have number 63. This is Brannick Cassiopeia. Belinda Martin owns and rides.
Lovely son of Concoriano. Belinda runs an amazing setup equestrian facility called Pembroke in the south of Johannesburg.
It really is an impressive setup, I must
She's
say.
heavily involved in the South African show jumping committees and gives a lot back to the sport. Her daughter, Michaela Mart, that horse just falling victim to his stride there inside the double.
Unfortunately, the nomination for Belinda Cassiopeia can't be raised.
Unfortunately, that horse, like I say, just falling victim to his length of stride there. Those breeches are going to take some cleaning here. The wet Shongweni Arena. Fortunately, not the finish they were looking for. Philippa Baxter looks like she's up next.
Actually, I think we've got both the sisters in the arena at this stage. Who's going first?
Castillo Z, Philippa Baxter. Looks like we're going to start with that horse up next. Very flashy looking horse, riding under the rear net branded number. Castillo Z by Cicero, out of a Concreto mare, Contender mare. Fancy looking horse, lovely canter. How amazing that these sisters get to grow up in the sport, watching each other, supporting
amazing,
each
right?
other.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
and
were
have
to
done for years.
That's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
If you look back, they've been doing this since pony riders.
Literally.
Di Baxter, their late mom, heavily involved in the sport. I mean, Brennan, you and I have fond memories from children's days with Di. Always strict, but always funny, with a humorous comment for everyone and everything, and knows how to make light of any situation. Off the number of times I fell off and she made me smile afterwards. I owe her a lot in my life, and I would imagine these two girls would have even more to say about their mom, the way she was about their riding.
Yeah, so
and it shows
supportive.
in how beautifully both of them ride, doesn't it?
And definitely instilled a love for the sport in both of these girls, young ladies.
We've seen both of them take short sabbaticals from the sport and come back hungrier and
yeah.
hungrier. They can't get away. There you go, lovely round pips. 39.65, good enough to go into 15th place. Just like we've always come to expect from the Baxter girls. Making light work of show jumping with their talent and love for the sport. From one sister to another, Caitlin Lapart, she goes next, number 65 on our program, Bull Sports Makeba. What was her good horse that she had that this horse reminds me so much of? Lakota. That's the Lord Petsy mare, I'm right?
Yes, definitely. I nearly said starring Harry, was we going back to junior days, but let's...
Showing your age. Bull Sport Makeba on track now, number 65, a real rock star in the making. When the viewers hear us sort of mentioning this horse's name in the same sentence as Lakota, it shows just how much we think of her. Bull Sport Makeba, 10-year-old mare by Copyright, out of a Consuelo dam line.
Beautifully ridden down that tricky line, 3 to 4. This horse has got such an elegant light way of cantering across the ground. Yeah, Kate's having to press to that little spooky vertical. But jumping a really smooth, easy round so far. 3 from home. Oh, the lightest of touches there. Finishes up on the 4 penalties, time 41.79 for Bullsport Makeba and Kate Lepard. 12 horses left to jump in this class. Clear round percentage sitting at 41%, still impeccably judged by course designer Kevin Spratley.
Annalise Comfort, she goes next, this time on number 75. It's a turn of Capital Cullinan. Annalise, I don't know if our viewers can pick that up over the mic, using her voice to good effect. That would be Afrikaans for our international viewers that are watching.
Horse looking like he's getting a little distracted by all the goings on in this big professional arena.
Wow, big expressive fence over, big expressive jump over fence 1. The Winx Oxa. Could sort of feel that Annalise knew that might be coming. She's trying to be really positive here with this young horse. By Capital Castigo out of a Cyclone mare. Any of our viewers that have been around show jumping for long enough would remember Jonathan Clark campaigning Cyclone, who went in much the same way, very aware of her surroundings. Yeah. Brendan, you're giggling here next to me.
Cyclone was an interesting character, I must say. I remember him very well. He had an unbelievable care. He was a little cautious at the jump sometimes.
Really took all of the master Jonathan Clark's tact to produce that horse.
But you can just sort of see by this horse's face that it's sort of looking around. It's trying to take this all in here, quite impressed by all the fillers.
Would you agree with me, though? Looking more and more smooth as he goes on.
Absolutely.
Gaining valuable confidence here.
I suppose working out that these jumps aren't going to eat him or hurt him or do anything like that. It's just the same jumps as we jump at home, just different colors.
Now, Cyclone definitely used to look at the fences like almost waiting for them to come alive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is saying kom again. In Afrikaans, that means come.
Good positive riding there at the end. Gets a big pat through the finish.
Talking about horses being aware. Just seen Taryn Allnut come into the arena on Callao Caro.
Yeah, this is going to be a spicy one.
Spicy little sidestep there at the Rustic Oxa at fence 8. Luckily, Taryn's young and with it, because I'll tell you what, that could have put a couple of us. Maybe that could actually be like one of the moves that damaged Nicola's groin in the familiarization class.
And look, Taryn also falls off this horse a fair amount. This horse is incredibly quick, whether it's in the jump off or whether it's spooking at something on the side of the arena. Takes all of Taryn's patience and skill to get the best out of this firecracker.
Lovely daughter of Callao Concoriano out of a For Joy mare.
I mean, Taryn is a fairly small girl, so you get an idea that this is not a big horse, but is an out-and-out winner for me.
Absolutely. We've seen the horse produced through the junior ranks by Taryn, stepping up into the adult division with ease. Taryn's dad, Sean Allnut, a master of his trade, a fantastic farrier. He's Taryn's biggest supporter. He's horse mad in his quiet way. He's always quiet. He shakes your hand, and let me tell you, he's a competitor of note.
Oh yeah.
And it's rubbed off on his daughter. She's also got that quiet demeanor. Just gets the job done, doesn't she, Brendan?
Skips down on the inside line 7 there. Let's see if she puts her foot down now after this.
I don't know if our viewers at home can see, but these horses that are naturally quick against the clock, they always land moving forward. They always land taking the rider to the next fence. Look at the time, 33, 34.
She's not going to be quick enough, but she's going to be there and thereabouts.
37.26, good enough to go into third place.
Tie third, exactly the same time
Look at
as
that.
Charlie Ann Barford. Isn't that amazing?
No,
sorry, Jason Phillips.
So the young and the old of it, both on Callao horses, one Callao Corinth, one by Callao Concoriano, sit in tied third position. Jason Phillips and Taryn Allnut, the fairer of the two.
He's not that old, is he?
Probably about your age, so pretty old. Ruth Butterton, she goes next, number 67 on our programs. It's the turn of Ebenflow's Assegai Razzle. Ten-year-old mare by Rico out of a Supreme Dam line. Fine example of the Assegai Studs breeding program. Those are bloodlines that you see them use a lot of, and use a lot of so successfully as well. I know Anthony Kay from Team Ebb and Flow in PE, he's heavily involved in producing horses and selling them for the Assegai Stud. A lovely pool of horses that he gets to work with. Again, Assegai Razzle, usually a very careful type, having one or two soft rails here early on. And I would put that down to Razzle's travels of late, Brendan. Hailing from, I do believe, from PE. Travelled to Plet just 2 weeks ago at the Robberg World Cup there. And then now down to Natal. I mean, these horses do a lot of travelling.
Absolutely.
In the peak season time now.
Razzle does look like she's full of canter this morning, that's for sure.
Leaves the last up time good, 39.88. Unfortunately, 2 rails going down along the way, but I'll tell you what, if they come out guns blazing come championship day,
Yeah.
PE riders know how to set untouchable times, something that they definitely do. As we move on to number 68 on our programs, it's the turn of Michelle Green, local lady. She rides Damascus van der Kummel. Damascus van der Kummel by Denver, out of a Laredo mare, 14-year-old now. Michelle has an exceptional eye for a good horse. I know I say it so often, but can never forget Alluvian that she chose off the track, produced for a few years, actually for a few months.
Now you're showing your age.
Then Grant Langley purchased Alluvian. I campaigned Alluvian for him for a short while. Then Catherine Neal purchased the horse. Then Shannon Smith, and then Shannon's sister Lauren Smith campaigned the horse. And look at this horse, another fantastic pick by Michelle.
Such a lovely type, how beautifully built the horse is, so uphill, got such a lovely canter, easy jump.
For where Michelle is in her riding career now these days, the perfect match for her. A horse that she wants to jump stylish, smooth, good rounds with. A perfect partner in Damascus van der Kummel. What I would really like to do is to catch up with Michelle and find out about her young superstar that she purchased from Peter van Wyk and David Wilkin. Called Espionage. I think you saw videos of that young horse, Brendan. So Michelle was the silent purchaser.
Okay.
I think I got to compete that horse at one show. I rode it for 2 weeks. It was sold. Good horses do just that. But it'd be lovely to hear how that horse is going with her. So 2 very soft rails around the course. Not really indicative of the round, the 8 faults. It was a lovely round, lovely smooth, stylish round, as we've
really
come to expect from Michelle.
From start to finish, absolutely.
Jessica Woolham, she goes next, number 69 on our programs. It's the turn of Diamonds Conway. Diamonds Conway. Grey Consuelo, out of a horse chestnut mare.
Isn't that interesting? Thoroughbred dam line?
I thought you were going to say it's interesting that it's a grey by Consuelo. and wait for it to flick its tail and then say, oh, it's a Grey Consuelo with a big back end. Oh, didn't flick its tail over number 1.
It's going to, though. That's for sure.
Jessica, trained by Chad Cunningham. There you go. Tail flick.
I think for me personally, one of my favorite sort of crossbreeding would be the warm blood onto the thoroughbred mare.
So that would have nothing to do with Crystallize. For viewers at home that have maybe come into the sports a little later on, Brendan, I think Crystallize, were you second in South African champs with Crystallize?
It was long ago, but he was...
Jumped World Cups, jumped the Derby, jumped South African Championships to finish second. You were at Cyril Gagan, am I right?
Sure. But I think just he was such a trier, and I think that the thoroughbred heart is something that, I don't know, sometimes we can miss. I think we all grew up on thoroughbreds. We learned how forgiving they can be, and it's great to be able to put some of that in with the warm blood power and the quality that the warm bloods have got. So whenever I see a horse that's got a thoroughbred pedigree in it, and it's, oh, that was an unfortunate distance.
And everything's so good until there.
Yeah.
Brendan, would it be fair me saying the athleticism as well of the thoroughbreds?
Absolutely.
They definitely bring a level of athleticism to the warm blood lines.
Huge.
Shame, what a lovely round until that. I mean, we're behind that hollard fence, so a little bit unsighted, but just a sort of lack of communication there between horse and rider.
Yeah, so close from home.
2 from home and really giving an exhibition until then. Taryn Ann Combrink, she goes next, number 57 on our programs. It's a turn of Connell VTS. Taryn, mother of 2. I think I was chatting to her in the warm-up the other day. She's such a lovely lady. I mean, again, another lady that you've spent a lot more time with than me, Brendan, just because of proximity. But she's got 2 young kids, about 18 months and 3.5. She says her son, I think it was her son, she was saying to me, when he rides, no more ponies for him. He's a big boy at 3.5. He's a big boy. And
Jeremiah, I think his name is.
Big boy needs big horses, he tells his mom. So he spends his time riding this horse with his mom.
Oh, that's fantastic. And you were chatting a little bit about earlier when we were watching Govett, saying that maybe it's time for him to invest a bit of time into his riding. Taryn's been doing just that this year. Obviously, her broodmare duties are now done, so she can get back to full fitness and get stuck into her horses and her own riding and really focus on herself a little bit.
And just for our viewers at home, sorry, we've skipped maybe a piece of information here for our viewers. Taryn is an integral part of the Maple Ridge team. They run some of the biggest shows, or they have World Cup shows, they have the President's Cup during the year, and they have a big riding school and stable yard, very competitive yard. Taryn and her mom Verity out in Krugersdorp, fantastic facilities, fantastic going. They really are a show-holding body.
And put a heck of a lot back. I mean, even what Verity does with the youth extravaganza every year, puts together a massive children, junior, young rider show. It's
always so helpful with their shows. They try to fit everyone in. They try to make allowances for everyone. They go the extra mile.
Absolute horse people.
Absolutely, and lovely just to see, like you say, they give so much to the sport. Lovely to see Taryn enjoying the sport so much. Clear round 41.18, the class act that she is, just outside the prizes, goes into 22nd place. But
solid round, good riding, confident round for her.
And on a horse that has a very, very bright future as well.
Number 70 on screen now. This is Afrizan's Groenewold Duto.
I just listen to what Aiden says and then I try to copy him. Makes me sound smart. Duto, he says.
Katja's got a really impressive string of horses that she's been producing and developing.
Riding for the Afrizan team. This horse by Nervosa out of a Nimador mare. Katja is helped by Team Korba.
She looked like she wanted to go inside the water jump and maybe miss number 3 there.
this would be one of the newer horses to her string, Brendan, am I right in saying? Or one of the horses that we haven't seen as much of in her string.
Sure,
Let
absolutely.
me say, Callao Conda Rebel, probably her front runner.
Oh, but this horse just looking so impressive. So natural.
Just 3 fences from home. This is looking good. Her ground speed quick. Clear over the hollard. Looks to the last. Oh! Fancy footwork there, 40.60. It's a clear round and into 18th place with just 5 horses left to go.
Shame Katja realized that she wasn't on the distance that she wanted. She was wailing as she was going to that vertical, saying, sorry, boy.
It's a big smile, though, as she canters him out so relaxed like that. Our current leaderboard, Brendan, favor the bold Zandi Elcock in pole position. Charlie Ann Barford, she's in second. Jason Phillips and Taryn Allnut in a tied third. In 5th place is Courtney Webber. 6th place, Hilton Ford. Tamsin Muller, she goes next at number 71. It's a turn of Callao La Vista. La Vista by Callao Lissabon out of a Baloo Rouet mare. Another young lady trained by Raina Korba.
In true Lisbon fashion, unbelievable technique down that tricky line, 5 and 6. This is going to be quick. This horse is naturally fast.
She hasn't taken a pull. She's sort of left one out to every fence where there's been an option. She's been soft in her elbow, allowing the horse to travel. Lets him do it a little bit in her own way. There you go. Easy as you like. 39.81 and into the prizes. 18th place at the moment for Tamsin Muller and Callao La Vista, with 20 prizes up for grabs. Just 3 horses left to go. Helen Kritikos, she currently sits in 9th place on Callao Let's Fly. She returns now with her own horse, 4 Cabell. Can she improve on that earlier round? Get herself into an arena finish in the top 6? See if the Langley Equestrian Centre girls' ponytail can go horizontal here. And the softest little touch on the back rail and it goes down.
Gee, that was a really soft touch.
Clouds are just starting to roll in a bit again, Brendan. Get a little thicker, a little darker out here. Temperatures dropped a little, winds picking up. I wonder if that means there's some more rain on the way. It is predicted here today. Some gloomy weather. The locals say they don't think it's going to rain too much though.
The weather might be letting us down, but the show jumping for sure is not. We are going to have the 140 class after this 130 class, and then after that is going to be the 150 first qualifier for the South African champs. So lots of exciting show jumping still coming up here today.
Yeah, like you say, the weather might be as dull as my brother-in-law, but the show jumping's definitely hotting up here. Soft touch on the back rail of number 1. Otherwise leaves all the fences up, does Helen and 4 Cabal. Brendan, that pair undoubtedly one to watch in the 130, 135 champs.
Absolutely.
Talking about people to watch in the championship classes. Jason Phillips, he currently sits in tied 3rd place on Callao Colato.
He now brings in number 73, the winner of just about every class that this horse has ever competed in, Callao Fandango.
I think this could be one of my picks, to be honest. I know that the horse hasn't done a huge amount of jumping as of late. Jason's also coming off a shoulder injury, but they know each other so well. Also, I'm not sure he's going to run the legs off him today, but just by the nature of the way that this horse goes, I think is going to be quick.
I was going to say, he doesn't even have to run this horse to be quick against the clock. He can be in third gear. Fandango's natural way of jumping is quick. And this bigger arena here at Shongweni suits the horse.
Jason's so slick around his turns.
By for joy out of a hobnob mare is Fandango. Ooh. Jason trains with his good friend Dominic. Ooh, look here, inside.
Not as good as the distance he wanted on the other horse, but he leaves it up.
Shows his care, does Fandango.
This is where he can win it. He's got to get the hammer down now when he lands if he wants to be in the top three.
Look how tight he is around the mustard fence in the orange. Doesn't even leave a millimeter of room.
That's a good shot. Time to beat 35.62.
He's got the time. He's got the time. He's got the time. There you go. 34.63. Jason Phillips breaks that 35-second mark barrier.
Absolutely. I think it's also when you get to go right at the end of the class, you get to see where you can win these type of classes. Definitely the last bit of the course, sort of the last three jumps quite far apart.
Tight lines, though.
And Kevin's sort of encouraging them to gallop. He's saying, come on, I dare you to be a little on the inside line and a little quick. Jason Phillips does exactly that. Amazing riding from him. And the fantastic Callao Fandango
improves on his earlier effort on Callao Colato. Jason Phillips with the Callao horses, first and fourth at the moment. Stuart Barker, he goes next. It's the superstar himself, iFarmer Callao Conrado on track. And what a horse this has been for the sport, Brendan.
Yeah, I must say, he really is a legend in his own lunchtime, is Conrado. He's been a fantastic horse for Stuart and for Team iFarmer, so to speak, when Ray jumped him in a few 150s, but Stuart's also gone out there and won some fantastic bigger classes with him.
Oh, he gets a great tune out of this horse. He's had a long, illustrious career so far, has Callao Conrado, and he looks like he's not done winning just yet. Oh, uses his body immaculately through that E-pole double.
He is such a nifty horse. He's got such incredibly good footwork.
He's stabled in my barn for a year and a half or so. Lovely guy to have around as well is Conrado. The grooms all love him.
See Stuart there just taking the pressure off, not wanting to bustle him too much, Conrado. He would probably want
up
to
that 7 so quickly.
Easy, huh? Yeah, he's got huge stride, but it's that sort of nifty way of him going. I think that's why he can be so difficult to beat in the jump off.
Absolutely. Steadies the horse to the Hollard Oxer, uses his body beautifully there. Just one from home. He has had that front rail of number 8 down. But a great confident round by iFarmer Callao Conrado, beautifully ridden there by Stuart Barker. Team iFarmer will have a few reasons to celebrate later on.
And it doesn't look like we're going to have 334 Lorona and Chris van der Merwe, which means that Jason Phillips and Callao Fandango take top honors here this morning. It does look like Kevin Spratley has moved into the arena, so I think that is correct at this stage.
So I think we're just going to give the officials a moment to tally up those final results. While we have a moment, just like to take this opportunity to thank all of our advertisers of the live streaming. To 334 Sport or Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Chevelle Liberté, Country Life Properties, E-Pole, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White Nissan, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winks Brokers, and Torquecraft. Thank you to all of those advertisers for getting involved. I think we're going to take a short break while they do tally up those final results. And viewers, when we return, we'll have the prize giving of the 132 phase competition, sponsored by Bradcore Armature Winders. Don't go too far. We'll have that up for you next.
Results of this class, it's a win for Jason Phillips, Calaho Fandango 34-63. Well done, Jason. Second place Frozen Bold is Zambi Alpha 35-62. Jason denies Zambi, a SA champ double, but she's got a win yesterday and is second today. Baptiste in third, with Charlie and Barfoot. Fourth place to Calaho Toronto, Jason Phillips. Good Hinton, Town, with Town Illness and Calaho Apparel.
There we have it, viewers. The main man himself, Merritt, our cameraman behind the scenes. He's got the images up for you next of our winners here of the 132 phase competition, making their way into the arena. Taking the win, it's Calaho Fandango, Jason Phillips. In second place, Zandi Elcock, Favor the Bold. Rounding out our podium in third, Charlie Ann Barfoot, Baptiste van der Wolvenhoek Z, Jason Phillips and Taryn Allnut. Dead Heat tie in fourth place on Calaho Colato and Calaho Cairo. Courtney Webber, Forsyth Baytor. Rounding out our top six, our arena finishers. Then our lower prizes, Hilton Ford, Forsyth Leolin in seventh. Ashley Taylor, SD Dearbub in eighth. In ninth place, Lauren Pretorius, Capital Coretta. 10th place, Helen Kritikos, Calaho Let's Fly. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Don Rata. They finish in 11th. In 12th place, it's Chris's wife, Leona van der Merwe, 334 Malvera. In 13th, Moon Zappa. 14th, Calaho for Quita. 15th, Capital Chaplin. 16th place, 334 Casarimo. In 17th place, Castello Z, Philippa Baxter. In 18th place, Jean Corba Wilberg's Classy Boy. And in 19th place, Calaho La Vista, rounding out our prizes here for this class as we see Jason Phillips smiling from ear to ear. What do you say, Brendan? If he didn't have two ears on the side of his head, that smile would wrap right the way around. Good morning for him, first and fourth.
Yeah, Jason likes a win. We know that. It's great to have him back up to full fitness.
Our judge for the class, Mrs. Troy Kernick, going down to award our winners with their prizes.
Jason just reminding everybody that he was first and fourth there.
That should pay the diesel back to Joburg.
Ah, he's on his way, definitely.
Troy looking rather spiffy in that blue coat.
Trying to stay warm here in the chilly winter weather here at the Shongweni Club. Taryn with the spicy Calaho Cairo.
Cairo in fourth, tied with Jason Phillips.
I think that looking at the lineup today,
Taryn is brave being on that horse with the tractor in the arena.
I agree. But I would almost like to think that in our championship class coming up, we're going to be seeing Taryn, Jason, Zandi.
If they are not in the top six, it's gonna be
I've lost my words.
It'll be impressive if they're not, because something would have had to have gone terribly
It's going to have
wrong.
to be against the rub of the green for
Yeah,
sure, as
yeah,
we see Jason
absolutely.
cantering around much slower here in his victory lap. Gives us a little tongue and a smile. So a job well done for Jason. Viewers, up next we're going to have the 140 A2 competition sponsored by Winx. We have some 31 competitors in that class, leading up to the big one for the day, the 150 first qualifier, which will be a normal competition. So 2 rounds at first qualifier. So viewers, while Mr. Kevin Splatley designs the course for the next class, don't go too far. We're going to take a short break, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Only time and experience have led us to develop what we now call absolute protection.
Is wider.
Our highest level of technology applied to the protection of your horse.
Is stronger.
With the certainty of having crossed a new frontier.
Is safer. Because absolute is more.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research, driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill, and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualized care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners for life.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it, that happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
be all on us from London back down to the US. We rockin' this contagious, monkey business outrageous. Just confess your girl admits that we the
When he needs muscle on the job, he doesn't guess. He grabs the Torquecraft 450 Newton meter impact range. Power, precision, no nonsense. Torquecraft, built for Southern Africa, trusted everywhere.
Some stability.
Right, viewers, thanks so much for joining us. We are getting ready for the next class of the day, the 140 Winx A2 competition.
31 riders riding it out for 8 prizes, Brendan. Kicking us off, it's Shaitan Hendricks riding for owner Paige Lee Gage. Brings in number 1 on the program. It's the turn of Callao Corleone.
Shaitan's been looking really smooth and confident as of late. Really looking like he's enjoying having a string of horses up in the 150 classes.
Callao Corleone by Corinth out of a Lissabon mare, and did a lot of his early days production here in Natal with Ryan Walbridge. So a horse that would know this arena very well. Big week for Shaitan. First qualifier later in the 150s. He has 2 rides in that class. Callaho's Larison and Callao Chipperlight. Him and his team looking very serious here at the horse show. Ronnie Healy, trainer. Looking like they mean business here this week. Just had a little chat to Ron off air. He's going to be campaigning Tanya Strauss's Callao Connor in the 150 classes this show. I said to him, I thought he had a good shot at the title with that horse. He said, well, we'll see. You know, Ronnie's always modest before he wins, and he's rather chirpy after he wins. But just a shout out quickly, we got a little bit more info on Tanya's injury. So she had quite a surgery. She fractured her neck. They've done a fusion, sort of reconstruction basically of her neck. So
I'll put a plate
she's
in.
already, she's already up and walking with the physio, doing her rehab. So wishing Tanya all the very best with her rehab program. And looks like we are ready to go here with Callao Corleone, Shayton Hendricks kicking us off in the 140 Winx-sponsored A2 competition. 8 prizes up for grabs, 31 competitors in this class. Making their way around this Kevin Spratley designed course. Big expressive jump over number 1 by Corleone. Shayton has figured this horse out so well. The training program that he has with Ronnie Healy seems to be suiting this horse's way of going. Good ground speed so far. This is an A2 competition, so they have to put their foot down as they break the start beams. Patient in the 8 strides up to that Winx vertical, then lands, moves on. This horse looking fresh and well in the cooler weather, Brendan.
Absolutely full of jump. Had a fantastic showdown at Robberg. And as you mentioned, Shayton looking so at home on this horse. They look like they've worked each other out.
Some fantastic prize money up for grabs there at Robberg Equestrian Centre. Setting the bar really high for the other show holding bodies. Shayton making light work of this course so far, and with Callao Corleone. Big jumping son of Corinth. Gonda Beatrix watching closely there from the in-gate. Lands after that grey vertical, moves up round to
now we get
fence
to
11.
see the water jump.
Yeah. Jumps the open water, big effort there. Leaves all the fences up. Time allowed for this class, 84 seconds.
Just for our viewers at home that may not be used to seeing the open water, it's something that we used to get a lot more in our grass arenas, less so in the fibre arenas, but this being the South African Championships, course designer Kevin Spratley deciding that it's enough of a big competition to put this open water in the fibre arena.
I think it might even be mandatory to be in the class for the 150s at SA Champs. This show, I know that it is going to be in the 140 championship class and the South African championship class, the big one itself.
So that's obviously why Kevin's put it in today with an option so that he can give the horses and the riders an opportunity to jump the water, because obviously it will be in on championship day.
So time allowed for this class, 84 seconds. Shayton coming home just underneath that time allowed, 83.34 seconds. I do believe I've just heard Aidan Lithgow announcing. So just inside, squeaks inside that time allowed. So the time quite tight because Shayton was moving. I mean, unless that horse was just spending time in the air. As we move on to Tracy Khan, number 2 on our program, it's the turn of Emerald Al Khaleesi.
Yeah, another one that makes a really good quality shape over number 1. It's quite an impressive number 1, I must say, but this is the 140s.
And it is South African Championship, so course designer Kevin Spratley setting the bar high from fence number 1, figuratively and literally. Khaleesi, 10-year-old daughter of Kanan, out of an Always One mare. She has a full sibling, a little younger, the stallion that Tracy jumps a division or so lower. Sure, we'll see him in action tomorrow in the 135s. This mare would be relatively new to the 140 level. Tracy and her husband Pierre have done an immaculate job in the production of this horse. Lovely to see her so well mounted again, Brendan. Sort of since Sandor's days that she's had a bit of a lull in her career.
Yeah, I think she's been running businesses and producing horses, but
growing a family. Yeah. But how did that horse jump out of the E-pole double?
Both the doubles for me just looked absolutely exceptional. Early on in the course jump, that Daisy double for fun.
Oh, possibly a younger horse falling victim to the gradient of this arena, going down towards that vertical. Time allowed 84 seconds. She's going to squeak inside that time allowed. Again, the clock not coming to an end there at the end of her round, so I think they're going to have to sort that finishing line out. But it looked like she just squeaked inside the time allowed. I think another rider to go around with about 83 seconds.
It's a fantastic horse for Tracy, I must say. Really, really quality, easy, big time jumper. I'm sure that Tracy's going to be thinking about the future with that mare and thinking about some 150 classes.
And, I mean, having a stud themselves, that'll be a fantastic addition to their breeding program.
Absolutely.
Katie Bennett goes next, number 3 on our program, Capital Chatman. They recently made their debut at Grand Prix level at Robberg Equestrian Park. So back in the 140s here at this show. Katie's been riding a rich vein of form. 15-year-old son of Capital Conlank out of a landlord mare. Chatman originally produced by the Peaches. I think, was it Miles Peach?
Or Louis? No, Miles, I think.
Miles
Yes.
Peach. And then I think Kerry Muir campaigned him right up to 150 level, then purchased by the Bennett family. And Katie's been building a fantastic partnership with Capital Chatman. I know you have a little truck envy over the Bennetts, Brendan. They've got a very fancy horse truck, I think designed and built by the team from Denton Horse Boxes.
Absolutely. I noticed it as I drove in. This has been a peach of a round so far. She'd want to keep on the inside curve, what she does.
Balances up to that E-pole double. Oh, the softest touch on the front rails. It spells 8 faults there in the double.
I'm not sure she did a whole lot wrong there. Maybe the horse just getting distracted by that big red board jumping into that double.
Makes up for it at the mustard coloured oxer. Really does flick-flacks there. So all the riders so far, 3 from 3, electing to do the open water option.
Look, I think if you've been given the option and you know that it's going to be in the championship class, unless your horse is an exceptional water jumper, I mean, it wouldn't be a reason for you not to jump it.
I can think of a reason. In fact, there's 10 degrees, windy and drizzly outside. And if you land in that, it's going to be a cold afternoon.
It's actually something that I've been thinking about just personally myself, that when we hold our little training shows at Kumusha, that last week we put the wall up for everybody to practice, and it was sort of in my head for our next training show to make a small open water for the 90 centimeter and the meter 10 horses, to start producing them a little bit gently towards this 140 level where they sort of have to do it at this level.
Thanks for the heads up. I won't be joining. Up next, number 4 on your programs, Capital Hope with Kayla Nordia. This horse also having recently made the step up to 150 level. Kayla's taken the pressure off a little bit. Starting here in the 140s. Hope by Capital Hotline out of a Katoki mare. Purchased and produced by Chris van der Merwe off the Capital Stud auction. And then now very ably furthered in her career by the talented Kayla Nordia.
I think, Sten, we talk about it so often, the ebb and flow, the samba dance that we do as riders, going up and down the grades, creating a little bit of fitness and confidence, horse or rider, depending on who would be needing it. Often, even as a team, it's great to make sure that your confidence is where it needs to be, so that you can pilot these horses.
And I think
correctly.
just re-establishing the foundations all the time, Brendan.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or reinforcing the foundation.
Re-establishing even. I think I love that word. I think that it's because it's in a constructive manner.
Brendan, just having a look, can you see from where you are this horse's bitting setup?
It looked like a 3-ring sweet metal.
Was it? Okay, a sweet metal gag there.
Yeah.
Because we've seen her playing with the idea of hackamores and that with this mare.
Absolutely.
Finishes on a score of 8 times 78.98, so the quickest time that we've seen around this track so far. Kevin Splatley, he's living up to his name here, putting these riders under pressure. 31 starters, we've had 4 goes so far, no clears as of yet. He'll be hoping for about 25% clears, I would imagine, in this class, so that would be 8 clear rounds. Tell you what, if Charlie Ann Barford's got anything to say, check me Z, looking on to put quite the performance here this morning.
You talked
Sure.
about horses enjoying the sea breeze, Brendan.
How does she look this morning? Bounds off to number 1 there. Absolutely full of jumping.
Ooh, Charlie's not hanging about. Leans forward after fence 2, and this is how you win these classes. From the start line at the gallop. Charlie Ann Barford, the master of faster. Let's see what she's going to do here. I'll put my money on her. I mean, if Capital Hope was 78 seconds, Charlie's going to be honing in on 70 seconds for sure. This horse been at the gallop.
Even under 70 seconds if she puts her foot down.
Wow, look at the jump over that flower double. Doesn't look perturbed by that water jump at all. She canters right on top of it. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 strides to the E-pole. Went
On
a
the
little
outside
wide.
curve.
Yeah, galloping.
Gallops on the outside curve, so she doesn't need to slow the mare down. She can keep her at the gallop.
Swings around to that mustard fence. She's just 2 from home. Leaves this up, and this mare had no problem looking at the water. Brendan, you called it. She's going to be sub 60.
This is incredible. What a mare. What a rider.
Yo, 62.85. Thanks for coming, everyone. You can all compete for second place. Check me, Z. Charlie Ann Barford delivering the goods here. Oh, a smile from Charlie. That's
She
when
gets
you know
a nod
that.
and a smile there. That was good enough.
That horse has just jumped out of her skin. Time allowed 84 seconds. Charlie Ann Barford, 22 seconds inside that time allowed. Check me, Z. Take a bow.
What a round.
I don't know that they're going to touch that, Brendan.
Yeah, look, and I think just to talk about that round a little bit, you speak about it so often. I know you structure your own riding and your own jump-offs like that. You said the way you win these classes is from number 1. You got to break those start beams, moving at the pace that you want to be going almost halfway around the course. There's no point in sort of starting slowly and building. I think that the way Charlie structured that last round was almost foot perfect.
Capital Chico on track now, number 6 on our programs. Chelsea Gertenbach in the saddle. This horse relatively new to this level. Unfortunately finds the front rail of the Hollard Oxer. Chelsea's such a good jockey. Multi-talented lady, a vaulting enthusiast as well. An artist of note. And just a lovely young lady.
Yeah, for me the art is next level good. I think
we've had pencil drawing. Oh, I don't know the correct terminology, but pencil drawings of both of our children done by Chelsea. And I mean, they just about look like the children could walk off the paper to you. They're so realistic.
Incredible.
Chico putting in a big effort there at that green oxer, number 7. Equine Performance Products Oxer. It's just 3 from home. Does have 2 rails. So that horse, Brendan, falling, I call it falling victim, but the fences that he's had down have all been coming down the hill.
Yeah, on the gradient, absolutely.
Yeah. So just learning this whole setup. First rider to choose the oxer instead of the open water. Leaves it up. Big pat from Chelsea. She looks super pleased with that round. Chelsea riding beautifully at the moment. I know she's in the market for some new horses as well. On the search. Gonna be exciting to see what she manages to find, but Capital Chico, I'm telling you, that horse has a big, bright future ahead of him. Making light work of most of the questions here in this course. Like you say, just falling victim to the gradient of this arena from one fancy grade to another. Milkwood Studs Pacino goes next, number 7 on our program, ridden by Grant Seaton Smith.
Unfortunately having the first rail down.
Lucky enough to be at Robberg just a few weeks back. Saw Grant riding Milkwood Studs Pacino. Fantastic young horse. By Parco, out of a Cosmic Z mare. Just 8 years old, this young stallion. He was a winner of the class at Robberg early on in the show. Another horse I think I mentioned earlier about Assegai Razzle. Another horse that's had to do a lot of traveling of late. He's a big horse as well, so there would be a lot of management of his body that goes along the way. 7. I know he's had a couple down, Brendan, but when this horse gets it right, he really gets it right with his body. And I think at just 8 years old, he's got a lot of maturing still to do and a lot of strengthening up to do still.
Absolutely.
And Grant giving him a fantastic trip there, and it's around that Milkwood stud Pacino is going to definitely grow from and learn from. We spoke about this horse earlier, Brendan. 334 Nunu goes next at number 8. Kaylee Passara in the saddle for the 334 Sport Horse stud. A partnership looking like it's made in heaven. We saw them go particularly well at the Ranch Equestrian Centre recently.
Yeah, Kaylee's looking like she's getting her confidence back. It's fantastic to see. The string of horses that she's got are so similar in the way that they go.
We likened this horse's way of going to the very successful Louisa that Kaylee sort of made her way onto the map with.
Absolutely.
Back in the day. This horse really just like a classier version, if I can say that, with no disrespect to Louisa. She won a lot in her career, but this horse looks like the next model up.
I think she's a little bit more maybe rideable than Louisa. Louisa quite fiery. Nunu looks like she's a little bit more level-headed.
And I think Kaylee is as well more mileage in her riding these days.
Absolutely.
And with a great team behind her, is riding with a lot of confidence at the moment. I far preferred it when Chris van der Merwe was riding this horse and we got to talk about Chris and Nunu. But jokes aside, Kaylee gets a fantastic tune out of her. Mare giving an exhibition here so far. This gloomy Thursday morning at Shangweni Club.
Oh, she's got such amazing technique, does this mare.
Went a little high over the oxer. Kaylee quick to react, pressed her up in the 5 strides to that grey vertical. Sets up for the last, also does the option. On the lightest toe on the front rail, 82.12, but it's 4 faults on the board. At the moment, that is good enough for second place, Brendan. Just 1 clear round in the bag so far, and a speedy effort it was by Charlie Ann Barford and Check Me Z. 62.85 is what the other riders will not be looking to chase down. They'll be looking for a strong second place here. If I was in the class, I don't know that it's doable. Though the young talent and ambition of Jenna Gilchrist, she might have something different to say. She brings in number 9 on our program, Orlando Fun at Eigenlow. Was purchased from Michelle Van Eck. This young lady has been in great form of late. Not a prize giving she hasn't stood in over the last 3 big shows.
And I really think that between her and her coach Ronnie Healy and her parents, they've really got a strong system down for this young lady. They've mounted her incredibly well, and I think they've taken the time and the effort in getting her to all the big shows and exposing her to all the different courses.
Absolutely. I think Russell and Gesha have been instrumental in providing Jenna with the very best opportunities, in proving herself in the sport and proving herself. She's definitely done, and she's done it with a lot of the same enthusiasm that her brother Liam has towards life. She throws towards the sport.
They're a cheerful bunch, aren't they?
Absolutely. A fun crowd to hang around. Wow, the horse jumping that mustard oxer beautifully, showing good care at the grey vertical.
Really mature riding. She's going to do the water for sure. Steps up a gear.
If she can clear the water, she's going to be... There you go.
Into second.
Ooh, just outside that time allowed. 85.54 spells 2 for time, but it is good enough for second place with just the 1 clear round in the bag so far. So with 9 having started, 1 clear round spells 11% clears with 22 horses left to go. Course designer Kevin Spratley setting a testing track for these riders, and rightfully so. It's the South African Championships here this week, as we see Tegan Brains making her way to the start lines. She brings in Air Holidays Calaho Luca Vella.
I must say, Stan, it's been such an interesting year in South Africa with the calendar that we've had, when we've had so many different types of course builders come out for various World Cups. We've had Stefan Wirth here, we've had Bernardo Costa Cabral here, and it's so interesting having their courses and then having our local hero Kevin Spratley come and build the South African champs. For me, everything's a fraction more open. The distances are a little bit longer and more open and sort of encouraging, or for me, I think it tests real care. I think that if you set the time quick and you make the riders gallop and then you make the courses and the corners quite long and open and gappy, there's quite a lot of places where you can make errors.
Oh, and an uncharacteristic error there by Luca Vela, touching off a rail. Not used to seeing him have one down. I mean, Tegan, we spoke about it earlier, one of the smoothest riders on the circuit. Brendan, touching on your comments about course design, what I've found really encouraging is when we have had the international guys coming to build and then followed a week or two later, or a week, I mean, our schedule's been crazy. I think I counted the other day, I did 16 shows in a row. The local course designers, Kate, Brett, Kevin, can I tell you, I mean, it hasn't been like an eye-opening wow to jump the international course designers courses.
Yes, with the level of our course designers.
Our guys are really on track and building fantastic courses, and I think encouraging the same forward competitive riding standard that is expected of the European guys and the Americans and those in the UK. I think I mean, in my humble opinion, I think our guys are riding up to speed.
Yep,
you know,
absolutely.
The years gone by, if we had a distance walked on 38, everyone here in South Africa would say it's 9 strides. These days, without a doubt, 90% of the riders ride down in 8.
Sure.
A positive 8. And I think it speaks to the quality of horses we have in the country at the moment as well. Erin DeSantos, she's making her way to number 1, brings in Capital Kenzo, son of Kronos, purchased by Superstar Stevens himself off the Capital Stud auction just a few years back. Produced up to the open divisions, ridden for a short while by Shannon Wyndham Quinn, a riding phenomena that she is, and then purchased by Erin DeSantos, who has been striking up a fantastic relationship with this gelding, now training at RH Equestrian with the great Ronnie Healy himself.
Yeah, she had a really strong class in the 145s at the Burlington Cup. Would have filled her with a whole lot of confidence, that's for sure.
Horse running out of a bit of room on the downhills here. Big press at that green oxer. Erin is part of the Bridal Bling team that we've seen pop up in South Africa. Their stores are in the Equestrian Affair stores, I think, Brennan, if I'm correct.
It's become a huge thing, I must say.
Out of nowhere, Bronwyn and her team, Erin's involved. They've really set up a fantastic little business.
At the Junior SA Champs earlier on in the year, it was hilarious to watch the bun fight that was going on there. All the kids wanting to get their horses looking fancy with their bridal bling. Wow, big jump at the water.
My kids were heartbroken. We got there on day 3 to do some bridal bling shopping for pudding, and they were sold out.
Sold out, absolutely,
So
but they do have back new stock back.
There you go. Business is booming for bridal bling. Good round there by Erin. Big effort at the water jump. That horse starting on the right foot here at this horse show. Tatum Hodgson goes next. She brings in number 12 on our programs. It's a turn of Equine Performance Products Theseus. Homebred horse by Tatum and her mom, Charmaine. I've seen Tatum's dad here as well today, supporting. She has a young baby, probably on the sidelines. Yep, there's dad, front and center, with the video camera. Theseus by Kanan, out of a Cassini 2 mare. And I've said it before and I'll say it again, this horse destined for the very top of the sport. This is going to be the one that puts Tatum on the map in the 150s, Brendan.
I must agree with you.
This is an absolute rock star, this horse.
Yeah, I must agree with you. Big, scopy, quick in his way, modern.
We spoke about it earlier, producing your own horses and how much it counts in the end. Tatum's done all the production with this horse and really starting to reap the reward. This horse is careful, brave when he needs to be, reads Tatum like an open book.
Does he back himself
Good
up
footwork.
in that double?
Wow, amazing
top,
footwork.
Top care. Tayton trains with Lynn Piercy. She's had a big role to play in this horse's development and production. I see Charmaine there, opposite side of the arena.
Oh, that
one
was
late
unlucky.
rail. This horse wouldn't be too mileage at this level though, Brennan. And as we've seen with the clear round percentages in this track, rather low. It's a whopper of a track here. Little tap on the shoulder.
Massive
clears that
jump.
last jump by a mile. 83.23 comes home inside that time allowed to go into 5th place, just past the halfway mark of this competition.
Still only the one clear round with Jenna Gilchrist on those 2 for time.
Oh, but that'll change shortly, don't you worry, Brendan. Next to go, Janine van Sommeren, Bowman's Drake. Class act that they are. I'm pretty sure we're in for another quick clear here.
A little equitation clear, I'm sure, as only Janine can produce. She really is, for me, one of the most technically correct riders on the back of a horse. Unbelievable upper body control. She's got such elegant hands, soft elbows.
I'd love to catch up on the news, but I think she's now in the Cape, isn't she, Brendan? No longer here in Natal. I'll have to verify all of that and come back to the viewers tomorrow. But she's had an early rail there. At number 3, the Hollard Oxer, the front rail goes down. So this will be chalked down to a bit of training now for Janine. You talk about how technically correct she is. I mean, she just cantered around there as if she was cantering into a dressage test. Always fantastic connection between leg and hand. The horse having a little spook at those flowers.
And he looked a little worried cantering past the crowd a little earlier on in the course.
So maybe the fresher weather just causing him to be a little perky here. As we near lunchtime on a gloomy Thursday morning at Shongweni Club.
It does feel like it's about 9 in the morning, to be honest. I'm still waiting for the sun to
You
pop out.
obviously slept better than me last night. It's feeling like 4 o'clock in the afternoon to me. Yeah, so an uncharacteristic round from Bowman's Drake, to be fair. Stylish as ever by Janine. Good water jumper is Drake. Finishes on a score of 17. 5 of those being for time. Sorry, that's been corrected. There's some gremlins. There's some gremlins playing hard here.
I think the timing equipment's struggling here in the gloomy weather, as we see on screen now. Geordie Byrne brings in the fabulous Callao Sequoia Vela.
Did I see correct, or am I repeating this correctly? They did an embryo transfer with Sequoia Vela, and I think the sire they used was Emerald. I'm going to do some homework quickly and check that up, but I saw a fantastic young colt running around the paddock.
That's very exciting for them. Uncharacteristic first fence down for Geordie. This horse really does perform when it counts.
Yeah, he saves his best for championship day when there's a big crowd.
Absolutely.
Sorry, her best
Her
when there's a
best.
big crowd.
Technique for days through that E-pole double. Positive riding down the 5 strides, just the water jump left to go.
Super ride. There you go.
Easy jump at number 11. So 4 penalties there. Time 79.01 for Geordie Byrne.
And there you have it, Brendan. By Emerald out of Callao Sequoia Vela. Euro BWF is his name. Looking rather spiffy as that youngster. Exciting for Geordie's future.
Speaking about looking spiffy, on screen now we have number 15. This is 334 Bakir. Leona van der Merwe rides for the 334 Sport Horse stud. And I'm sure that this is becoming one of the crowd favorites. Really, it's looking like such a beautiful partnership, such an elegant stallion, beautifully piloted by Leona.
I think, like Leona's mentioned so often, Chris van der Merwe, her husband, did a foot-perfect production job with this horse. And like he's done so often in his life, gives his wife the very best.
Absolutely.
And wow, does she show this young stallion off so well. By Brunsau out of a Cassini mare, already has a lot of progeny on the ground. Stamps them beautifully.
She went inside there, so she's planning a little competitive round here, maybe.
Oh, like we've come to expect from Leona, equitation at speed.
Or just maybe taking the time pressure off her round so she doesn't have to bustle the stallion. He is looking very relaxed these days.
Absolutely, he took the words out of my mouth. He looks so relaxed in his body over the fences. Could I say more fluid on his take-off stride, he looks?
Absolutely. And I think just because of the relaxation, I think his brain is so much calmer. He can get his job done easier. Brave at the water.
Look at his sort of extravagant front knee action over that water jump. Very cute. Comes home just outside that time allowed, but she won't be fussed about that. Finishes on a score of 7. 1 outside of the prizes at the moment. So there we have it. Sorry, just a correction. They finally sorted out the timing equipment. So we have the correct information for our viewers now. We have 2 clear rounds. Check Me Z, Charlie and Barford are leading the class, 72.06. Callao Corleone, Shayton Hendricks, they were our second clear. Came home just inside that time allowed, 83.96. So those are our 2 clear rounds. Then Orlando Funnet Eigenlow, Jenna Gilchrist left all the fences up. Unfortunately, had 2 for time. So those are our riders who have managed to leave the fences up. As we see Daniela Smith on track now, number 16 on our programs, riding First L. First L, lovely 15-year-old son of Berlin out of a Sam R mare. Made their debut at Grand Prix level here at Shongweni about a year ago and have never looked back. They've been in fantastic form. Big horse that Daniela really has to keep together. Does a great job at doing so as well.
Absolutely, had to work hard for the 8 on the outside curve there.
Uses her long levers to good effect, long legs, long arms, something that you and I, Brendan, would know nothing about.
Absolutely.
Wow, how did that horse jump the mustard? Oxa.
I mean, that's a cantering 5. She has to whoa down that distance. As you mentioned, huge stride.
He absolutely loves this venue, this horse. And there you have it, true to the script. It's another clear round in the bag, good enough to go into second position, 80.96, just 8 seconds or 9 seconds off Charlie Ann Barford's time. Incredible time set by Check Me Z, 72.06. But let me say, First L, Daniela Smith looking a picture here to go into second place, giving us our 3rd clear round of the class. Clear round percentages sitting at 3. So 3 clear rounds, clear round percentages sitting at 18%. So getting closer to that 25% that course designer Kevin Spratley would be looking for.
Maybe not the start that Carol was after. Unfortunately, just bumping number 1 and the horse looking like it got a little distracted going to number 2.
Lacano so nice, almost still thinking about the rail that he'd had down at number 1 on the way to number 2.
Absolutely.
13-year-old by Consuelo out of a Lacano Challenger mare.
must say, living up to his name as well. He is so nice, this horse. I've watched him a lot with Carol, seen the production as they've gone along. Ably assisted by Martin Manette and Barry Taylor is Carol. As you said earlier, runs a fantastic setup, Bergview Stables in the Hilton area.
Gosh, this horse has got an amazing jump. Really does have ability. Does look a little distracted by the water going past it there.
Makes light work of that green oxer going up the hill out of the bottom corner here by us. Textbook through that E-pole double. Big horse as well for Carol. She's such a small, fine lady.
And she's really settled into the round. I mean,
Yeah.
it's obviously distracting when you start the way you do, but as you were mentioning earlier, chalking it up to a bit of ring mileage is the name of the game.
The horses have jumped that mustard oxer with those white trellises at the bottom beautifully, Brendan. Lovely shot we have from here. Unfortunately finds the rail. So an early mistake at the first, a late mistake at the last. Everything in between rather spiffy, I would say.
I totally agree.
That was looking a real picture. I would imagine also hasn't jumped too many 140 fences. Has Locarno so nice.
Leaves on a good note. I mean, Carol giving him a big pat there, looking a little relaxed as they walk out together.
Yeah, and I think a score that doesn't really reflect the round.
For sure
does it?
not. No, for sure not. I think those are the rounds that you've got to go back, watch the video, look at all the positives that you can take from the round.
Christopher Nicholas goes next. He brings in Capital Carlton, number 18 on our programs. An 11-year-old gelding by Capital Colnado out of an Optimum Thunder Wellington mare. Chris and his team have recently purchased a lovely equestrian facility. Trains out of Burlington Stables with Anne-Marie Esslinger, a very diligent pupil. I think any instructor would be proud to have him a part of their team. You spoke about, I think, Erin having a fantastic trip around the 145 championship at Burlington Cup recently. Chris also had a super trip. I think he had one down in that 145 class. Was it one down or a clear round? I can't remember. I don't want to take away from him, but it was an outstanding ride. I remember I was one to go after him, and I watched as he just cruised around in true equitation style, around that a trainer like Anne-Marie Esslinger would be proud of.
And again, I mean, Chris wouldn't be hugely mileaged around these big 140 tracks at a big show like the South African Champs. So fantastic for him to be racking up some real quality mileage over these big jumps.
Tell you what, I saw the treble combinations that were set up at Burlington this week for their preparation for SA Champs. Come championship day, they're going to know all about jumping oxer, upright, oxer, upright, whatever they might be thrown here by Kevin Spratley. They're going to be well prepared, are the team from Burlington, trained by Anne-Marie.
Just another horse that may be getting caught out by the gradient in the arena.
And can I mention as well, a horse that hasn't traveled a whole bunch in his career. So this longer trip down to Shongweni,
yes,
can take a bit out. He's a tall horse. If you look at him, I don't think the viewers, it does this horse justice because of how tall
Chris is a tall guy, absolutely.
But that horse, a tall horse, so often they need a bit of extra room in the trucks. They battle to travel. But he'll get it right come championship day. He knows when to perform at his very best, does Chris and Capital Carlton.
As we see on screen now, number 19. This is Georgina Ratcliffe. She brings in Nova Zonostral's Rivendell Kite Runner.
Rivendell Kite Runner, bred by the Rivendell stud. Lovely 11-year-old daughter of Kanan out of a Lorino mare. Talking about people that have travelled far to get here. Porty puts in a big effort every year to campaign when the sport is at its busiest, peak season here through winter. A lot of the shows are based around Johannesburg and Shongweni and Natal. We now have two new lovely venues, 334 Sports Horse Stud and Maxwell's Equestrian Centre. So two more venues in the Midlands area. So Natal now has three major show holding bodies up for grabs or on offer to the competitors.
Just to fill our calendar even more.
As if there wasn't enough going on. So these Cape Townians, a lot of them will come up to Johannesburg from the Cape and then campaign out of Johannesburg because the trips are obviously much shorter and they don't have to worry about the
Quarantines and that type of thing.
regulations and
Absolutely.
protocols. So it's exactly what Georgina and her team do, and they do it very successfully as well. Lovely to see Georgina's trainer, Gonda Beatrix. She's here, front and center. I saw her walking the course earlier. So lovely to have the great Gonda Beatrix here at Shongweni. This horse is a little rock star, isn't she, Brendan?
I must say, unbelievable jump. Suits Porty down to the ground.
Am I right? Originally owned by Stephen Atkinson and campaigned by Johan Lotte, I think.
You could be correct.
I might be wrong about the owner, but definitely campaigned by Johan Lotte. Fiery mare, and has really found a match made in heaven with Georgina. She likes them hot, she likes them buzzy, and she gets a fantastic tune out of this mare.
And obviously, the Rowan family and Johan have such a connection over the years, so I'm sure that... Oh man, that was unlucky. She tried, almost did everything right for me.
And the mare just barely touched that front rail off. Also another horse not hugely experienced or mileage at 140 level. So the riders showing their enjoyment for Kevin Spratley's course design by really trusting him to put their horses up a division here at the show, using it as a good building block for...
I think it's also where we are in the year. You know, we sort of...
Yeah, it's time. You're getting towards the end of the peak season.
Yeah, absolutely. The horses are pretty much up and running. Hopefully the riders are feeling like they are at their best.
Yeah, and the horses are, like you say, up and running and they're mileage. So the only thing holding them back from going up a division is their talent or lack thereof. So if you're riding talented ones, sort of now is the time to go up.
Sure.
Just 8 faults there. 1 early rail, 1 late rail for Kite Runner. See, just the lightest back toe on the front rail in the slow-mo there, and the rail goes down, makes up for it at the vertical. Didn't go near
shape,
that.
Yeah, the shape jumping out of that double, shame. Unbelievable jumping.
I must say, Porty's body control pretty on point there as well. Youngster Michaela Martin, she goes next, riding out of the Penbrit setup. She brings in number 20 on our programs. It's the turn of Takentog's Alzu Vulcan.
Another one, unfortunately.
What a stalwart of the sport is Alzu Vulcan being, Brendan.
Yeah, what a champion. Really, really what a champion. I think he's earned the respect of the South African public just by how he's gone about his trade, his entire career. He really has just been an absolute soldier of the sport with whoever rode him.
Joanne Roberts brought the horse into the country. He was then campaigned by James Lowe. Am I right in saying... I think then Kimberly Hathaway, then Charlie Ann Barford, and now more recently piloted by the very talented Michaela Martin, young Springbok rider, or young rider with her South African colours. And you can see just why she is a super talent. I think Belinda, her mom, her parents must be so proud of her.
I must say we are going to be seeing her a little later in the 150s, and I think, Sten, that is a very good analogy. I'm sure that both mom and dad must feel a huge amount of achievement when they see this girl riding. They've raised a really well-rounded young rider.
Single rail down at the first, spells 4 faults, but a lovely round nonetheless from Takentog's Alzu Vulcan and Michaela Martin. It is good enough to go into 5th place at the moment, our fastest 4-faulter of the class. We do have 8 prizes up for grabs here, so at the moment that puts her in the money. Knockout point for that at the moment. Kaylee Passara, 334 Nunu. They had 4 faults in a time of 82.12. 3 clear rounds at the moment, giving us our podium. Charlie Ann Barford, Check Me Z, she's currently in first. Daniela Smith Firstall currently in second, and in 3rd place currently, the man who went out first in this class, Shayton Hendricks Callahoo Corleone.
Wow, on track now. We have number 21.
Jamie Williamson with Rasdi Rocket Power. Combination that I'm not too familiar with. Rasdi Rocket Power, 12-year-old mare by Ruben out of a Veerdekind mare.
And this mare really is putting in a massive effort.
Jamie's been on point here so far. Great body control, good ground speed,
and super footwork in that E-pole double. Gives herself a good run up to this mustard oxer.
Oh, you could hear she tried to use her body and her voice there, going down to that grey vertical just to keep.
Uses her voice at the water, tries a bit of encouragement, and it works.
Big effort there, finishes on a score of 11, 3 being for time, just outside that time allowed. So Kevin's had the pressure on these riders to keep moving. It is an A2 class, so he's trying to create some competitive riding, I guess. He's there, there and thereabouts with his clear rounds. I wonder, Brendan, am I getting confused? Because now the score from Callao Corleone has been changed again. So viewers, sorry for the incorrect information. No.
It's still there.
And now, no, they just changed it and they've changed it back. So we do have 3 clear rounds at the moment. Leading, Check Me Z, Charlie Ann Barfoot, 72.06. And second, First L, Daniela Smith, 80.96. And Callao Corleone, 83.93, giving us our 3rd clear round. Shayton Hendricks there on the podium. And it looks like Emily Kruger, Callao Valmarie, losing a little concentration, Valmarie, on the way to number 1. She can do that sometimes. These quirky ones that win so much, they do have a lot of blood. And there you go, Emily deciding today is not the day. And I think that's mature riding. You know, with these fizzy horses, when they've had a little oops.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Much easier to come back tomorrow. Môre is nog 'n dag. For our international viewers, Afrikaans, for tomorrow is another day.
Absolutely. Especially in the sport, such a long game.
Yeah, absolutely. With horses, I mean, you always want to have them at their very best. You want to make the experience always the very best for them. So, mature decision there by Emily.
On track now, number 23. Shayton Hendricks brings in the fantastic Callao Tel Aviv, another horse that I've been watching fairly closely. Shayton's been producing this horse meticulously, as he does all his horses. And I must say, he's sort of gone up the grades with such ease, this horse.
I'll sort of elaborate on that for some of our viewers. If you were to go onto SA Show Jumping and look at the web page there on this horse's results, you'll see he jumped like 190 centimeter show, disappeared for 3 months, then did 1 meter round, disappeared for a few months, 110 round. I mean, I might be exaggerating, but he literally did the homework. So you always talk about 334 producing horses at shows.
Yes.
Shayton adapted his system for this horse and sort of produced the horse at home, tested where he was at a show, produced him at home, tested at a show. And I know Gonda Beatrix had a great role to play, a big hand to play in this horse's production. And Shayton's been a master in the production of this horse. Bred by the Callao stud, he's by Tulano out of a Clinton mare. And Brendan, I do believe that this year, I think this auction coming up now in October is the last Tulano.
Last Tulano progeny.
Direct Tulano that will be on offer from the Callao stud. I don't know what mares that they've kept in their arsenal of their breeding program, but I think the last Tulano on offer will be on this auction.
I love Tulano so much. He was such a special stallion, and he produced such amazing horses for our sport. Here is another one out on display. Beautiful jump at the last. Clear round, 81.48.
Knocks himself out of 3rd into 4th to put himself in 3rd.
Shayton jumping 2 clear rounds around this testing 140 track here. Tel Aviv getting a big hug and a pat from Shayton. He must think the world of that horse. I think he does it so effortlessly. I'm sure he's got a World Cup in mind in the not too distant future.
He's been in fine form, Shayton Hendricks. He's got a great team around him. He's got great horsepower. He's got fantastic owners. He's got a foot perfect training regime that he's involved in at the moment with Ronnie Healy. So really all the ingredients for a winning combination. Talking about winning combinations, 72.06 our current leading time with Charlie Ann Barfoot and Check Me Z. She returns now at number 25. She brings in Kamal van der Duivelshoeven Z. Let me tell you, if you think Check Me is quick, Commie is just as quick, but I think Charlie's probably going to keep a lid on her today, because she only really has one good run in her, I think, at a show, being as sensitive as what she is. I'm not sure Charlie even breathes around the whole course when she's on this horse. If she could hold her breath long enough, I think she'd hold her breath from the second she gets on until the horse is back in the stable. She's feathery sensitive, is this mare. You and I commentated at the ranch where I think she finished first and third. She really is a class act, Commie and Charlie Ann Barford.
And just again, after having number 1 down, you mentioned that Charlie probably not going to run this mare today in the speed class. Definitely keep a lid on her and keep plenty jump in the tank for championship day.
Just had a message in from Penalish there from Zimbabwe. Charlie's mom watching on, enjoying the commentary. If you want to know where Charlie gets her passion for the sport from, tell you what, Penny, an absolute horsewoman extraordinaire herself. No wonder Charlie is the talent that she is today. I think a very proud mom sitting there in Zimbabwe.
I think if Charlie wanted a relaxed round from this mare, it's what she's got.
Yeah. And the odd rail here and there,
that wouldn't be worrying her at all. I think the horse's headspace is where Charlie would be at. Oops.
And our first horse of the class to have a little spook at that open water. I'll tell you what, we said she's sensitive.
Yeah.
Luckily for this mare, she's found her way to CC Equestrian with Charlie, with the brains trust like Dominique Alexander involved in their production. The team of them will get the very best out of her.
Let's see if she's a little happier the second time. Not really loving it that much, unfortunately.
Not today, but like I say, with a team like that behind a horse as talented as what she is, Commie will be coming back bigger and better in the future. We expect no less from them. Grant Seaton-Smith, he returns with his second ride of the class. Up next, number 26, Milkwood stud, Wish to Land. Wish to Land, 11-year-old gelding by philanthropists out of a Giant's Causeway mare. Brendan, I think our only thoroughbred in the class.
I would think so, you are correct.
And as we've said so often, on their day, you can't beat a good thoroughbred. I'll tell you what, he's going to have to go some, though, if he wants to catch Charlie's leading time with Check Me Z of 72.06. And in doing so, he's found the front rail of that Hollard Oxer. Sorry, viewers, for the break in commentary there. Unfortunately, Grant's horse Wish to Land, our second horse of the class to sort of take a disliking to that open water. Second time round, no problem though.
Absolutely. I think that it would be something that the horses particularly wouldn't be used to for every show, so would catch one or two of them by surprise. But as you said, Sten, second time round, a little bit happier, more confident.
Blue Sky starting to peek its way through here at Shongweni Club in Hillcrest, Natal.
Sort of. I mean, we've got one little square of blue sky.
Yeah.
Pretty gloomy
Marlene Greef goes next, number 27 on our program. Sunny Park Stables, Chandecure. Horse that recently made a step up to Grand Prix level with Marlene.
And with such ease, I must say, she's definitely looking like she's gained a huge amount of confidence in herself and in this horse.
Yeah, I mean, like you say, she made the step up with such ease, in such a stylish way. She really is a stylish jockey. You'd expect nothing less, trained by Nicholas Sam Riley. They're a talented bunch, are the Sunny Park riders.
Yeah, they like to win, that's for sure.
The bar's been set pretty high by the matriarch, Nicola, and daughter Jamie Lee following in her footsteps. Current pony rider, South African champion. Marlene's been doing a lot of winning herself.
And I must say, a
Seen her
beautiful
busy
round
this morning.
Yeah, for sure. Oh no, she looked so organized. She had short reins going down there, maybe a fraction too keen.
It's something that we've seen our course designers using to good effect, as the international course designers have done a lot. Those planks or fillers right at the very bottom of the fences, Brendan, sometimes draws the horse's eyes down and they can sort of not finish their jump properly behind.
But what an amazing partner is Chandecure. Wow,
Look at the
really.
time, 80.74, 4 faults. Good enough to go into 9th, so just one outside of the prizes.
Would have been good enough for second, actually.
Yeah, with just one prize, with just 8 prizes up for offer, there are one out of the prizes.
We only have 4 horses left in this competition, with only 4 clear rounds. Clear round percentage 15%. Let's see if we can get to that allotted 20% that we were after, as we see on screen now Jenna Gilchrist, and she brings in her own horse Catweasel.
I was a bit optimistic talking about 25%, but I mean, like we say, it is the South African Championship. Weasel himself, originally produced by the great Ronnie Healy, then purchased by Jenna Gilchrist. No small shoes to fill, those of Ronnie Healy's, and let me tell you, Jenna has done a sterling job in competing and campaigning this horse. 1 or 2 little blips on the radar along the way, but she's got BMT and a bright future ahead of her, this young lady, because she doesn't let it get to her.
Yeah, and I think Weasel's been such a great partner for her to see some bigger jumps. He has an unbelievable way of just getting into the air and leaving the poles up and trying his absolute best. He's a little acrobat, is Catweasel. I mean, you see there.
I wouldn't mind something a little bigger than 15-1 to jump my first 150s on, though. Maybe. I mean, just hashtag, just saying.
He
done that.
He probably feels like he's 17 hands, though, because he's
got the step of an 18-year-old 18-hand horse, but the fences definitely look bigger sitting from down there.
Come on, Jenna. Weasel having
a play. Proud of his effort there through the E-pole double.
She's a little slow around this corner, but the time's something she's not going to be too stressed about.
Brendan, they had a little bit of an oops at Burlington Cup, and I think this is more of a training round.
Yeah, a little reset.
Like to me. Confidence would be key coming from RH Equestrian. Ronnie Healy, fantastic trainer.
Super riding there from Jenna. Lovely clear, couple for time, 3 for time.
Good enough to go into 6. So again, talking about consistency, Brendan, she's left all the poles up on 2 horses in a row. 2 for time on her one horse, 3 for time on her other horse. Currently sits in 5th and 6th, so she will finish in the prizes on those horses. A job well done.
Absolutely fantastic riding. Great way to bounce back from a little blips at Burlington Cup, as we see on track. We just see Jenna finishing up there. Jonathan Clark readies himself for his round. He brings in number 29 back on track, Every Cloud.
Riding for owner Linda Ellerine. We see her standing on the banks there, front and center, videoing. Jono doing his trademark little flying change before fence 1. Cloud looking a picture here at Shongweni. His coat much brighter than the gloomy weather here. Rather spiffy old Jono in his grey jacket as well, matchy.
We actually have had, I mean, we've had our 4 clears, and then we've had 2 for time, so Kevin's clear round percentage is actually there and there about
at 20-25%.
Yeah,
sure.
bar the time faults.
So far, good result. Wow, how did that horse use his body through the flower double? Big effort over the Equine performance jump. Oh. Tell me again why he's not in the first qualifier coming up later.
I think what we're going to do is we'll ask him. He's got Kazan in the 150s a little later, but I think...
I don't know why he doesn't have 2 in the 150s.
This time next year, for sure, this horse is going to be up there.
We're going to have to wait a whole year? This is equitation at its finest by the master himself. Shot. Jonathan Clark back on track. Every cloud TH. Take a bow. Absolutely outstanding here today. 0.06 of a second inside the time allowed. Perfectly judged. They go into 5th place. Wow, what an effort there.
That was a class act, I must say.
That horse starting to look like the horse he is now these days. Proper.
Really proper, I must say. I think that...
oh, look, Jono almost smiled there as he was walking out.
Cloud does have massive step. Jono had to really use his upper body to good effect to make sure that he cleared that vertical.
Chin up, eyes up.
Eyes up.
We've heard it so many times. As we see Paige Leagate, she starts on track. Second last to go in this class, our penultimate competitor. Number 30 on the program. It's a turn of Calaho Lucetto. Recently at Roburg Equestrian made his step up to the 150 division and did so in some fine style, I might say.
Again, speaking about producing horses, Paige bought this horse off the auction, has taken her time with him. He's a sensitive character. And she's definitely, as he's got older, really worked out his brain and his sensitivity and worked out how to get the best out of this horse.
When people talk about the hamster falling off the wheel, Brendan, I think this horse has 3 hamsters running in different directions.
100%.
And she does a masterful job at just keeping the lid on. He definitely likes to be a little deeper to the fences. You can see she allows him that opportunity at most of the fences. Really rides him to what he likes.
That was beautifully ridden to the base, as you said, to fill the horse with a little bit of confidence, not giving him too much room and not making him work too hard.
I think it's just the natural shape that he uses at the fence. That little bit deeper, he prefers it. By Lissabon with that fantastic front end technique out of a Cassini mare. Clear rounds coming hot and fast here at the end. Look at that.
Super riding. Lovely time there. 79.33. Good enough for second place for Paige.
The closest we've seen to Charlie Ann Barford and Check Me Z, who went round in 72 seconds. Paige 79.33, just 7 seconds away. But the closest that we've seen anyone come to that. So job well done by Paige and Calaho Lucetto.
I think you got to, I'm going to say that again. I really think job well done. I think that she's produced that horse unbelievably. He looks like he's going to be the horse that we all thought that he was going to be. He took his time. He was a little immature as a young horse, but this is a long game. We say it all the time that it's not how you start, it's how you finish. And what an unbelievable round there from Paige and Lucetto.
See Shawnee Gage, Paige's mom, very happy with that effort, taking her puppy for a walk up top there, her new puppy. As we see RH rider up next, Shawnee Bean, our final rider of the class, number 31. To turn up Equicovers, Capital Chicane. If anyone could hunt down that time of Charlie's, 72.06, it would be Shawnee and Capital Chicane. But it does look, I mean, I don't want to speak out of turn, Brendan. It looks like she's starting to just put a couple of controls in place here today.
Yeah,
she is turning inside, but she's not running the horse off its feet.
I mean, as Charlie jumped, you sort of said, okay, well, it does look like everyone's going to ride for second. I think there's got to be a line in the sand that's drawn. If you think you can beat them, have a go. But if you don't think so, there is a big South African Championship class waiting for all these riders on the weekend, and that's for sure where I'm sure Shanae's head's going to be at.
Good clean jumping through that E-pole double. Keeps her foot on the gas round there. Lovely shot at the mustard oxer. Balances the horse down to that grey vertical. Wow, this horse really is a machine. Look at the time. She's going to come in under that 79 seconds for sure.
Wow,
absolutely.
What a jump.
77.34, good enough for second place. We said if anyone could come close to Charlie, it would be Shawnee. 5 seconds away.
clear round percentages. Brendan, there you go. You've just pointed it out to me. Kevin Spratley
on the
nail
money.
on the head.
Yeah.
7 clear rounds from 30 starters. Clear round percentage 23%. So unofficially, winner of this class, Charlie and Barford, Check Me Z, blowing them out the water here.
Absolutely obliterating the competition. I must say, spectacular riding as we see shots of Shanae and the fabulous Capital Chicane working beautifully through that double.
Just a big thank you to the advertisers of the live stream, to 334 Sports Horse Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Chevelle Liberté, Country Life Properties, E-Pole, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White Nissan, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winks Brokers, and Torquecraft. Massive shout out to all those guys for getting on board and bringing the show jumping to our viewers. Viewers, I think we're going to take a short break while they tally up those results, and we'll have the prize giving of the 140 Winks A2 competition up next.
Right, viewers, there we have it. The winner of the Winks 140 A2 competition, Charlie and Barford, giving them an absolute riding lesson here this morning. Unbelievable riding, such a speedy mare. Shanae Bean receiving her well-deserved second prize there. He really has been a heart horse for Shanae, has Chicane. Well-deserved third place there for Paige Liguch and Calaho Luchetto. Fourth place, Daniela Smith and Big L. And rounding out our arena prize giving, Shayton Hendricks and the fabulous Calaho Tel Aviv. Shayton looking very relaxed out there in the prize giving.
It's a place he's found himself more often than not lately.
Absolutely, really enjoying.
Or Tel Aviv having a little shake of their head.
Not sure about that rosette flapping in his face.
There you go, Charlie and Barford, Check Me Z. That looks like a legend leading them off. But Charlie and Barford, Check Me Z, taking the win here. We'll be seeing her shortly on Legend. She's number 1 in the next class. And I do believe she'll be bringing in Odiena as well in that class. So, viewers, don't go too far. We're going to ready the course for that first qualifier. It's the 150 first qualifier of the South African Championship up next. Don't go too far. We'll have all that action for you up next.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now, that name evolves. Stride distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science. Backed by research. Proven in performance. Electrolytes. Gut health. Parasite control. Muscles and joints. And much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill, and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualized care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners for life.
Going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
Just confess your girl admits that we
Tough? Then roll like it. 184 tools, 6 drawers, 0 compromise. Torque, precision, power in your hands. This isn't a toolbox. It's a workshop on wheels. Bolt for Southern Africa, trusted everywhere.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on, check this out.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves, Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research, driven by science, backed by research, proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
From deep in the dust comes something built for the toughest. Where contractors, farmers, and tradesmen meet grit. Tested by the land, trusted by the legend, carried by a man who knows what tough means.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualised care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners. For life.
You're going to realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
Right, viewers, welcome back. This is the big one for the day, the 150 first qualifier for the South African champs. As you can see on your screen now, the start list for this class. Charlie Ann Barford's going to be starting off. We've got Chris van der Merwe, Dominique Alexander, Shayton Hendricks, Leona van der Merwe. A real stacked lineup here in this 150 class. And I must say, just to keep going there, I mean, Tracy Carney, Simon Henry, Alex Rick Hansen, Kaylin Nordia, any of those riders could be winning this class on their day.
I don't know if you're looking in that right-hand column, Brendan, but 6 out of the first 9 starters, all
Callao
bred by
horses.
Callao Stud, yeah.
Absolutely.
Moving on to the second page, Lucinda Woodruff, she goes in at 10, Rivendell Beldor, then Shari Michaelis, Courtney Webber, Local Lady, Robin Shaw, Kate B. Laudanum, lovely son of Lord Zed, Philippa Baxter with Ushi. We've seen Ushi's mom, Kaya, go around this arena in some fashion, so it's going to be interesting to see her at this level. Oliver Bishop, Gaucho de Emma, even van der Sade, he's made the trip from Plet. Zandi Mazevsky, she's here from the Cape. She's been campaigning out of Joburg, out of Dyer's stables for the last few months. I see her trainer, Damien Stevens, he's here. Callow Lexington, Jean Corber, Rainer Corber, 334 Impossible. Is that the first time we've seen Impossible at this level, I think,
In
Brendan?
the 150s,
Yep.
absolutely is indeed.
So fantastic to see that. Moving on to the rest of the class, Andrew Olaf, Charlie Ann Barford, winner of the previous class. Chris van der Merwe with 334, Balabetto. And then just big names keep flowing. Ronnie Healy, Dominique Alexander, Shani Swanepoel, Ashley Healy, Shayton Hendricks, Shanley Marshall, Leona van der Merwe, Barry Taylor's there with Jeep Largo S. Sean Neal, good to see him back in the big classes. Hilton Ford, probably his first appearance in a South African qualifier.
So
Helen
basically what we're
Kritikos,
saying is this is the best of the best.
the very best of the best. It just gets better. I mean, Brendan, you and I said out of 48 starters, there's only really 2 or 3 newcomers to the level. The rest of them have all been there, done that. It's
Absolutely.
a strong field of riders. Nicola Sam Riley, she won't be taking part today, so she's part of the scratchings. I think our last competitor probably will be Jonathan Clark with Kazan.
Exciting to see Kevin Vessels there in the 150s. Exciting day for him. He must have a couple butterflies in his tummy.
Hasn't been in the 150s since that good mare. What was her name that he rode?
Levita.
Levita. So kicking us off in this class, the legend himself, Tackentog's legend, with Charlie Ann Barford. Let's see how they get on around this Kevin Spratley designed 150 qualifier, first qualifier. And Legend gives an exhibition over that first fence, something we've come to expect from him.
I saw some amazing videos of Charlie training at Sellerhof with Dominique Alexander for this class. It definitely looked like the jumps were big enough and wide enough.
You know, she's always guaranteeing everyone that for sure she does school this horse. He just finds his job so fun that he can't get enough. He plays in between the fences, but when he gets to the jump, he just does everything right, doesn't he, Brendan?
Absolutely, he really is.
Check, she's taken that inside line to the double. Oh, top ultra care jumping out of that. Double at number 6. Now this big green oxer going up the hill. Outside line 8.
Beautifully.
Charlie putting on a masterclass here. Something we've come to expect from her. Plays a little round the turn. Ooh. Yeah, he was playing and mucking about a little bit. He locked onto, I don't know, maybe a horse at the gate, but he was definitely having a look at something on the side there.
Definitely didn't lock on, as you say, I think.
It's a better angle from our cameraman. No problem second time round. Now he's locked onto the fence. 8 strides down the hill. 4 strides down to that West Town vertical, the sponsors of the show, and breaks the finish beams. 84.36, time allowed 80 seconds. So even with that refusal, she would really had her foot on the gas, Brendan.
Absolutely, naturally quick is Charlie, so maybe not the round that she was after, but almost a little green error at that big vertical. I think that definitely a horse that's going to mature from that round and come back better for it.
Absolutely. Maybe, I mean, in his young career, one of the rare mistakes that we've seen him make. But I don't think anyone will think any less of him for that, as we see Chris van der Merwe making his way in for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. It's the turn of 334 Brandon.
Brandon also becoming mileage around this 150 level.
9-year-old son of Brunsau out of a Coleman mare. We had the main man himself, Mr. Govert Triggle, here with us earlier. He was saying he thinks maybe by the 3rd round on Sunday, Brandon might calm down and stop pulling Chris to the fences. I said to him, maybe next year, 2026 SA Champs 3rd round. That's when Brandon might stop pulling. Jokes aside though, Chris has really worked on this horse's rideability. Come on in leaps and bounds. He's a freak through and through, is Brandon.
And definitely just sort of working out these bigger jumps. He is a playful character. So the idea is that Chris wants to keep him revving but keep him calm.
Yeah, I think he's got to keep doing enough all the time to keep the horse's interest peaked at the fence.
Sure.
But also, like you say, do enough to keep him relaxed. So he's nipped inside that oxer.
It's the second time he's done a little sort of left and right to see if he can shave 1 or 2 seconds off the clock. What an exhibition.
Sahad on over that vertical that we got to see. Beautiful from Brandon. Come on.
Come on, Chris.
1 from home. Jumps away from the side of the arena but
Super
leaves
riding.
it up. Time allowed, 80 seconds. The clock didn't stop, but he was well inside that. Again, the timing equipment wreaking havoc here.
But the music's playing, which means we have our first clear round in the first qualifier of the South African Champs. Time 78.08. Beautifully judged from Chris van der Merwe. Look at the slow-mo shots here. Brandon drifts a little off the side of the arena, maybe distracted by the people, but watch his front-end technique here.
Straights are at the last, easy as you like. Dominic Alexander starting his way on track now, clearing number 1. It's a turn of Soakley Z, number 3 on our programs. Talking about horses' technique, Brendan. This horse tight as you like in front.
And I think just so well organized by Dominic.
Open water jump at fence number 4, coming away from the bottom corner of this arena, relatively early in the track, Brendan. So the horse is having to be well relaxed about that jump, because if you have to override that, then the technical parts of this track are going to come into play later on, I think.
Absolutely. I think that's what's always difficult about having a related distance after a water. The horses have often elongated their bodies.
But talking about someone who will be well prepared and well organized, Dominic Alexander, he's been a winner of this competition multiple times. Again, those boards at the bottom of these big fences definitely coming into play, drawing the horse's attention downwards. Late on in the course, that little rollback away from the gates, also
quite a big test,
proving quite a big question for the horses. I mean, this horse started off outstanding over the first half of the track. Just 1 or 2 sort of, could I say, green errors or almost tired mistakes, Brendan.
Yeah, strange, a bit uncharacteristic there, sort of 8A and then down that last line. Maybe, I mean, it's quite a long course. It's quite a big oxer, that rustic oxer towards the end of the course on a related distance with a black vertical just behind it. Maybe that's a little distracting. Unfortunately, though, not Dom's day today. As we get ready for number 4 up next, we are going to have Shaitan Hendricks. He brings in a very elegant Callahoo Chupalite.
Chupalite, winner of the Riders Grand Prix at Robberg just a few weeks back. Gave a fine showing of himself. I think it's his first crop of progeny on the Callahoo auction coming up in just a month or 2.
Yeah, I must say, I think they've timed his form to perfection. I mean, obviously it's very difficult to do that, but it's amazing how the world has worked, that Chupalite has found such amazing form in the 150s just in time for his progeny to hit the markets.
Oh, and I mean, Shaitan riding at his very best at the moment. Saw him 2 horses in the prizes in the 140s. They've really done their homework with the water jump. This horse didn't love it to start, but you can see Shaitan's soft way of training has really shone through with this horse.
It's interesting, I was chatting to Shaitan about the stallion, and he says that it's amazing how that He's had a bit of success in the 150s. He almost feels like he believes in himself.
Absolutely. He says like how the horse puffs his chest out
Yeah.
now when he comes into the arena with confidence.
I think that's a massive attribute, positive attribute to have for a stallion, or for a horse, any show jumping horse, competition horse, when they understand that it's go time, that it's that the pressure's on.
There's no better feeling than having a horse that likes to rise to the occasion. And Shaitan has just that in Callahoo Chipperlight.
Good shot there.
He's
He was
2
nifty
from
round
home.
that turn. I don't think he's going to have a problem on the clock.
And the time is quick here.
Look how that stallion backs up for the last vertical. That is quality riding. Super jumping from Callahoo Chipperlight. Shaitan Hendricks, second clear round.
73.71. So the gents are delivering here today. Shaitan Hendricks, Callahoo Chipperlight, clear round 73.71. Good enough to go into the lead in the early stages of this class.
Sorry. Jump off. Sorry, Brendan. Sorry. Normal competition here for the 150 class.
2 rounds today.
So they've changed it. It used to be a speed on day 1, a 2-round competition on day 2, day off, and then championship. So they've changed that around in the hope that the horses get a little bit more breathing space in between the first couple classes and the championship.
Just remembering that on Sunday for the big 150 SA Champs, it's going to be 2 full rounds and a jump off. So it's a heck of a lot of jumping for these 150 horses. As we see on track now, number 5, 334, Callahoo Vedante, Leona van der Merwe for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
Husband Chris van der Merwe already has a clear round in the bag with 334 Brandon.
Remembering though, this is a qualifying round for Sunday.
So you have to keep pushing through.
It's all about
Don't
consistency.
know exactly. You don't know what the rest of the class is going to be able to put together around these tracks. I mean, this mare, I think if you look through the list, you'd have to say she'd be there and thereabouts for one of your picks for the classes, I think. She's enjoyed some fine form at World Cup level with Leona.
She's also well mileaged at this division these days.
See the Farnham Brains Trust sitting, watching closely there from the in-gate.
So keeps it on the 4 penalties, and it's just inside that time allowed.
8 faults, the foot in the water as well.
Sorry, I think sorry.
The settled as she went on, Brendan. A little playful at the beginning of the track. Not something we've seen her swish her tail and be a bit spunky sometimes, but she looked extra spicy here in the cold weather this morning.
Look, I think it's also it's about the fitness of the horses. You know, knowing that the rider or that the horses have 3 rounds on Sunday.
I'm gonna say you just mentioned it. The 3 rounds on Sunday coming up. You want your horse a little fresh on day 1 for sure.
Absolutely. Keep some in the tank for the big class on Sunday.
Tracy Carney, she goes next. Number 6 on our programs. It's the turn of Callahoo Lamour.
Racy Tracy. I like that.
Racy Tracy. Spend a lot of time riding at Ballina with Tracy in the mornings at the Ladera's stable yard. A lot of banter there.
Riding or chatting?
Me or Tracy?
It's a fair amount of chatting that goes on in the mornings.
Amongst the ladies, I would imagine. 7, yeah. Tracy looking well prepared here. You'd expect nothing less from the Sellerhoff team.
Oh, that was unlucky. Looked super organised up to that double.
Barely a toe on the front rail and it goes down. Big press going up the hill there, that Equine Performance Oxa. Body control for days from Trace there through the E-pole double. Should be looking to keep it on the 4 faults here. Come on, Trace. 4 faults is going to put you right up there in the qualifying for sure.
She's going to have to shake it for time. I think she's going to be under pressure for time. Is she going to squeak in?
Squeaks in. There's my girl. Pretty perfect. Big smile from her. 1 soft rail down early on in the course, but Tracy showing big match temperament there to keep it on the 4 faults. Comes home 4 faults, 78.97, and I'll tell you what, that's going to be pretty high up on the qualifying day one. Round a track this tough. I mean, I know Shayton and Chris have already gone clear, but those two guys are in real fine form at the moment. So Kalo Lermoa, 4 faults. Great showing by her here today. Her good friend goes next, Simon Henry, riding Calaho Caspiano.
This horse newly stepping up to the 150 level.
In fact, just 2 weeks ago, stepped up to 150 level at Burlington Cup.
This horse owned by the Dawson family, and I'm not sure who was more excited about the horse's performance, Simon or Michelle. Oh, that was a bit...
cheeky little look there at the water. Horse had a foot perfect performance at Burlington Cup, jumped clear around the first round. Finished in the prizes, but having none of it with that open water, it is quite a question. Brendan and I were having a discussion off air. He believes it's a fair, good question to test the horse's ability to go forward, jump big, and then rock back and settle to a next fence. My words were less kind. I believe it's archaic. I really do think
much
that
less kind.
I believe we're breeding horses to be nimble, quick, careful, athletic, fast-thinking, sharp, sensitive these days. For me, it just doesn't gel with the fact that you want them to jump a big hole in the floor, a big wet hole in the floor. But I guess that's why I'm not the FER and I don't design the sport. It's made for people much braver than me, obviously. I just really, I don't think it's much in the spirit of the way we're breeding the horses these days. But that's just my opinion. Alexandra Rick Hansen, she goes next. Lovely Calaho Leos, son of Lissabon.
And what an amazing horse Leos has been throughout his entire career. Just an absolute soldier of the sport. I would say finds show jumping fairly easy.
Absolutely. Uses his body.
Yeah.
Uses his body in all the right ways. Out of an Elmay mare. One of my favorite pedigrees in the show jumping breeding programs. And this girl is such a talent. I mean, I don't know how much riding she gets in between varsity. She's studying at Stellenbosch. But fits like a glove when she gets back on Laos. Her trainer, Jenna Odell, heavily involved in keeping Laos ticking over in between when Alexandra is at varsity. But wow, she doesn't miss a beat when she gets back on. Putting together a pretty sparkly round here.
Wow, what an effort over that big vertical. Time's good.
Giving them something to shout about here on home soil. Super riding. Gives us our third clear round of the class. These 150 riders are strong. We said it. 43 riders of proper 150 rider horse combinations. We've got 2 or 3 newbies, but there's a field of 40 strong here that are more than capable.
All mileaged 150 riders, all with competitive edges and all sort of all one classes or been there and thereabout on their day.
Absolutely. So moving on to number 10 next, it's Lucinda Woodruff, Rivendell Baldor. I think probably his first proper 150 is Baldor. 150 listed class. She would have jumped in some 145, 150 classes possibly, but this is the first big test for the two of them, so go well, Lulu. Family heavily involved in the racing, so she knows how to go at speed too when it counts.
Wow, this horse is really jumping here this afternoon.
Bred by the Rivendell stud in the Cape. Baldor, another fantastic son of Bono, out of a Concetto mare.
Another son of Bono's won the 140s at Burlington Cup. Young Paige Noonan with Bonvi,
who just cannot be beaten at the moment when she goes clear. She is unbelievable. We've mentioned it so often. The Bono's progeny have just been rock stars through and through.
Yep.
Bonvi, Best Wishes, Bonus Points, Baldor.
I mean, the list goes
Boy
on
Wonder,
and on.
we
Boy
keep
Wonder, you
going.
just keep going. They were bred to win.
And you know, they've been such kind horses. They've been horses that people are able to learn on. Yeah, big cheer there from the crowd. Big smiles as Lucinda goes through the finish.
4 faults in your first big 150 class. I say job well done. Hats off to you, Lucinda.
Absolutely. She'll take that with both hands today. She gives a little fist pump and a huge big hug for a very well-deserved round. Super shot here of Beldor using his body impeccably through this double. What a trier.
See Lucinda really using her body to hold him through that double. As we move on to a slightly more experienced 150 rider up next, it's the young Shari Michaelis. She brings in number 11 on the program. It's Tack and Tog's Ultimo WC. Brendan's jaw's still on the floor at how easy Lucinda just made that look in her first 150. Job well done.
Hugely impressive, I must say. What a magical horse, what a lovely combination. But this is another very, very interesting combination to watch. This horse, super unorthodox in the way he goes, but the one thing he doesn't like doing is going anywhere near the poles.
By Ulano van Labas, out of Whisper Cool. Bred by Lara Neal, produced by Lara Neal, and then purchased by Shari Michaelis. And boy, has she just done such an amazing job with this horse, Shari. Fits like a glove for her, match made in heaven.
Yeah, absolutely. Shari's super effective. She's a slight girl.
Opened up well, jumping out of that double. Rolls back to this tall vertical.
He is an acrobat, this horse. He just backs up, sits on his hocks, pricks his ears.
Exactly, pricks his ears. Look at that expression coming down the line towards our cameras.
Easy as you like. What a round. Super riding Shari Michaelis and Tack and Tog's Ultimo WC, making it 4 clears at this stage of the competition.
From 10 starters, clear round percentages sitting at 40% as the music bangs out in the background. Super effort there by Shari. I'm sure her team,
watch this shot,
will be super happy with that.
Wow, beautiful shot there. Slow-mo shot from our team at Equilive.
Body control for days by Shari. So we move on to a local lady up next. It's Courtney Webber riding number 12, Opal de la Bastide, for owners Shelley Ann Moore and Courtney Webber. Great team that they make. Debuted in her first World Cup about a year ago. Just over a year ago, sorry, here at Chongweni, and finished in the prizes.
And just gone from strength to strength, just found a whole new gear, found a whole lot more belief.
Oh, horse just maybe getting down that 5 strides a little quick. Seven strides, easy as you like to the wings vertical. But like we've said, Brendan, the pressure's on here for these guys to, you know, if you've had a 4-fault round, you've got to keep it on 4 faults.
Absolutely.
You really got to try your very hardest to have the best result possible to qualify for Sunday. Years gone by, all you had to do was really show up on Sunday, and you know, show up in the 150s and you qualified.
Sure.
These days, with the field sort of 45 odd strong, you've really got to put your best foot forward. We're just discussing off air. It would be interesting to get the official figure in, but I don't know whether they're going to take 24 or 30 riders, but we'll get that from the officials to let the viewers know. Some strong riding here by all these riders so far here today. She's won from home on 4 faults. Leaves the last up, 79.55, inside that time allowed to finish on 4 faults.
Yeah, quick enough to put herself in a good qualifying position with that one down. Another horse that looks like he's just jumping away from the crowd slightly. Well organized down to the West Town vertical at the end.
The spunky son of Lord Z, putting on quite the display here. Oh, gets down that distance a little quick and just doesn't push off behind.
Just had a video in from Jason Phillips. Chino, a little kitten in Johannesburg, seems to be a fan of the live stream here, the Equilive live stream, swatting the big mice on the screen. No one's broken the news to him that they're actually much larger in real life.
So unfortunately, Laudanum having a little trouble at the water. So there, Robin electing to do the option. The problem with that is that we can almost guarantee you that on Sunday the open water is going to be in.
Can do better than almost guarantee you. We can guarantee you that for the 140 championship and the South African champs, the 150 South African championship, the open water will be in, unless there's some sort of riders intervention here during the show, which would be through the riders rep, which is me.
Which means it's not happening.
Which means I'd love to have the water not in, but no, jokes aside, it is. I think it's in the schedule. It is in the 140 and the 150 champs. I know she had that little miscommunication or the spook at the water, Brendan, but this horse has jumped a much improved round, I think.
Absolutely.
The graph is definitely heading in the right direction. I mean, again, a score that's not really going to be a true reflection of the round and the improvement of KP Laudanum. We talk about that as if Robin is a mileage 150 rider because she looks like it, but her herself also new to the 150 level. So
absolutely.
I mean, really, they are coming on in leaps and bounds.
He is a big horse for her to manage as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Number 13 goes next. It's a turn of Philippa Baxter. She brings in Ushi van het Nieterhof. Ushi, an 11-year-old mare by Diamant de Simile out of a Katoki mare. That mare was Kaya van het Nieterhof that Jonathan Clark and Bronwyn de Santos piloted so successfully here in South Africa. She was an out-and-out freak, and I must say Philippa's done a fantastic job in the production of Ushi as well. Lovely to see Philippa at this level of the sport, and with such a capable partner as well.
Maybe didn't have the Burlington Cup that they were after, so I'm sure are going to be back for a bit of redemption this weekend.
There we have it, the question that you suggested, Brendan, having to ride a little hard to the water, the open water going up the hill, and then that steady distance on the 7 to the next vertical, a narrow vertical. Really testing the horse's care, and unfortunately Ushi getting there a little bit on the quick side.
I think also just the idea of the discipline, that when you open them up and then to see how much discipline you can instill in your horse, that they can back up and listen to exactly what you've asked them to do.
So currently sits on the 4 faults. We have 3 riders so far that have finished on a score of 4. Unfortunately, a late rail goes down that tall vertical on the rollback away from the gate. But an outstanding ride there by Philippa Baxter. Finishes on a score of 8. But really starting to find her zone and her comfort zone here at 150 is Ushi.
Still only those 4 clear rounds at this stage of the competition. 29 horses left to jump as we see Philippa and Ushi working really beautifully through that daisy double.
The daisy double, I like that, the daisy double. A description you wouldn't use for the next pair. They're not the daisy double. It's Oliver Bishop and Gaucho de Emma. Horse that Oliver went off to Europe and purchased from Sancho Fuhrman himself. I must say Oliver has a great eye for all things nice.
Absolutely. I'm not sure there's a whole stack daisy about him either, that's for sure.
No, he's a natural horseman of note. Jumps the option.
That's interesting.
Do you think there's another element to that? Like horses that maybe find the water a little bit casual
Definitely.
or they're bored of it.
Definitely.
You almost want to come out and surprise them
Definitely.
on championship day, that they jump it a little higher rather than possibly having a foot in it.
I would almost guarantee you
that. Watching Oliver's approach there, that's 100% his thought process.
Gaucho jumps many derbies, so he's brave and mileaged at the water. Yeah, there's no ways that Oliver would be wanting to plan to qualify for the South African champs not knowing that the horse is going to jump the water, so he's banked that for sure.
Oh, the horse's shape over that vertical at 9. Come on. Oh!
That wasn't the one he was after.
Not sure, maybe his rein slipped there or something, but there was definitely a circle that we weren't planning on. And then a rail after that, so it's going to prove costly. Finishes on a score of 17 after what was looking to be a clear round.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you what, though, hope's not gone for him, because Oliver's the kind of rider that could come out tomorrow and win the class and put himself in like a prime position come Sunday. So there's a lot still to ride for here in the qualifiers. Shame, so close for Ol.
It is definitely a class about consistency, the South African champs. I think that you've got to be consistent in your qualification place, and then you've got to be super consistent on Sunday to get 2 good clear rounds jumped, and then to put a bit of pressure on the people in the jump off.
Foot on the gas for sure. Number 16 goes next. PM Corinna, Ivan van der Sade hailing out of Plettenberg Bay, Robberg Equestrian Centre. As he said to us a few times, this horse has just surpassed so many of his expectations. She is an out-and-out warrior, is PM Corinna. Ivan rides for Marizel Steyn, this horse's owner. I'm sure she gets a lot of joy out of watching her superstar mare's performance.
Another one who does the option.
And again, a confident guy, like you say, always well educated, well prepared. I'll tell you what, he's like you say, he's not going to canter into the
That was planned.
Yeah, it's planned. This is all just in preparation of.
Oh, that was unlucky.
Shame, she made a really big effort over the daisy double jumping in and then just fell victim to that tall vertical jumping out. Presses up to the E-pole double. I must say, Brendan, you said you didn't know this horse that well in terms of her jumping at this level, and you asked me about her scope and ability. You look at her, I watched her jump at Robberg in the 150s, and you look at her, she finds it pretty easy, doesn't she?
I think also the way that Ivan presents the horses to the jumps. She's a little uphill, which is great, so he can ride her hocks underneath her. He keeps his reins short and organized, and that's a fantastic round for Ivan.
I mean, taking into account, I agree with you, taking into account that he's a phenomenal professional. I mean, he is an absolute fantastic rider, gets a great tune out of anything he sits on, but that mare has made the step up with some ease. I mean,
and he does think the world of her. Yesterday when we had a chat to him about it, he said he's super excited to be here. He's happy to make the trip all the way from Plet up to Natal, because when you've got horses like that in your string, why would you not?
Absolutely. Zandi Mazevsky goes next, number 17 on the programs. Regenesis vet Calaho Landino. See her trainer Damien Stevens has made the trip from the Cape. Can't see from where we're sitting exactly what happened there. I wonder if it's another horse, sort of a little gate bound there around the turn. We saw Legend do that.
That was a bit strange. Almost, lost the shoulder around the corner. Didn't lock onto the oxer in front of him.
No problem. Second time round.
This is where you've got to keep your head in this competition.
Exactly. To try qualify for Sunday, she's going to need to be quick against the clock. Keep moving. 4 faults, not the end of the world if you can keep it on the 4.
Ouch. I hope Zandi is all right after that little tumble. It does seem like she's up and walking out, and Landino seems to be fine. Never something that we want to see in our sport, but I suppose, Sten, just touching on the fact that you get an open shot to the water, and it is a disciplined distance on 7 down there. Sometimes the horses have got a bit of blood in their ears, and they think that they're wanting us to move quicker than we're actually asking them, and I suppose that's when you get a little break in communication, which I think is what we've just seen now.
On screen up next, it's a turn of number 18, Callao Lexington. Jean Corber riding for Michael Whitehouse.
It's quite interesting. Earlier we had Kate Lepard, who used to be Kate Baxter, and Pip Baxter in the arena together. Sisters, and now we have husband and wife waiting to get around this 150 qualifier. First of those, as you mentioned, Ray Corber.
Jean Corber up next, I think. Sorry, Brendan.
Oh, sorry.
I think it is Jean Corber. Callao Lexington, she goes next. We did,
Ladies
however,
first.
part of the 334 team, the two of them, and we did see another happily married couple from the 334 team earlier, Chris and Leona, going back to back. It's like these guys are training at home here at Shongweni in the arena with their loved ones.
I think Ray just giving Impossible a little canter around the arena just so that he can familiarize himself with all the goings on the outside.
Course designer Kevin Spratley just making sure that that Winx vertical is put back to right. Impossible, who we saw campaigned by Nicole Horwood for so many years, now campaigned by Ray Corber, a new partnership and an exciting one at that as well, as we see Jean Corber making her way to fence number 1. Superstar that is Callao Lexington. Wow, look at the effort he put on over number 1 there.
You know, for me, I think he's the type of horse that's got enough mileage under the belt that he could come here and really show a good account of himself and really put some good rounds together.
Fantastic that Jean has her trainer for so many years, gone to Beatrix here at the show. I think the entire team has been so successful with this horse. Wow, they just seem to churn out result after result. She's always there and thereabouts.
And I think consistency around 150 level is something that's very difficult to create.
And I think that consistency is what comes into play in a class like the South African Championship. For the second time in this class, saw Domini's horse do that as well into the E-pole double, possibly just looking down at that red board.
Yeah, a bit uncharacteristic of Lex.
She's going to need to leave it on the 4 though.
She won't want to get any time penalties. I think the time is going to be good. Is she going to squeak in?
Yeah, she's good. She's
Only
good.
just
78.96. 1 second inside that time allowed. I must say, after he gave that fence a little rub, the next 4 fences that he jumped at the end, he absolutely ballooned over.
So still a quick enough time there puts Jean into 7th
Look
place.
at this slow-mo here over that rustic oxer. I mean, he cleared it by a foot. Absolutely outstanding there by Callao Lexington. 4 faults will put them well into the qualifying, I think, for Sunday's class. So with 17 having started, we have 4 clear rounds in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting at 23% with 25 horses left to go. Husband Rainer Corber on track now. He brings in the newly acquired 334 Impossible. Superstar son of Verdi. Piloted by the master himself, Rainer Corber.
Oh, what a good shot at the water.
Moves up as he comes round here to the Daisy double. Really aware of his ground speed everywhere, hasn't he been, Brendan?
It does look like he's picked his ground speed up a touch, to be fair.
And the horse is enjoying that as well. It's something that you can see he's making a conscious effort of. It's amazing. I sat here 6 weeks ago at the World Cup qualifier and it looked like a new partnership, and literally 6 weeks down the line and it's looking like a well-oiled machine, these two.
Come on, Ray. Super riding there. 334 Impossible and Ray Corber book their spot in the jump off, making it 5 clear rounds at this stage of the competition.
Joins his teammate Chris van der Merwe with 334 Brandon. So the 2 334 stallions stamping their name down for the jump off. And I just heard from our right hand side here by the grooms, that's a bit of a favorite. It is 334 Impossible. There's some shouting going on there. Betting men, that's where they had their money for today. They'll be pleased. Andrew Olaf, he goes next at number 20. Brings in Denton Horsebox's Count Cosmo.
A horse that Andy has done a fantastic production job with. Really has improved this horse's rideability. He skipped around a massive Grand Prix at Kyalami Equestrian Park a few months ago. The softest rub on the front rail of that mustard fence. Andrew always has a strong fan base here at Shongweni. The Northwood boys loud and proud in the stands here. I saw them warming up last night already, Brendan.
Yeah, they were getting a little loud, I must say. He's an interesting horse, this Cosmo. He's very unorthodox. He's got quite a tricky mouth. He's got quite a big step and isn't over keen to shorten his body. So Andy's got to really use all his finesse and feel to make sure that he gets Cosmo to the right spot.
Yeah, I don't think it's just his big biceps that come into play. I think it's a lot of tact, like you say. And wow, he has done, there you go, you say, the horse just sort of sometimes his big stride gets the better of him.
Yeah.
But Andy has done an outstanding job in improving him, and I don't think the job is done yet. I think Andy's not the first horse we've seen do that, and I think it's turning back.
Yeah.
We can see in the background there all the crowd and those flags and the umbrellas at the bar area by the restaurant. Something that Andy definitely doesn't spook at the bar area, but his horse finding it a little overwhelming there, first time turning back to the vertical. I also think what comes into play, Brendan, is the horses are very late in the track there. They almost think they're done and then they turn away from the gate.
It's again something that I've been noticing just in my watching on Clip My Horse or on the European stuffs or whatever it would be. The jumps are becoming more airy. There's sort of the course designers are using less scary fillers, more scary wings, and very light equipment for me.
Who was the Irish chef to keep that came out with the young riders team?
James Kernan.
James Kernan. He mentioned to us when we asked him about the level of show jumping, he was very complimentary. The one thing he did say, which is what you've just said now, is that they'd have less poles, less fillers, less. And that all speaks to what we were saying about the quality of horse that we're breeding these days, to be super careful, athletic, and sensitive and aware. That's exactly what Tack and Tog's Khaleesi is. Charlie Ann Barford, she's on track now, number 21 on our programs. And again, what a production job she's done with the superstar mare. A horse originally produced by Lorette Knowles-Taylor, bred by Michelle Fleming, taken over by Charlie Ann Barford, and boy does she get a super tune out of her.
And I must say, Khaleesi's just fitted into Charlie's string like a glove. She just almost looks like she was made for Charlie.
Handstands through the daisy double. Dresses up in the 8 strides to that E-pole double.
She's so quick to react, isn't she? Charlie landed she felt like the mare maybe landed a little flat-footed, squeezed her up early so she could balance jumping into that number 8.
It's looking good. 2 from home. Come on, Charlie. Hear us say, whoa.
Super riding there. Another one in the jump off, making it 6. Tack and Togs, Khaleesi, Charlie Ann Barford. Another one to watch.
Absolutely outstanding, Charlie. I left one off the list earlier. I said she had Legend and she had Odiena in this class. Well, there you go. Tack and Togs, Khaleesi saying, well, I'm here too, and I'm going to jump a clear round.
Odiena is coming a little later at number 41. That's going to have 3 rides for Charlie in this class.
Mare doing absolute handstands through the daisy double.
Handstands, you are right, Sten.
We've just heard the tractors revving up, viewers, so we are going to take a short break to ready the going for the remainder of this class. Just while we have a gap, quick thank you to all of our advertisers of the live streaming, to 334 Sport Horse Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Cheval Liberté, Country Life Properties, Epol, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White Nissan, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winks Brokers, and Torquecraft. Massive shout out to all of those guys for getting on board here for the live streaming. Viewers, we're going to let that tractor race around, and when we come back, we'll have the remaining 22 starters of this first round.
Ready, 6 clear rounds in the bag. How many more can we get for that jump off? Don't go too far, we'll find out shortly.
Country Life Properties, a boutique real estate company specializing in sales of equestrian properties, sale of residential, agricultural, and country lifestyle estates in the Greater Kyalami area. With years of experience in promoting the country lifestyle, Country Life Properties is proud to be affiliated with the Kyalami Equestrian Park. Baloo Country Estate is a secure estate offering 22 kilometers of scenic bridle trails. We provide country estates to suit all your requirements: extended family living, work from home, or just escape the hustle and bustle. A variety of equestrian properties are offered for the keen equestrian. Contact us or visit our website and let us find the right property for you.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
It started with a stride. In 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now, that name evolves. Stride Distributors becomes Stride Equine Research. Driven by science. Backed by research. proven in performance, electrolytes, gut health, parasite control, muscles and joints, and much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
From deep in the dust comes something built for the toughest. Where contractors, farmers, and tradesmen meet grit. Tested by the land, trusted by the legend, carried by a man who knows what tough means.
Right, viewers, welcome back for the second half of this 150 qualifier. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Balabetto is up next. Chris riding for the 334 Sport Horse Stud.
Lovely 8-year-old by Beluderue out of a Diorado mare. Jumped a clear round in the first round of the most recent World Cup qualifier at Robberg Equestrian Park. Really gave a fine showing of himself down there in Plets, did 334 Balabetto. Chris sticks to the inside line, manages to get the horse nice and balanced.
So now he's got his mind on the clock. Same line that he rode with Brandon.
Yep, he's sticking to the same course plan. Lovely side on of him through the Daisy Double. You see Chris landing and moving up. And again, another horse. It's been a little bit the bogey fence,
Yes.
Brendan, that A element of the E-pole double at number 8.
I think that and the skinny vertical.
Throws a beautiful shape there.
I think Chris will be happy with this. Solid round there. Unfortunate 4 faults along the way, but that stallion looking like he's full of jumping here this weekend.
And you know what he is doing, Brennan? He's putting more, we speak about consistency so often. That horse is putting consistently good performances on the board.
And just an 8-year-old. I mean, amazing.
And look at how he trots out. It's ridiculous. I mean, on the buckle, like, job well done. Here, guys, look at me. Great job, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Balabetto. From one superstar partnership to another, Ronnie Healy, winner of Burlington Cup recently with Verdant Capital's Callaghan O'Connor, making their way to the start. I said to Ron earlier that anyone with half a brain would be hedging their bets with him, I think, here at the South African Championship. And Ron, as modest as he always is, when you say things like that, he said, well, I don't know, it might be a stretch, but we're going to try. Obviously a very new partnership. Ron's ridden him throughout his career, but never for that long. Would I be fair in saying that, Brendan? He rides him occasionally as a catch ride.
I suppose a little intermittently, as you say, because Tanya often gets on and
wins.
And wins, absolutely. Connor is an absolute winner.
Oh, beautifully did he jump the Daisy Double there. Chestnut son of Concoriano. Out of the superstar herself, Loney, that the Callaghan Stud have used so successfully in their breeding program. Big push jumping out the E-pole double. That's looking good here from Ronnie and Callaghan O'Connor.
So Ronnie's balance is sublime. The way he controls his upper body is, I would say, the best in South Africa at this stage for sure.
Little toe on the last, it stays up. follows in the footsteps of his pupil Shayton Hendricks, joins them in the jump off. Brendan, a good performance here today with these riders. If they get a good high ticket today, would they be given the luxury, do you think, of being able to skip the second qualifier?
It would probably be on a few people's minds if maybe you were in the top 3,
5?
yeah, or something like that. I
Top
think that if
5, I
you
would imagine.
didn't jump tomorrow and didn't qualify, it would be a bit of a flop. So I think it would have to be very
bit of
well
a flop is what Brendan
organized.
says. I think your owners would shoot you. Dominic Alexander on track now. He brings in number 24, Capital Collier, lovely son of Kronos. Dominic already has one trip under the belt here around this Kevin Spratley designed course, so you'll know exactly what's expected to jump clear in this competition. You were talking about body control and Ronnie Healy being the best. I'd like to just maybe hedge a little bet against him there. I mean, maybe the viewers can pitch in here, but Dominic Alexander.
No, look, you can't. I mean, Dominic had a big hand in producing Ronnie, so I mean, we sort of comparing one superstar to another here, but
it's sort of whether you prefer Lamborghini or Porsche between these guys.
I think maybe Ronnie's designed a little more like I am as opposed to Dominic, who's much taller than me, so
Ronnie is a head taller than you, Brendan.
super riding from Dominic and a lovely clear round from Capital Collier.
Saw it from him when he walked out on Soakley early. He gave Soakley a big pat and you could see it. He was like, I need to up my game.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring the heat.
Yeah,
and that's exactly what he's just done with Capital.
He almost
Collier.
looked like he was thinking, I'm not sure that was good enough from himself, if you know what I mean, when he went
I
through
don't
the
want to
finish.
say that it was his mistake. I mean, Soakley turned a little green and went tired on him.
And Dominic puts pressure on himself.
But Dominic
for sure.
just thought, I'm going to show it. Yeah. Shani Swanepoel goes next. Nickelback to IVZ. Nickelback, 14-year-old son of Nabab Derev out of a Chin Chin mare. Big scopy fellow.
Very much scope in the pedigree there.
Yeah, he's a typical Nabab. Maybe not going to win any showing classes, but he's a Grand Prix jumper through and through.
Absolutely, scope to burn.
Shani's done a fantastic production job with this horse. I know her good friend Michelle Hobbs has been vital in their production. Shame the softest, and we've seen that with maybe some of the more inexperienced 150 horses. They found that second element a little bit too close. Michelle Hobbs has been instrumental in the production of Shani and Nickelback. Riding with such confidence as Shani. Nickelback putting in a massive effort jumping out of the E-pole double.
This has been a strong round so far. She's a little slow. I'm not sure she's going to get in the time.
I think she had to regain her stirrup. She got jumped a little out the saddle out of that E-pole double and then falling victim to that tall vertical at number 9. You nailed it, Brendan. A strong showing, a very, very strong showing from Shani and Nickelback. Super effort. He gets a big pat on the way out.
Yeah, a couple for time around that course, but still a really strong showing from that pair.
Lovely slow-mo of them clearing that rustic oxer. It's a big fence coming down the hill, that tall West Town vertical. Here at the West Town South African Championships of South Africa. Shongweni Club. So we were talking about Ronnie Healy, the master himself earlier. Queen of the house goes next, Ashley Healy. She brings in number 26. It's Gillian van Oorsof. Boy, has she struck up an amazing partnership with the superstar. The love that he has for her is tangible. Like, it's just Brendan,
amazing.
A match made in heaven, the two of them.
They've fitted one another right from the word go. It never looked like they needed time to get to know one another. It just all worked from the start.
Produced originally by Ronnie Lawrence, then campaigned by Ronnie Healy for some time, and I remember Ronnie Healy complaining that the horse was extremely strong.
Well, Ash just tinkles around here in fine equitation form usually. We see him doing a lot of hacking around Blair Athol. You know, he knows his job. I know that was a little bit the system with Ronnie
Come
as
on,
well.
Goofy. Wow, big effort there. A little disunited going down that line, but she keeps it up. She's 3 from home.
Car alarms going off loudly in the background. Gives number 9 a little rub. It stays up. Fractionally deep there at the rustic. It goes down, but finishes on a score of 4. Possibly there you see Ash leaning back a little bit. I was teasing Ronnie that Gillian doesn't get strong with Ash. Well, maybe a little. We heard her saying whoa there at the end as she leant back.
Still though, only the 4 penalties, well within the time, so good enough for Ashley and Goofy today.
Yeah, they'll be strong in the qualifying.
Shot of Shani getting jumped out the saddle there.
Shaitan Hendricks, he goes next at number 27. Already has 1 clear round in the bag with Callahoo Chipperlights. This time he returns with Callahoo's Larison.
Just another horse under Shaitan that just looks like he's absolutely blossomed. Really enjoys the feel that Shaitan gives him. They've been working a little bit on his tempo, trying to get him a little quicker in his body.
And I think he's a horse that's always had the ingredients to be a superstar, but he needed the correct rider, he needed the correct system, Brendan, to really excel, and I think he's found just that.
6 strides after the water.
And that's what he'll do, Shaitan. He'll be nifty and smart about where he turns and the distances he does in order to get inside that time allowed. That would be planned on his part.
Absolutely. Oh, the lightest of touches. You know, I just want to maybe touch on something that I watched this horse as a young horse in the back arena here in Shongweni, really struggling to come to terms with the fact that there was a water tray in the arena. And I must say, years later, to watch him canter and jump the water as easily as he does, it's amazing to see how horses train on and how they learn to trust and understand their jobs and that type of thing.
Absolutely, and I think I said it earlier with Chipperlight as well, who also was not a fan of the big open water. Shaitan has really done his homework. None of his horses have looked hustled or bustled when he's gone to that water. Lovely to see. Good horsemanship on his part, so job well done.
Yeah, fantastic horsemanship, as we've really come to get used to from Shaitan.
Look, not the round they would have been hoping for today, but I tell you what, with the form that he's been in, that sort of stands out as a round that they're not used to. And I always think on a law of averages, when you have a round like that, it's cool because the form that you're in, you put that out of your memory and you go back to your winning ways. It's against the grain. It's not one that's going to happen again in a hurry. And I think for Larison, I mean, there's another qualifier. You know, he could come out just as easily and win the class tomorrow.
And I think just again in where Shaitan's at in the training with Larison, trying to get him quicker, trying to get in the time. When you then get a little open to a distance and end up running down, it's difficult for the stallion to then readjust.
I think that phrase that we use, paying his school fees, and he's definitely been doing that, enjoying some fine form of late, and there's going to be a lot more to come. As we see Shanley Marshall, she starts away on track, riding number 27, Callahoo Fortasca. Another superstar daughter of For Joy. Brendan, out of a Quedam's Reuben mare for Quita earlier that we saw, I think the same dam line. So if you wanted to know whether the mare stamps her progeny with a touch of spice, she sure does.
Oh, she sure does. That is 100% certain. This is going to be a big test. This weekend is going to be a big test for Shanley and for Tasca, and I think that's why they're here. I think they're here to test themselves. I think it's such a great show to do just that. The ground's amazing. Course building will be top-notch. So if there's any time to test you and your horse, why not at the SA Champs?
I think that's exactly what her partner Simon Henry has said to her. Like, come babe, this is the time. Like, this is where you learn what it's all about.
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean? And she's got a horse. The other thing that Grant Langley has said to me very often, you know, make hay while the sun shines. When you've got a horse that can jump big fences, jump the big fences because they don't last forever.
Yeah.
you know, it can be a little thing of unsoundness. It can be a sail that goes through. It can be anything. But
absolutely,
you've got to get the exposure when you can. I think that's exactly what Shan is doing there. And Brendan, a good round. 3 down.
3 down, 1 for time.
But
Yeah.
3 down, I mean,
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing to frown upon. Wow, great body control in that slow-mo by Shan, jumping through the daisy double. Unfortunately, just touched it off behind, did for Tasker, but Shan showing that this is where she belongs. Talking about where people belong, Lawrence Mowat, a man in fine form at the moment. He couldn't believe that he got beat by his friend Ronnie Healy at Burlington Cup.
I don't think anybody could believe that Lawrence got beat at the Burlington Cup. Ronnie was basically low flying to catch Lawrence. But what a partnership this has been. It's incredible to watch Lawrence just sort of apply his trade and his brain power to this sensitive gelding. He's definitely a professional ride. He's definitely not for everybody. He takes a heck of a lot of management. I know Lawrence does a lot of long reining with him to try and get him soft and relaxed in his back. And it's, I think, because of all the time and effort that Lawrence has put in, that Lorenzo is absolutely at the best.
No guessing the sire. Lorenzo Elisabon with outstanding technique. And like you say, at his very best at the moment. Prime condition, peak performance.
Oh, you get a little rub before the double. It would work for you for sure. Lorenzo wasn't going to touch 8A and B. Come on, Lawrence. He's 3 from home.
Lawrence very enthusiastic in the gym, and it shows in his riding. He's got such amazing core strength. He's so strong in the saddle.
Clear round number 9. Super riding there from Lawrence Mowat. Beautiful jumping from Callagho Lorenzo. And for me, viewers, that's got to be one of the picks for Sunday.
Can I almost tell the excitement? It's like what we've come to expect. Like anything less is not good enough from Lawrence and Callagho Lorenzo.
Yeah, watch his upper body there. As you mentioned, Stan, he doesn't move, doesn't often lose his balance. Really does help Lorenzo stay intact.
Leona van der Merwe goes next, number 30 on our programs. It's a turn of 334. Hey, I'm Vilma.
I must say, what a treat for all our viewers watching the absolute best of South Africa apply their trades here around the 150 South African champs. It is a really stacked card, and it's so exciting to watch all these top riders see what they can create here around Kevin's courses. She's another winner, this mare. Really does on her day.
I thought you were talking about Leona there for a second, but she is. I mean, she's a previous winner of a World Cup at Maple Ridge. Leona's just cruising around with 1 stirrup. Who needs 2? She's got it back. Nails the ride. Oh, I was going to say nails the ride to that green oxer. Possibly lost a little rhythm when she lost her stirrup. Possibly, I don't know. I thought she'd done enough there. The mare short jumping a little bit going up the hill. She's going to need to keep this on a score of 4. She'll be right up there in the rankings. There you go, leaves the last up, 76.25. Goes into 13th place, so well into the top section of the qualifying. Yep.
That's sort of the name of the game, definitely. Shane Wilmer trying so hard there, just lays a back toe on that oxer.
29 having started, 9 clear rounds in the bag. Clear round percentage sitting healthy at 31%. It's a strong field of riders here. 13 left to go. None other than the master himself, the godfather of South African show jumping, Barry John Taylor. He brings in Jeep Largo S, number 31 on our program. Tiny, as he's more affectionately known. Really growing into some confidence at 150 level is Tiny.
And I must say, just to see the fire in Barry's belly is amazing. He's... Oops. Tiny not liking the look of that water, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, taking a disliking to that water. Brendan, just some interesting info that's come in from Mrs. DeSantos. She just said, thanks for the mention of Bridal Bling. They also support African Champions Foundation. So each purchase from Bridal Bling provides a nutritious meal for a hungry child.
Oh, wow.
And she sent me the links to that. So anyone looking to get involved in a good cause, support Bridal Bling. They're supporting lots of underprivileged children, hungry children. So
And making your bridles look cool all at the same time.
And I think when we have a gap, I might run through this later. Lovely charities and the projects that they support. So great job done by the team from Bridal Bling, giving back to the sport.
I know that at home at Kumusha, Kirsty Roltz always rushes off to go and get her Bridal Bling before she does her rounds in the morning. Priorities first, I guess.
Hilton Ford on track now, riding for the Langley Equestrian setup, or riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup. No problem with the water jump for this previous event rider. Skips up the 7 strides to that Winx vertical. Another horse falls victim to the B element of the Daisy Double. I see he's got a much less complicated bitting setup to what we were used to. He had an elevator in this horse before.
Without a noseband even at one stage. I think just definitely trying to tweak his amount of control and feeling that he's got.
This horse often falls victim to his big stride in the doubles. But it looks like just a little Portuguese gag. Ooh, a couple of the horses have had a spook at that, jumping back towards the bank of people there. I don't know that the cameras are picking it up, but it's really full in the restaurant area. Lovely slow-mo, great body control from Hilton through that Daisy Double. Brendan, I love it, the Daisy Double.
As we see on screen now, fantastic to have Sean Neal back in the 150 division. He brings in Caprice DBHZ. Sean, a previous winner of the South African champs, multiple World Cups. Now we're a father of 2, and both of Sean's and Catherine's children are well on their way to creating their own successful careers in the sport.
Yeah, following in mom and dad's footsteps as we see Caprice balloon over number 1. Lovely to see Sean with a bit of fire, jeepers, a bit of fire in his belly again. Enjoying the riding. He was out for some time with a sore back. Can't remember the medical terms behind it, but this mare has reignited his enthusiasm for the sport and in a big way.
I'll go one step further. I was speaking to Catherine, Sean's wife, the other day, and she mentioned that Sean's got a young horse on the way. He's enjoying his riding so much that he thinks that he might give this another crack. So fantastic to see Shawnee back doing what he is so good at doing.
And doing it at his very best too, with a superstar partner in Caprice.
He is incredibly effective on the back of a horse, is Sean.
And it's amazing to see after, what were his 2 big chestnut horses?
Clyde and Gold Rush.
And Gold Rush, who were so different to this mare. Now he's come with this fiery little ball of energy. That he's had to really refine.
But Sean's upper body again.
But he's also ridden her in the way that she wants to be ridden, Brendan.
Oh no, unfortunately too much of a pull at the end there. Sean will just reset this fantastic mare for the last jump. Unfortunate way to finish such a lovely round. Little shake of the head. Look, you got to understand, Sean's got to be rusty. I mean, it must be 10 years, whatever, 8 years or whatever it would be since Sean jumped to 150 track. I would actually get the number of years, but I mean, Clyde went to Catherine after Sean, and you've got to shake off those cobwebs. You've got to get rid of them. You've got to believe again.
He gives her a big pat. He knows he's got a superstar in the making there.
For sure. He'll believe, definitely. That'll make Sean hungrier than ever. He'll want to go and right that little mistake that he made. So for sure, we'll see him back in the next qualifier.
Amy Hay goes next. It's the superstar himself, Othello van het Kaiserhof. Brendan, I don't know if you've seen this horse in the stable. I went and saw him at Robberg. I mean, I'm used to riding tiny horses. This guy is a miniature. I mean, you wouldn't think the way he goes here in the ring. He puffs his chest out and he grows. But, I mean, in terms of size, if he was trotting around a riding school thing on a lunge rein, I'd say he's in the right place. He is a pony.
Isn't that amazing?
And he has scope for days. Amy trains out of the CC equestrian team with Charlie and Barford. I see Amy's parents are here.
Hugely influential in Amy's life have been her folks, setting everything up for her and Charlie in Joburg.
This gradient of the arena can be a little unforgiving to the riders, as we see some of the riffraff here from KZN show jumping making their way out the woodwork. A very talented man himself, Martin Manette, gracing us with his presence. Big press out the double oxer, out of that double.
Unfortunately, Othello can get...
He is that kind of horse,
Yeah,
Brendan.
yeah.
I think when it's
He
his
takes
day, it's his
charge.
day, but sometimes when he takes control of a situation, you don't have much say in what's going on.
No, absolutely.
So an uncharacteristic performance from him here today. We've seen him with some great results of late.
As she apologizes as she canters past us, maybe just unsettling him a little at that green oxer, and then sort of makes the rest of the round a little bit more tense, unfortunately. But no harm done. I'm sure that we'll see Amy back here tomorrow for the second qualifier. See that she makes Othello do 6 down there. She'd realized maybe she was a little deep at the oxer before. So next up, one of our very accomplished young riders, Michaela Martin, brings in Carinia MK, another one that's unfortunately had the front rail of number 1, and Michaela's lost a stirrup, which is not the best way to start your SA Champs qualifier.
She'll have a little time now to get that stirrup back, but this mare's bouncy. She doesn't look like she's trying too hard. She's going to hold on. There you go, 1 pedal less.
5, 6, 7 after the water. She's got a bit of time
Come
to
on,
get her
have a
stirrup
look.
now.
Grab it. Yeah, there you go. Well done. Whew. Makes me a little nervous. Yeah, coming to the daisy double down the hill.
No one wants to do that with 1 pedal.
Martin Manette standing above us was starting to get a little shaky on her behalf. Sure, mare backs up well there at the green oxer.
Ends up adding 1 there. Big ask to jump out. The mare answers. She's got ability, this mare, for real.
Karina, a real rock star and very ably piloted by Michaela. This 9-year-old daughter out of a Carico, out of a Continue mare. This young lady can ride a horse.
She can ride. She can
Good,
ride. She's
good
gutsy,
effort.
she's organized, she's got good timing, and I think she's in the right place.
And again,
this is where she needs to perfect her riding.
Again, a score that doesn't really truly reflect the round. Super performance there by Michaela. A young superstar in the making is that young lady. I think 2 very proud parents there at Penbrit. As we see Yannick Kleinans, he makes his way in on number 36. It's the turn of NK Capital Coleman.
I would say this is probably one of the biggest tests that these two have been through together.
Absolutely. The horse was produced by Dominic Alexander, now a 12-year-old, by Capital Colnado out of a For Pleasure mare. And Yanni really does get a great tune out of Coleman. I'd go as far, Brendan, as saying that I think he's done some sort of a deal to purchase this horse. No longer just riding him on behalf of the owners. So I hope I'm not speaking out of turn.
as I'm known for doing. But
it would make
I
sense.
do think that that's how highly he thinks of this
Well,
horse.
for sure. And I mean, so he should. I mean, I think that the horse really is a superstar. I think he's really intelligent and quick on his feet, super rideable and athletic. So he sort of ticks most of the boxes, or every box, I should say.
Yeah, I'm looking for a box that he doesn't tick,
Yeah.
really, and you can't find one. I guess there is one box. Wouldn't hate if I was watching show jumping to see a pretty blonde, curvy figure on the
Jan.
chestnut horse, Yanni. Jokes aside, Yanni does a fantastic job with this horse. The ground speed is fantastic. He rides scope into the horse, allows him to use his natural care at the fences, and great to see Yanni here at this level.
Absolutely a super organized round so far with 3 to go. Doesn't look like he's in a huge rush around this turn. Wants to get this tricky vertical jumped, which he does.
We speak so often about these guys with horse sickness, and Yanni's got a bad case of it as well.
Absolutely.
Easy as you like.
Come on, Jan. What a round.
Oh,
In the
80.32. You called it as you turned to that vertical at number 9. Just 3/10 of a second outside the time allowed. Can I say
You'll be happy enough
maybe a
with
little
that.
blessing in disguise? Only one time falter that we've had so far, and he goes into 10th place, so a good qualifying position.
Don't have to do
and
the
it,
jump off.
And it takes the urge away, because we know Yanni's a competitor of note.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
he doesn't come back for the jump off to
For
have a
sure.
flat-out gallop and maybe unbalance the horse
Or
for the
put another-
remaining competitions, or even, like you say, putting another round on the horse's legs.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
job well done. As we move on to Lorette Knowles-Taylor, Oripo de Emma, number 37 on our program. Ori's been in fine form. There's not a fence big enough for this talented superstar. Purchase from Sancho Fuhrmann.
And they've definitely been working it out at 150 level, have Lorette and Ori working out, which is going to...
Has she got...
Definitely changed her mind there, added a stride and kept moving.
Has she got one of those Pro Guard bits, the mouthpieces in there? Is that what I'm seeing at the bottom of the horse's chin?
Wow, what an expressive jump in and out of that daisy double.
Use your young eyes here, Brendan. I think so.
It looks like it's something at the back of the horse's jaw to protect it from the noseband, maybe, no?
Big effort out the double. Lorette does well to soften her arm. Almost just lets her rein slide as well, allowing the horse to use his neck. I think it's one of those Pro Guard bit things.
Come on, Law.
Mouthpieces.
2 from home. She's
Come on.
gonna just squeak in the time as well. Crowd favorite 77.32. Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Oripo de Emma booking their spots in the jump off. Makes it 10 going through at this stage. We have 6 horses left to jump.
And it is, I've just looked, Brendan, as he cantered past us. It's one of those Pro Tech mouth guards that he's got on to, that Charlie Ann Barfoot has been so successful with. I think with Attack and Togs Khaleesi. The viewers can see in the slow-mo there, it just sits behind the bottom of the horse's mouth, making things very comfortable for him. Jodie Ambrose, a lady who grew up, she hails from Shongweni. She brings in Callahoo Casco Grey, having recently made the move up to Johannesburg. And boy, has she found herself another superstar partner in Callahoo Casco Grey. She's so good at producing them, Jodie.
Jodie, a previous winner of the South African Championship with her fabulous gelding Rivaldor.
Rafika D'Or.
She beat me that year. How could I forget it? Wow, big effort.
She's beaten a lot of people many times, so you don't have to feel bad about it, Brendan.
I got over it, don't worry.
This horse has that sort of trademark canter where he almost reefs on the way to the fences,
It must be
surges
quite
towards...
distracting for the rider. You know,
Oh,
obviously
not for
Jodie's
someone.
produced this horse.
Yeah, not for someone as talented as Jodie, I don't think. For you or me, it would be a hell of a distracting. Jodie just skips along, clears the fence, points him at the next one, and carries on. So just 4 faults at the moment at fence 5. Leaves that last line up, squeaks inside the time allowed, 79.92. Time
just
allowed,
squeaks.
80 seconds. So good enough to go into the top 20. So in terms of qualification, still in the qualifying ranks there. So she will get points towards qualifying. Lovely slow-mo of that horse, absolutely ballooning over the rustic oxer. The penultimate fence. Helen Kritikos, she goes next. Callao Liberia, number 39 on the program. Local lady, riding out of the Langley Equestrian setup. Liberia, fancy Lisbon mare out of an Argentina's dam line that has really stolen the hearts of so many spectators here in the South African sport, I think. A horse with way more talent than size. Little, hey, come on.
Helen realized she was a little slow down that cantering 5. She got her leg on early. Liberia answered the call, steps up. She's super athletic, this mare.
A really mature jump at the water jump from Liberia. Horse that we usually see quite spicy. Looking really good here. Technique for days through the E-pole double.
She uses her body incredibly, this mare. She sort of flattens her neck out.
And like we've said so many times about the Lisbon progeny, Brendan, they use their body in ways that they jump beyond their scope.
Absolutely.
Their
That's
technique,
a very good analogy.
puts them way beyond their scope ability. And look at that, 77.44 into the jump off is Helen Kritikos and Callao Liberia.
Ooh, jump off is hotting up
George
here.
Morris would be sweating with that hair, not in a hairnet, but Grant seems to appreciate the girls with their horizontal ponytails.
It's like a speedometer. He knows how fast they're going.
Absolutely, and Helen, I mean, what a remarkable partnership those two have. Someone whose ponytail won't be blowing horizontal. John Bauer, he goes next, riding Joanne Roberts, Eben Flo Brannock, Cabana Boy, also debuting at 150 level. Is Boy. I was lucky enough to ride him, I think, at 2 shows. And he looks a bit big and unorthodox and sort of looks like he does things in his own way. But I must tell you, he's an out-and-out jumper, this horse. He's careful, he's quick against the clock. The feeling isn't what you see when you look at him. And he's got a... Ooh! John, maybe a little tight round to that water jump. I don't know, but the horse didn't seem to see it until the very last second.
Yeah.
It would be interesting to find out about his training because he's
his
one...
stirrup came off as well.
Because he's one that I wouldn't take for a spooky horse.
Absolutely. Maybe he did just see it late. I wonder, that's very uncharacteristic, but as Sten's mentioned, he doesn't have much love for this open water.
Odiena not looking like she's full of affection for that jump either. She's even looking back out the corner of her eye at it. There you get that thing. But knowing her with Charlie, she's going to clear it by 6 feet.
So viewers, we have 3 horses left in this, the first 150 qualifier for the South African champs. First of those, Odiena, Van Berrymar, Charlie and Barford. She already has 1 clear round with Tack and Tog's Khaleesi. Let's see if she can make it 2 from 3.
Penalish watching there in Zimbabwe. Sten and Bren, the flower pot men, wishing Charlie well here. Like you say, 3 rides. I mean, a dream come true for Charlie to have 3 horses campaigning at this level. She's put her head down, she's worked hard, and she's really starting to reap the rewards. Let's see what Odie thinks of this water when she gets a little nearer. I'm guessing 6 feet high. Only 4 feet high. Goes in a double bridle, no martingale. Something that Charlie has been really successful with this horse. Am I right in saying second in the World Cup qualifier here a month or so ago?
Yes, absolutely. And just riding such an unbelievable vein of form
This mare's a rock star through and through.
Again, well matched.
Yeah.
Charlie's got fire in her belly. Odie's got fire in her belly.
Charlie no slouch herself. Just flicks her tail over number 9. She's 2 from home. Come on, Odie.
Bounds her down there.
West Town vertical to go.
Easy
there you
as
have
you
it.
like.
Talking about consistency, 2 from 3 clear rounds. She's a groom favorite there on the side. We see the fist being pumped by the guys. Yeah. Charlie, a tremendous supporter of her staff, and it shows in how much they love her and how much they will her on and want her to do well. It's a family affair there at CC Equestrian. I'm sure her husband, Roy Barford, will be cheering her on from that beautiful wooden bar that they have in their house. Definitely late enough for Roy to be celebrating. As we see young man Kevin Vessels, Capital Charis, they go next. Penultimate competitor in this class, number 42 in our programs. And lovely to see him back campaigning at 150 level on a superstar in the making.
Absolutely fantastic that Kevin's got this opportunity.
Where was he? Second in the 140 champs at Burlington Cup. Charis, this is her first 150 class. Brendan, Kevin has only campaigned up to this level on one other horse, Levita S.
Yeah.
Who he did a remarkable job with. She was not the easiest mare, so another mare that he's been able to produce to this level. So let's have a look at that open water a second time. Let's see if she's a little more gun-ho here. Come on, girl. Come on, girl. Please. No.
She doesn't look
And can I tell you what it doesn't help today? I think the weather, the rain last night, the footing is wet in front.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's no secret. I've maybe mentioned it 17 times that I think it's a ridiculous jump. Anyway, Capital Charis thinking the same and not really wanting to play ball there. But look at the man that Kevin is. Gives her a big pat. Don't worry, babe. We'll be back to win another class.
Oh, absolutely. He thinks the world of that mare. Unfortunately, not their day today, but that doesn't mean that they won't be back. As we mentioned, this is such a full calendar. We have loads of jumping left to do this year.
From the pupil to the master, Jonathan Clark, he goes next. Back on track, Kazan Z. He's debuting at 150 level here with Jonathan Clark. Riding for owner Linda Ellerine. Wonder how nervous she is. Ooh, she's sitting down, not even videoing. Telling you what, that means she's super nervous because that's breaking her normal routine. Come on, Kazan. Seen some of their training videos of late, Brendan. Jonathan been jumping this horse houses at Domini, and the horse looking really fantastic. It's been a long road that they've walked.
It has been a tricky road with this horse. He's a bad traveller. He's super anxious.
Careful as a cat over the water.
He didn't want to put his toes anywhere near that.
Not getting his feet wet. He'll need to balance up here. Whoa. Ooh, gives it a little rub, but it stays. That can sometimes be the tricky fence for that horse. This will suit him here going up the hill. All the scope in the world. And he puts a toe on the back rail. Commentator's curse, sorry. The double going up the hill. Big Oxer jumping out, no problem. Then he just nips inside that white Oxer at number 1. Back to this tall vertical. Eight, 9, 10 strides there.
I think
Good
Jono
care.
and Linda are going to be over the moon. Super riding from Jono. Big smile as he goes through the finish.
You called it. He's over the moon. Big smile. Lovely to see the master back where he belongs. Super effort there. 4 faults puts them well within the qualifying ranks there for Sunday.
And I must say, I'm really happy for Linda. You know, she puts in a heck of a lot. She's at every show. She really...
And Brendan, there were mentions along the way of that horse sort of being just let to leave it. You know, let's not carry on. He's found it difficult. And Jono has dug deep.
Yeah.
Linda has trusted the system, and they've come out on top.
Absolutely.
They've now produced themselves a 150 Grand Prix horse. 1 down in a qualifier like this, no small feat.
And as you mentioned, probably putting himself in a good position for tomorrow's qualifier, hopefully qualifying himself well for Sunday. So viewers, what an exciting qualifier that has been. We have got the jump off up next.
Just while we about to allow the arena party to prepare that jump off, while we have a moment, we're going to take a chance to thank all the advertisers of this live streaming. To 334 Sport Horse Stud, Baker McVey, Back on Track, Cheval Liberté, Country Life Properties, E-Pole, Equestrian Affair, Cuda, Mark White Nissen, Midfeeds, Stride Equine Research, Top Bet, Western Shop, Winks Brokers, and Torquecraft. Big thank you to all of those advertisers for getting on board and helping bring this live stream to our viewers. So with that said, I think we're going to take a short moment for them to prepare the jump off. And when we return, we'll have that jump off for you. 12 competitors fighting it out for top honors here in the first 150 qualifier. Viewers, don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualized care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners. For life.
To realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
Vos chevaux pensent qu'ils participent au Paris-Dakar à chaque trajet? Ne les laissez plus penser qu'ils sont pilotes de rallye. Inspirée de l'automobile, la suspension Pullman 2, innovée par Cheval Liberté, propose une véritable technologie de pointe. Avec un centre de gravité au plus proche de la route grâce à un châssis surbaissé, les vibrations sont ainsi considérablement réduites. Votre vent épouse la route et offre alors à votre cheval un confort inégalé. Avec la suspension Pullman 2, c'est moins de stress, moins de fatigue, moins de consommation de carburant et surtout un transport en toute sécurité pour vos chevaux, et ça même sur route difficile. Rendez-vous sur notre site internet chevalliberté.fr pour découvrir toute notre gamme de vents.
Welcome back, viewers. It's jump off time, the first qualifier here at Shongweni Club. The John Deere tractor has raced its way out of the arena, and we have 12 starters in this jump off. First to go is going to be Chris van der Merwe, 334 Brandon, speeding his way around this Kevin Spratley designed 150 track. It's been great show jumping on display. 25% clears in that first round.
Nailed it again.
So our trailblazer for the class, Chris van der Merwe, 334 Brandon. What does this superstar pairing have to show here today? Clear over fence 1. A turn up to that big mustard fence at 2, 4, 5. Oh, uses his body in all the right ways. Turns tight back to the wings vertical. Chris looking like a man on a mission here. Again, daisy double inside turn. Knocks it out the park.
Super riding there. Puts his foot on the gas
You
here.
see, every time he's landed, he's had his shoulders forward.
Let's count how many he does to the last.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 up the hill.
Unlucky 4 penalties there.
So time 43.33. So that is a benchmark for the riders to look at. Strong performance there by 334 Brandon.
I'm sure they can go quicker than that, but I'm
Pretty sure.
But I think
they're going to have to go some.
in and around 42, maybe 40 seconds. Let's see what we got.
Let's see. Shayton Hendricks, he kicks off at quite a pace here on Callahoo Chipperlight to number 1. This horse has big step. I know he looks so modern and athletic, but he is like 17 hands.
3, 4, waiting 5. They're super disciplined.
But I mean, he never took a pull round to the Mustard Oxer. He's been flying around here. Lands and moves. Horse eats up the ground with that high front knee end action.
Good shot to the daisy double. Oh, that is a soft fence.
These guys are throwing it all down here. So now he's got to be quicker than 43.33 if he wants to finish ahead of 334 Brandon. Leaves the green vertical up. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it looks like 10 is the number to the last. Look at the time, Brendan. I think it was 37 that he stopped the clock.
37, 38 seconds.
So you just see in that slow-mo how slowly or how late it took for that back rail to fall. So talking about fast times, Brendan. So Brandon 43.33, Shayton Hendricks. We're waiting for this timing equipment. I won't say it's driving me mad, but it possibly is. Alexandra Rick Hansen, she goes next, number 8 from the first round, Callahoo Laos. And if anyone can go clear and quick, Callahoo Laos can.
He's so quick across the ground, so quick in the air.
Hardy Dars above us here, cheering her on.
hasn't missed a beat yet, and this horse really does eat up the ground. Inside left turn, nails it. Come on, 2 from home.
Is this going to be our first double clear of the qualifier? Seven, 8, 9, 10 to the last, and she's done it.
Our first double clear, 43.93, assures herself a top 10 finish here today. Can finish no worse than 10th, and I'll tell you what, she's going to finish a whole lot higher than that.
Oh yeah.
It was a great time, great to leave all the fences up. Whew, so 3 done, 9 to go here in the jump off. Shari Michaelis goes next, Tack and Tog's Ultimo WC.
Shari Michaelis on screen next, number 11. She brings in Tack and Tog's Ultimo WC. Another horse that can be deceptively quick across the ground.
That's the word, deceptively. He looks so chilled and relaxed in his canter, but he really does get across the ground. Eats up the clock. And Shari, a speed merchant of note. What was the good Dark Bay mare? Oh, she was quick there in turning back.
I wanted to say QP something, or
not Cupid, or the one before that. I've gone blank.
Ari. Yes. It was a gelding.
Aristoteles,
the gelding.
The gelding. She's been quick here and really tight and economical in her turns.
This horse is...
Come on, Shari.
Amazing how he creates scope from almost nothing.
Hunting down that leading time of 43.93. She's going to have to go some to get there.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strides to the last.
Leaves it up 44.18. Good enough to go into second place. So the 9 strides up the hill is on.
Absolutely is on. Great shots of the groom sitting enjoying the qualifying round here at the South African Champs.
Super riding by Shari. Body control for days coming down that hill, and really trusting the horse to allow it to turn in the air over that vertical, showing good care.
He's so nimble. He really, really is. As we see now on track, Rainer Korber brings in 334 Impossible for the 334 Sport Horse Stud. We saw him in the first round, definitely encouraging the stallion to keep moving.
Superstar Son of Verdi finding some great form here with Ray. See him moving on around the turn. We mentioned it in that first round. Ground speed second to none. Ray's obviously been working on that. Wow, and he turns tight here to the double. This is quick.
What a shot. What a shot. That's where Ray always shows his class. Gets the hammer down. He's going to be planning the 9 to the last. He'd won an open shot at the green, which he gets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 strides to the last. 44, 5, 4, 41. Sorry,
4. Take that, sports fans, into the lead. Rainer Korber and 334 Impossible.
Wow. Definitely better with the quicker ground speed.
A force to be reckoned with. I mean, we knew it was coming from Ray at some point. He's a class act, and he's found himself a good partner in 334 Impossible. Hats off to the team at 334 Sport Horse Stud. Govert Triggle believing in Ray's vision for that horse.
Definitely looking like the partnership is growing every round.
Coming to the 4, Charlie Ann Barford goes next. Tack and Tog's Khaleesi. This is sure to be absolutely blistering against the clock. Khaleesi, she can leave them up. There's going to be no catching her for sure.
7, 8, 9 strides, 1 to 2. Not sure 5. You can do less than that.
Oof. Gives that vertical little rub, it stays. Today's your day. See how tight she can be back to the double. Trusts herself, keeps moving. Well done, Charlie. Little rub jumping out again, it stays, so keep going. Can she nail the 9 to the last?
Raise time 41.54.
1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 10 to the last, but look at that. 41.84.
Just 0.3 of a second behind Rainer Korber, but I'll tell you what, Takentogs Khaleesi stepping up to the plate.
And canted around for fun, double clear in the first qualifier?
You don't mind me saying, Brendan, I think you said off air earlier you weren't sure of this horse's top end scope. Well, she's just given us an astonishing yes I can there.
You know, you never really know until,
you don't.
until
I know,
they
that's
prove
what I'm saying.
themselves.
It's not a doubt of the horse's ability. It's just it's a question mark. And then especially those speedy ones like that, you never know.
Yeah.
Well, she's answered us here loud and proud. She's a 150 Grand Prix jumper, Takentogs Khaleesi. As we see Ronnie Healy and Verdun Capital's Callum O'Connor, they start their way on track.
Same 9 strides, 1 to 2 there on the curve, same as Charlie.
Smooth as you like, Ronnie. He always is. Look how tight he is back there. He gets that horse to really push off the turn.
Similar round to Charlie there.
He's always deceptively quick because his smoothness makes him not look like he's hassling the horse, but he really is moving on here.
Let's see if he's going to do 9 to the last, try and match Ray's score.
Time to beat 41.54.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Pressures
He's not
going to
get it. 43.08 goes onto the podium though, into third place. Ronnie Healy and Verdun Capital's Callum O'Connor. As you said, pressures for tyres. Ronnie doesn't buckle under that. Outstanding performance by Ronnie Healy and Verdun Capital's Callum O'Connor. The son of Loney delivering the goods here today. The first qualifier at Shongweni Club. Dominic Alexander up next. He brings in Capital Collier. Riding for owner Holly Smith. Look how quick he was there turning back.
He's looking hungry. He's looking like he means business here today.
Body control for days there. Ground speed on point. Turns tight as you like. Back to the Daisy double. Nails that turn. Always riding with some fire in his belly as Dom.
He's going to definitely want to do 9 to the last. He'd want a little bit of room at the green, which he gets. 6, 7, 8, 9 strides.
There you have it, 42.32. Good enough to go into third. Current leaderboard, Rainer Korber leading the class at 3.34 Impossible, 41.54. Takentogs Khaleesi, 41.81 with Charlie Ann Barford. Domini, Alexander, Capital Collier, they go into third place, 42.32.
Amazing slow-mo shots there of Collier. Hard at work in this jump-off.
Let me tell you what, though. Lawrence Mowat, he goes next. Calaho Lorenzo, speedy son of Lissabon. Oof, if he's going to leave it all out here today.
I wonder what the plan is in Lawrence's head. Look, he can win this class on his
go
day.
as fast as you can today and then back up tomorrow in preparation for Champs class, or even be able to leave tomorrow. Let's see. He's quick. He's jumped that on the right-hand side.
Yeah, he looks like he also means business.
No,
Definitely not here to make up the numbers.
There's also a little bit of revenge on his part. He's got to beat Ronnie Healy after Burlington Cup. Like to get one back. Oh, it stays up. Did he touch the rail or the upright there? He looked like he jumped far to the left.
Noise there.
Turning tight, risk and reward there at the Daisy double. Now he'll be able to just take his foot off the gas a little. Six, 7, 8, 9 to the last, and that goes down as well. We've spoken about it so often. Law of averages. Never seen that horse have 3 rails in his life before, so that gets that out the way before Championship Day, which is a good thing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I think that it's one of the negative sides of these super blood horses, as you have to work out how much is too much and how much is enough.
You think fair in me saying it's almost all or nothing. You either win the class or, you know, the hamster falls off the wheel a little bit there and it's not your day.
Absolutely.
A little bit like we saw with Amy Hayes' horse earlier. So much blood, so much quality. It's either amazing or not quite there on the day.
Sure.
Oropoda Emma goes next. Lorette Knowles-Taylor, we know she knows how to go speedy in a jump off.
7, 8, 9 again, 1 to 2.
Oh, On the lightest little roll at that grey vertical, and it goes down. Horse fussing with his head a little. Beautiful ride to the Daisy double. So at the moment, 4 fault, she needs to be quicker than 42.03.
I think Shaitan with Chupalat was quick.
Yeah, she's not going to get there sub 42. But a lovely effort over the E-Pole Oxa, leaves it up.
Goes into 9th place for Lorette Knowles-Taylor and Oripo de Emma.
44.05 is the time, so just 2 left to go. Rainer Korber has secured himself a podium finish here today. Could even be the winner of the class, but he can do no worse than 3rd. Calaho Liberia, first of our remaining riders to go with Helen Kritikos. We know she can be quick. Nine strides again, 1 to 2. The riders are riding that like they're schooling around 110s, Brendan.
Exceptional riding. I must say the level of our sport keeps on impressing me. It keeps on improving.
A little cross canter around to the water tray, but pushes all the more at the vertical. Tight to the double. Wow, that was tight. This is quick.
She's an acrobat.
This is quick.
Man.
This is quick. I don't know if she's got the 9 in her to the last, but let's see. This is lightning quick.
Go 9. No, outside.
I think
curve.
she's a second Foster.
5, 6,
I think
7,
she's a second
8,
Foster.
9, 10. Is she going to beat Ray? The last down. The time was just outside.
No, she wasn't there. She was a 10th of a second behind Ray, but unfortunately, last rail goes down. Would have been good enough for second place. With that rail, it puts her down into 7th.
Still
but a
nothing wrong with
strong,
it.
strong showing by Calaho Liberia here today. She ran out of room a little in the 10 at the end there. Oh.
So unlucky. We have 1 horse left in this class, viewers. We are waiting for Charlie Ann Barford and Odiana.
Just touching on that, Charlie Ann Barford currently sits in second place on Tack and Tog's Khaleesi. We've seen her regularly with 2 feet on the podium in recent times. She's been first and third, first and second. Can she make it 2 feet on the podium again here today? Rainer Korber waits anxiously on the side. Currently leading the class with 334 Impossible. On an outstanding ride, a textbook round from him and Impossible. So Charlie's just going to be given a few moments. We're a bit unsighted here from the commentary booth of the warm-up arena. There she is.
She's on her way down, definitely.
Making her way to the in-gate. Odiana van Berrimar and Charlie Ann Barford. They're going to round out this jump off of the first 150 qualifier for the South African Championship. Strutting into the arena is Odiana van Berrimar, Charlie Ann Barford. So she knows exactly what it takes to get a good time around this jump off. The time that she is hunting down, 41.54, set by Rainer Korber and 334 Impossible. The only 2 riders to break the 42-second barrier are Charlie and Ray. Let's see if she can one-up herself. She currently sits in second place on Tack and Tog's Khaleesi. Quick at number 1. Charlie's so good at setting a rhythm from that start line. Oh, touches the back rail, bounces up and stays.
As you say, Sten, now it's your day.
I think when you have a little rub and it stays, you've got to take advantage. Lady Luck is on your side. Riders that work as hard as Charlie create their own luck.
That was tight. The mare backed her body up
so she
beautifully
needs
in the
to
double.
Land at the back of this Oxa at about 33, 34 seconds. She's a fraction off the pace, I think.
6,
I could be
7,
wrong.
8, 9 strides, flies the last 40.81. She has done it.
First and third, Charlie Ann Barford take a bow. Odiana van Berrimar, winner of the first qualifier for the South African Championship. What an effort. I thought she was off the time.
Look at that slow-mo shot of
Careful
Odiana.
as a cat.
Oh.
Charlie with no martingale there, hand forward up the neck, allowing the horse to use her entire body to clear the fence. That's her first real big win, I would say.
I must say, a real
what a
crowd
moment.
favourite. All the grooms going absolutely wild as Charlie cleared the last. Reckon there's a little bit of money changing hands there. Charlie punches the air. What a fantastic round. What a first qualifier.
Well, I think Roy, Charlie's husband, will be rather pleased with that result.
I mean, I
2 out of 3 on the podium.
I wanted to say earlier, you were wondering if Roy was going to be sitting at the bar. It's definitely Thursday at lunchtime. I'm sure Roy's at work.
I think when Roy sees that Charlie just won, I'll guarantee he's at the bar celebrating. His own bar at home, I mean.
At home,
Yeah.
of course. But what a class, viewers. Unbelievable riding here in this 150 division. I mean,
the masterclass that is Charlie Ann Barfoot. I mean, she is in a league of her own at the moment. Just unbelievable. You know, she said to me, I was chatting to her the other day, she said she's been waiting her whole life to have one horse in her life like these horses that she has at the moment. And she's got a whole string.
Amazing.
And she puts in the work, she puts in the hours. She's a professional through and through, and she deserves every success that's coming away. And I do feel we're going to see her sort of riding a wave of 150 success, 160 success over the next while, because she's got a string of horses to match her talent. It's just great to see, Brendan. Sorry, I'm rambling, but
no, it's 100% valid. It's absolutely what's been going on. Charlie's been working incredibly hard at building that string, and when you get to a point where you've got 3 or 4 or 5 really quality open horses in and around the 135, 140, 150 level, you can really start to shine almost, if you know what I mean. Charlie can really get practiced, get her eye in, get confident, get smoother than she already is, and I think that's where she really does.
Talking about people thriving off their hard work and their dedication, Raina Korber, 334 Impossible. So easily could have been a win here today. Great to see Ray with a superstar like that. 334 Impossible delivering the goods here today. And I think much like we've just said, Charlie Ann Barfoot showing that she is a force to be reckoned with these days. I think Raina Korber, 334 Impossible, we're going to see them on that podium more often than not in the near future. Really giving an outstanding exhibition of show jumping. Moving down those prizes, Brendan, Capital Collier, Dominic Alexander, they finished in 4th. One of my picks for the show, Ronnie Healy, Verdun Capital's Callagh O'Connor, came home in 5th place. Alexandra Rick Hansen, Callagh Laos, they're in 6th. 7th place, Takentog's Ultimo WC, Shari Michaelis. Shayton Hendricks, he finished in 8th.
7 double clears in this 150 first qualifier here at the SA Champs.
There you go, sorry. Shayton Hendricks, Callagh Chippolite in 8th. Callagh Liberia, Helen Kritikos, they're in 9th. Chris van der Merwe, 334 Brandon, rounding out our top 10. The officials just creating a bit of havoc.
Linda Kirschman there having a little chat to Impossible, telling him...
Would I be fair in saying, I mean, I know she's Impossible's friend, but she was basically the stable manager of the yard that Impossible grew up at.
And Linda never misses a Shongweni.
No, we've seen it. We've enjoyed a little car ride back and forth with Linda down to Shongweni. So lovely to see her giving her horse a little treat. As we see the winner of the class, Charlie Ann Barfoot, Odiana van Berrimar, standing front and center there. Our main man, Merritt, he's on the camera.
Bringing you all the shots from down in the arena, all the prize winners in this 150 qualifier. I must say, Sten, I've said it so many times, this class, I've been blown away by the level of riding in this 150 division. Really strong riders right across the board.
There we have it, viewers. Sorry, I got to 10th place and 11th place going to Oropoda Emma Lorette Knowles-Taylor. Charlie's got her sunglasses off, which we don't often see. Lovely to see the joy in her eyes there. Raina Korber as well, breaking a smile. He's a very serious chap, takes his work and his horses very seriously. Lovely to see him enjoying a fine moment on the podium there. The only rider able to match Charlie and get on the podium here today. Super effort by Raina Korber and 334 Impossible.
But isn't Odie
Jackie
just a
Cochran?
winner?
Jackie Cochran, would you be able to say she's like a 334 groupie these days? A Raina Korba fan?
Doing all the social media. It's all for the gram these
All
days.
for the gram. Dominic Alexander, he finished just off the podium in 4th. Ronnie
Collier.
Healy having a little giggle. Collier cuddles up. Two men that we were discussing their upper body control earlier. Looking rather smart. Ronnie's smile much bigger than anyone else's there. He loves a prize, old Reginald.
And you also get to see how little Connor is in comparison to Collier. He's not a big chap. Another little horse that's in this class.
Callao Leos.
Must say,
Alexandra putting a fine performance
super
together here
round.
today.
Very good double clear. Really, really quality riding all round. But it's been an absolute treat of show jumping here. I think that the South African public are really in for a storming weekend of show jumping. We're just getting started here. We got another qualifier tomorrow. We got the main SA Champs on Sunday with all the other championship classes in and around that. So lots and lots of jumping left to get done here at the West Town South African Champs.
334 Impossible looking like he might show someone a great celebration by the end of this prize giving here today.
As Charlie Ann Barford and Odiana lead them off on their lap of honor. Well-deserved first and third.
A lady in fine form. She's going to take some beating. If you were a betting man, your money would be well placed there.
Really strong field of riders cantering around here. Ray Korba, Dom Alexander, Ronnie Healy.
Big smiles all around for all of those riders. So viewers, that does bring to a close the show jumping for today. Kicking off tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we're going to have the adult 135 competition in 2 phases. That will be followed by the adult 1 meter 40 Hollard competition in 2 phases. And rounding out our Friday show jumping, the 150 A2 competition. It is our second qualifier for the adult South African Championship. So we hope you've enjoyed the day here with us today. We can't wait to share the show jumping. Like Brendan said, some of the very best in South Africa on display here this week.
So viewers, please don't forget to join us 8 o'clock sharp tomorrow morning with the 135s. It's been an absolute treat. I hope you've enjoyed it as much as we have. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Join us then.
Yeah. Bet you're wondering what it is. Bet you're asking how. Come on. Check this out.
Welcome to the world of Midfeeds and Tack and Togs, South Africa's largest animal feed retailer and a haven for equestrian enthusiasts and animal lovers. Friendly and knowledgeable staff are at your service. We pride ourselves in offering a vast range of premium products that we know and trust. Your passion is our passion at Midfeeds and Tack and Togs. Where we lead, others follow.
New look, more comfort, same feeling. What else you need?
It started with a stride in 1998. For over 2 decades, riders, trainers, and veterinarians have trusted our name. Now that name evolves. Stride distributors become Stride Equine Research. Driven by science. Backed by research. Proven in performance. Electrolytes. Gut health. Parasite control. Muscles and joints. And much more. Because behind every great performance is a great stride. Visit www.stridesequine.com and join the next stride.
Real tools for real work. This is the DR9 Precision Max drill bit. Clean, fast, built tough. Put it to the test.
When I joined Brian Baker in 1990, we could not have foreseen the expansion of the Baker McVey Group, developing into an internationally renowned team. We have broadened our horizons with more than 50 vets worldwide. What makes us different? Perhaps it's our local family feel, complemented by our international footprint. Possibly it's our attention to detail. You can bring us your lame, ill and poorly performing horses and be assured of our utmost attention and individualised care. But critically and essentially, we feel our aspirational philosophy towards prevention rather than cure is at the core of our creed. Our genuine wish is to make an enduring difference in the well-being of our equine patients. For contented, happy patients make for delighted, happy owners. For life.
To realize it one day. That happiness was never about your job or your degree or being in a relationship. Happiness was never about following in the footsteps of all of those who came before you. It was never about being like the others. One day you're going to see it. That happiness was always about the discovery, the hope, the listening to your heart, and following it wherever it chose to go.
business contagious. Monkey business outrageous. Just confess your girl admits that we the